What's up, guys? Mott here alongside Josh Davis. Welcome into the very first Eagles preseason, regular season game of the 2023 NFL season. We are about 30 minutes away from kickoff, Josh, as we get you guys ready with a little bit of countdown, and then obviously for the live play-by-play of the entire game. A lot of these first, I would say, 1 o'clock window games coming down to the wire right now. I'll give you guys updates on that, but initial thoughts, we officially arrived for NFL Week 1.
I am so pumped. Yeah. The fact that we actually have all this and everything, I mean, it's like preseason. And I don't know if you can hear that. I've got another thing playing in the background.
I got rid of it.
Okay. All right. But no, I'm so pumped. I mean, we've talked about this for forever, right? We've had so many storylines and everyone that we're wanting to see. I mean, I couldn't help it. You know, I've had this for a while, so we had to go with the Redman shirt today because we're going to get to see him in more action than, 1 or 2 plays. But it'll be exciting. I'm interested, and I think we'll run through it here in just a second. But as far as who's active, who's not active, it's rainy weather from what it's looking like. So, the last game that meaningful game that we had, you talk about some field conditions. So I'm just curious to see, is it going to be affecting anything? Hopefully not, but I don't know. We'll see.
It's going to be fascinating. You mentioned some of those inactives. We'll go ahead and get people started. I think that's the best place to go ahead and begin. We'll throw it up on the screen right now. You see him here. No Tanner McKee, no Rashad Penny, no Mario Goodrich, Eli Ricks. Tyler Steen is going to be inactive. Moro Jomo and Big Albert O. But the big one here, of course, is Rashad Penny. He's a healthy scratch for today's game, meaning Philadelphia is just going to run with 3 running backs today, Josh.
That's a shocker, yeah. I mean, I definitely thought Penny was going to get some action. I really thought that he would be in there. I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking 6-7 carries today. Nothing crazy, but get a healthy portion, considering or especially how the game might go. But the fact that he's not in there, I mean, it's not the best sign. I've seen some people speculating, like, could it be something personal? Is it a personal issue? He's just taking the day. Is it the Eagles just deciding, hey, we only need 3 running backs? But the fact that you do something like that is a little curious, to say the least, I guess, because especially like we just mentioned, I mean, with rainy weather, you assume it's probably going to be a little bit more running the football than you would normally. Not saying you're going to go, 80% of the time, but right. I would love to have him out there if you can. Obviously, he's not out there. Is it for a game plan reason, or is it for personal reasons or something else? I don't know, but it was definitely a shock. Out of all the names that you have pulled up there, that's the biggest surprise to me for sure.
DeAndre Swift, it'll be Kenny Gainwell, and then, of course, Boston Scott are the only 3 active running backs today for the Philadelphia Eagles. A little bit of a surprise
and Boston
there.
is kick return too, right? So, I mean, there's also the hopefully, fingers crossed, everyone stays healthy, but you're already asking some from Boston. So, yeah, it just makes it even more shocking, I think.
What's more shocking, I would say, is what's going on with the New England Patriots. You see their actives up on your screen right now, although they're showing off the Philadelphia inactives, as I have the wrong one up there. We'll give it a couple of seconds before I can figure out exactly who their inactives are. There it is. I had the wrong tweet up here. Here are your Patriot inactives going into this game. No starting guards. They literally, Cole Strange not playing, Michael Amenahu also not playing either, and it looks like they're going to be without multiple offensive linemen officially as of a couple of minutes ago for the New England Patriots. A rainy, wet day. You expect very few dropbacks. When Mac Jones actually does drop back there, this could be a really, really, really great day for the Eagle defensive line.
I'm hoping it is. Yes, I think that it can be. I feel like we're going to get a very healthy dose of Belichick trying to, as best he can, and it'll come down to, that's the ultimate question, is what does the run defense look like for the Eagles, and how much can Bill Belichick slow down the game, have the time of possession? Because I think that's their only shot, really. I mean, again, you just mentioned it. I mean, when you're losing 3 of your 5 starting linemen, that doesn't really bode well, and you don't really want to drop your quarterback back to pass against this vaunted pass rush defense. So I think on New England side, it's probably going to be a lot of Ramondre Stevenson, a lot of Zeke Elliott, and trying to slow down the pace of the game, while at the same time, if you can get them in a 3rd and long situation, pin the ears back, who knows? It could be a nightmare for the Patriots today, but I'm sure that Belichick's going to try to do that. I'm also curious to get your thoughts as well on the Eagles side of the football. I know we've talked about special teams and the question marks there. Obviously, Aaron Sipos was promoted up from practice squad. He will be the punter. So it not a shock. That's kind of where everything was, going in the first place. But special teams in general, that's a big question mark. Are there concerns coming into this game? maybe what leveled or to what extent on your side are you feeling from the special teams unit?
Well, I think it could be a little bit, I would say, unfair today if it's raining heavily, and we'll go through the weather forecast here in just a couple of minutes, but it should start off and then kind of, get lighter as the game goes on. And so if a couple punts don't go as far as we'd like them to, maybe you wait until it's actually not pouring down rain like it is at Foxborough right now. I think he's going to be just fine. If the Eagles lose this game because of Aaron Sipos' punting, then they probably didn't deserve to win this game in the first place. And so while him and Cubby were both elevated, maybe Cubby does some punt return, maybe Boston Scott mixes in there as well, as you mentioned, who really knows? Again, Philadelphia, we're confident going into this game. We're going to go through some of the games that are happening right now, and there have been quite a few, let's just say what they are, shockers so far in this early slate. But really, if you are the better football team, even if you're a little bit rusty, and again, some teams have been pretty rusty, that you should be able to go ahead and win. So we will definitely see about that. We'll get to some of these in just one second. First, though, let's mention we are giving away that DeAndre Swift signed mini helmet sometime during the third quarter today.
Yes,
Any super chat gets you an entry. And so Mike Halo started the day off by going a little Fly Eagles Fly, gives him 2 entries. $1 is 1 entry, $10 is 10, and so on and so forth. So he gives the Fly Eagles Fly to get the day started. Slashing Santa with a $5 entry says that fact that Covey is active and Penny isn't makes me sick. Yeah, it's surprising. Let's just say that. It's definitely a surprise, but obviously they hopefully know better than we do, although the fact that Rashad Penny, again, a healthy scratch today means if you have DeAndre Swift or Kenny Gainwell on your fantasy football team, then maybe, just maybe, it's going to be a better day for you because Penny won't take some of those short yardage carries or goal line carries away. Mike Halo Josh has another $1 entry into our signed mini helmet here. Doesn't have a chat to go with it. Although they did say a little bit later on, Davis, Carter, and Cox should win a lot today. They're going to need to in order to go ahead and slow down this this rushing attack by the Patriots and what will be a wet and rainy day up there in New England. And then one more to get the day started. 5 entries from Ryan. He said, "Let's go Bird. The day is finally here." As yes, it is. We waited a very, very, very long time for this, and officially the day is finally here, and that is some pretty exciting stuff. So any Super Chat dollar that you go ahead and give, we'll get you guys entries into our signed DeAndre Swift mini helmet giveaway happening in the third quarter, so we go ahead and stay tuned for that. All right, let's quickly go to some of the games that are wrapping up right now. We know who's going to be 1-0. We know who's going to be 0-1. A couple of shockers here. First of which, not a big surprise, Falcons and Bijan Robinson's opener. They beat Carolina and Bryce Young's first game in the National Football League 24-10. Bijan, I was utilized a little bit less than I thought he would. Tyler Algier was their leading rusher, 15 carries for 75 yards and 2 scores there, Josh. But I know you saw that first Bijan touchdown. He looked pretty good.
Oh my gosh, yes. Did he ever? I mean, that we saw some, bits and pieces of it from their training camp, from preseason, but to actually do it in the NFL game, I'm with you. I was a little surprised, but to your point, I mean, they handled the Panthers there, so not necessarily having to say, hey, go out there and do too much, because he's going to be used quite a bit throughout the rest of the season. But yeah, I mean, he lived up to the expectations, made some big plays. That's what he's going to do. And I'm sure there will be days where we'll say, hey, he's got 20, 25 touches. But yeah, not as much of a shock or a surprise. There were, like you said, some other scores, some other games that were surprising. I'm the earliest, obviously, as you have it right there. I mean, the Buccaneers, did anyone have them winning against the Vikings? I mean, that's a surprise. This is a noon kickoff, or 1 p.m. kickoff. Kirk Cousins doesn't usually struggle as much against that, although he had a ton of passing yards. But I mean, for the Bucs to come away with a win against the Vikings there, that's the biggest surprise so far.
That definitely was the biggest surprise. That game officially is over, along with the Browns beating up the Bengals 24-3 as Joe Burrow had an absolutely horrific day in rainy Cleveland. Also, you got to give credit to a team we don't like, but Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy looked fantastic on the road there in Pittsburgh as Kenny Pickett threw 2 interceptions. He was terrible. Ayuk caught 2 touchdown passes. The Niners are going to get a lot of love this week. They win 30-7 over the Pittsburgh Steelers. A couple of these late games that are going ahead, or these early games that are late into I would say the fourth quarter here, the Colts are down 10 but driving against the Jacksonville Jaguars, 31-21. Looks like Doug Peterson will start 1-0. Saints and Titans is a battle of 2 really bad teams. There's 3, I think, overall interceptions from Ryan Tannehill in that one. And then, of course, the Cardinals looking like they are going to go ahead and lose. They officially have lost now to the Washington Commanders, who will start 1-0 in the NFC East. And, of course, Lamar Jackson, the Ravens, beating up on the Texans there 25-9. So a couple of the early games there. We'll keep you guys up to date as the afternoon games get going. But, Josh, I do want to quickly go ahead and throw this up. I'm not sure if you can see it or not. This is Jalen Hurts running out onto the football field and what is a very, very wet and very, very rainy Foxborough, and that's going to have an impact today. You think Jalen might have a couple of softer numbers just due to the fact that it's raining so hard up there in Foxborough?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I took the under. So for those that are curious, I did a show on it
Okay.
Friday. But if I'm taking anything, it was the 45 total, an under on that. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't surprise me. No, I think it'll be the only way that the Patriots have a chance of hanging around, in my opinion, is to slow the game down. So if there's fewer possessions, it's rainy, like you mentioned. Crazy things happen. We've seen fumbles, interceptions, just missed assignment slips, whatever. Now that can obviously help sometimes on offense, but yeah, I think it's not going to be the best looking game, just the most visually appealing. But I think that it'll work. But that's why I have under 45. So I don't think it'll be through the roof stats or numbers or anything like that.
Okay, yeah, I think it might be a little bit lower scoring, although we will check on the weather in just a couple of minutes, and the weather at least is showcasing that it should get a little bit calmer, at least hopefully, towards the latter half of this game, and maybe even get a little break from the wind and the rain, which would be nice because obviously you want to see your superstar quarterback and your superstar offense have possibly the best day that they could. So, all right, well, Megan, we'll put in some people here who are watching. Mike Halo is checking in right now. Let's see, Slashing Santa mentioned earlier. Philly Dilly wants some score predictions. Josh, I think I said 27-17. I don't know what your score prediction was during our last live show. What was it?
Yeah, 24-20. I think I've gone back and forth. It's either 20-17 or 24-20. That's kind of where I'm thinking. I'll go with 24-20. I think that's about
Okay.
where I'm at.
A lot closer than I think some Eagle fans would expect there, but 24-20 could make some sense. Philly Luke says, hey guys, what's going on? What's up, Philly Luke? Austin
What's
Wood,
up?
he says Rashad Penny not being active is interesting, maybe focusing on the pass opposed to the power run. Maybe, but again, if there was a day where you wanted to run the football, it's a day when it's wet and rainy out there behind that big superstar offensive line, and yet they scratched Penny. So, and listen, it wasn't exactly Rashad Penny balling out in preseason. He didn't necessarily turn a ton of heads. He did enough
Yeah.
to beat out Trey Sermon, although he was injured towards the end. But being a healthy scratch, I think, was an interesting move. But hey, you have 17 more games, or 16 more games, I should say, over the next months to go ahead and figure out if you want to play Rashad Penny or not. I think Gainwell's going to be your lead rusher. I was shocked that Fantasy Football had him as like a 2-point projected on my ESPN Fantasy League, but I still threw him in there as well,
Yeah.
and I would throw in DeAndre Swift at the same time.
I would too. Yeah, DeAndre Swift. I mean, it'll be interesting to see, as far as like the quarterback or the running back screens, and with Jalen in the past not really throwing too much to the running backs because I think we've talked about it multiple times, but the Eagles were last, I believe, in catches, yards, and touchdowns to running backs, and Jalen's only thrown 2 touchdowns to running backs in his entire career. So, I think it'll change. Maybe not today. The weather. Who knows how that's going to impact it? I still think there will be more production in that area, but yeah, for sure. I mean, I've got Agent Zero on one of my fantasy teams. He's definitely
I do
going,
too.
and
Yep.
Billy 500, who we had on earlier this week, he predicted was it like a 43-yard wheel route to D Swift? I think
Yes.
that was his prediction. So I mean, weather pending, I still think that's possible. So hopefully we see it.
Bethlehem Gray says, let's go Birds. Excited for these guys to shine. Smitty chat timing, and he says, go Birds. Got a Slashing Santa super chat. We'll throw up on the screen right now, getting some more entries into our DeAndre Swift mini helmet giveaway in the third quarter. He says, come on, guys, hit the like button for these guys. Let's fire the stream up. They need us. Let's go Fly Goes Fly Countrywide
Appreciate
Eagles
that.
Tailgate Mafia. Yes, we're at 35 likes right now. More likes possible, more people that can join us and have fun and have some hopeful fun interactions during the watch parties. So 5 more entries in there for Slashing Santa, but also he makes some good points. Hit that thumbs up button. We would greatly appreciate it, as obviously we were looking a little bit DeAndre Swift on your screen a little bit earlier. Let's check out the Gillette Stadium weather forecast, as I'll get that up on our screen here. I want to take a look and see exactly when it's going to start to kind of slow down and hopefully chill out here. As right now, you are looking at active thunderstorms, but it's interesting. As you go ahead and pull up the radar, as I'm trying to do here in a second, it should, emphasis on should, calm down a little bit here. Here is your radar looking over Massachusetts, and you obviously looking at Boston there. It's a little bit rough, but it's moving south to north, and so it's moving upwards and should clear out of there by a little bit later on this afternoon. I believe the weather forecast showcases that they should be, by 6 p.m. Eastern time, I think, officially rain-free. And so, take that for what you will. Josh and I, unfortunately, are not weathermen. We will try our best to be today. But if you're wondering exactly how it's going to be, at least for the start of kickoff, it is currently raining there. The wind has remained pretty low, 6 knots coming out of the northeast. But as you see here, once you get down to 6 p.m., it's just cloudy. It will calm down a lot, and that will continue until 7 and then, of course, 8 p.m. when this game is about to go ahead and wrap up. So with about 15 minutes left till kickoff, it will be a rainy kickoff to begin and then hopefully calm down a little bit.
Yep. And again, at some point, I mean, that'll help kind of, but at the start of it, for sure, it's going to be interesting, right? Because we'll get to see the first look, and there's so many storylines to this. I think we're all so excited about seeing the coordinators on both sides of the ball, offensive and defensive coordinators. I think Brian Johnson, does he change the game plan a little bit? Obviously, every coach, I feel like, is going to come into the game saying, okay, they have a better idea of what the weather's going to do. And does that dictate how you call plays? Are you going to have more of the running game, more of the passing game? As we've mentioned quite a bit here, Rashad Penny being out, was that expected? Was that a last second thing? I don't know. That's what we're kind of wondering about, but how does that change things, or how does that impact plays? But also on the defense, I mean, let's not forget, this is Sean Desai's, him kind of his coming out party as far as, can he make some plays with the defense? All the stage is kind of set up to potentially have a good day. But again, it's Belichick. So are there going to be things that they've game planned or schemed against to try to impact that with Desai? But Desai, as we know, I mean, he has all the pieces. Plus, it's a recipe for success anytime any NFL team, for that matter, is missing 3 of their starting offensive linemen. So it'll be curious to see as far as how they can impact or if they can take advantage of that, especially given the weather. I'm really looking forward to it.
Anthony Richardson has gone down with an injury in the final minute of the Jaguars game. That is some, I would say, worth noting news here. They're not giving me any sort of update on the NFL Red Zone, but Twitter's saying that he officially has gone down with an injury. They have lost that game as the Jacksonville Jaguars will go to 1-0. All these games in the 4 o'clock window, you talk about Bears, Packers start at 4:25, Dolphins, Chargers, 4:25, Raiders, Broncos, same thing. Also Chargers and Seahawks are all going to be these later games happening right when Philadelphia kicks off. And so we will give you guys as many of those games in terms of updates as we go about our stream to make sure you guys are ready to go on that one. Any afternoon games that really kind of have you perked up? I think Packers-Bears is a battle of 2 teams that have very interesting expectations this year. The Bears are flying pretty high. The Packers think they like Jordan Love. No Christian Watson in that one either.
Yeah. There's that one will be interesting. I'm curious if Justin Fields, because we've heard it, is Justin Fields the next Jalen Hurts 2.0, or can he take that next step? There's been lots of videos and commentary on, is that going to happen from Chicago? But, I think that'll be a really interesting one. Also, there's lots of games here, like you mentioned, I mean, especially within this window, but, the Rams and Seahawks there, it seems like if you're looking from just outside looking in, obviously with Cooper Kupp going to be out for 4 weeks, it's in Seattle, the immediate is like, okay, Seattle is definitely going to be the favorite. Can they take care of business there? But there's something, I don't know. There's something about it to me where I'm thinking that might be closer than what people expect, given even with Kupp being out. I don't know. Don't discount Sean McVay, him being ready for that game, even missing a major weapon like that. So those are 2 teams to keep an eye on. Obviously, we play both of them this season, and I don't think either of those games are going to be a walk in the park. So curious to see how that one plays out for sure. And then also with, AFC side, but, you got the Dolphins and Chargers. That's going to be a really good game. I think you got both powerhouse offenses, but you got some good defensive players on both sides there. I think I saw, I could be misremembering this, but I think I saw is Herbert playing against a Vic Fangio defense. Has he won against the Vic Fangio defense?
I don't think he has.
He's had struggles.
Yes.
But okay, I was going to say, I know he's had struggles. I couldn't remember if he actually won against a defense there. So there you go. That could be another one.
Obviously, Seahawks 4.5-point favorites. Dolphins are 3-point underdogs on the road against the Chargers. Philadelphia 3.5-point favorites on the road, obviously, when they take on the New England Patriots. You have the nightcap, Sunday Night Football, Dallas versus the Giants. Darren Waller a little bit banged up in that one. Very interesting to see if you have a pick on who you'd rather. Would you rather the Cowboys lose their Week 1 opener, or you'd rather them go ahead and win and get a little bit of false hope? What's your take on the Sunday Night Football game?
I mean, to me, that one's easy. I take a loss, any time that we can get a loss. I'd rather just say, you know what? All right, start out the season with 1 loss there, especially to the Giants. Either way, they can have some false hope, I suppose. But it'd be nice if the Giants could just go ahead and kick it off and be like, hey, you know what? Cowboys are already 0-1, and we'll hear some whining, I'm sure, and some excuses and everything else. But I'd go with Giants winning there. Hopefully, I don't know if that's going to happen. I do think it's going to be a close game, but I don't know. It seems like to me, if I had to pick it, I've stayed away because I do think it's going to be super close. But if I had to pick it, I'd probably go with Dallas still just squeaking it out.
I would agree. I would agree. It'd be very interesting to see what Danny Dimes and that offense are going to do in the second year of Brian Dable. But as of right now, you would think the Cowboys are probably going to go ahead and win that one. Okay, all the early games officially wrapped up. The Saints have basically sealed it at home against Tennessee, and probably one of the ugliest games of the entire opening matchup there in the 1 o'clock hour. And so we are less than, I would say, 5 minutes from at least getting the Eagles on our YouTube TV screens, and then about 10 minutes away from kickoff. Let's just get to some predictions here. Any sort of rust from this Eagle offense, Josh? I could see a couple of opening drives where it might be a little bit rusty just due to the fact that Philadelphia did not play any of their starters at all during the preseason. Now, you can make the argument that they, played in the joint practices against the Browns and the Colts, and Jalen Hurts looked good, but really, in-game experience can't be substitute for even live practice hitting as it was in those joint practices. I think a little bit of rust, and they start to kind of figure things out maybe a couple of drives in.
I agree. That's the game plan, or I guess the situation that I think it's going to play out is probably a little bit of rust. Hopefully I'm wrong. Obviously, we want the team to score as soon as possible, but it wouldn't surprise me. To your point there, I mean, there's some rust, there's some figuring things out. It's not going to be crazy different as far as, yes, Brian Johnson is the offensive coordinator, but we've talked about it a lot. Like if there's more of an impact or a change in what you're going to expect, I think it's on the defensive side because you've got a completely new scheme. I mean, it's similar, but it's a new scheme with Desai, whereas Brian Johnson is going to be different. But, Nick Siriani is very involved in the offense there. It is the same similar types of schemes probably because Brian Johnson has been in the room for so long, so not as many differences. But I do think, to your point there, I mean, there is rust. Not to say that Jalen and the rest of the offense didn't get in some plays with those joint practices, with the open practice, but it's just different. It's not actually, the real football, even like some preseason action that you might get. So I think you could shake that off. Maybe if the first quarter it's a 0-0, 3-0 type of game, and then you might get some scoring there too. But again, the weather plays a factor too. So I do think it's going to be a lower scoring game just in general.
Should be a lower scoring game. This Eagle defensive line is going to be under the microscope today. We mentioned it a little bit earlier if you're just joining us. Both starting guards for the England Patriots are out. Riley Reif is also out at the right tackle spot. So 3 brand new offensive linemen for New England week 1. Never a good recipe, even for a young quarterback in Mac Jones. Now, they run the football well. They're going to give a lot of balls to Ramondre Stevenson. Zeke Elliott historically is very good against Philadelphia. At the same time, though, this feels like a day in the rain you're seeing on your screen as Jalen Hurts runs out on the football field, where Philadelphia should be able to dominate up front. It starts with guys like Jordan Davis. Jalen Carter is going to get more than 4 snaps like he did the entire preseason. How much will Fletcher Cox play mixed in there with Milton Williams? It's going to be fascinating to me to see what they're going to go ahead and be able to do, as we got you guys some video there pregame before we kick off in just a couple of minutes. Let's go to some questions here. Davey says, "Damn, I'm nervous." Are you nervous this afternoon, Josh? You feeling good? Where are you at in terms of the nerve level?
I mean, yeah, so I posted a poll here, and 56% is saying that we're going to win by 8. Well, I put it 8 to 10 plus points. So
Okay.
the vast majority doesn't appear to be concerned, but I'm not going to lie. I'm probably more so with Davey there. Like I'm nervous and concerned because of the line and where it's at. And I'd be curious to know your thoughts too, but it's 3.5. And
Yeah.
yes, I know, yes, home field advantage usually counts for about 3 points. That's kind of how you slate that in. But I mean, I don't care. Like it's 3.5 point favorite for the NFC champs who, by all accounts or most accounts, you could argue got better, reloaded a roster, more weapons on offense and on defense. You have some coordinator issues possibly, but then you're talking about a team that has 3 starters on the offensive line out, yet the line is 3.5. So to me, Vegas usually knows, sometimes they miss it, but that alone has me a little concerned to say, the weather, crazy things happen, special teams questions. All of a sudden we could be looking at it and be like, wow, this is a nail biter. Like we did not expect it. So I'm thinking it's a lower scoring, close game. And there's a little nerves. We should definitely win. I'm not saying that we're the better team for sure.
Yeah.
But we know crazy things happen, especially in week 1. We already saw it from the Bucks beating the Vikings. We saw it from the Browns, even though I think the Browns will be better than what they were last year, but still just absolutely annihilating the Bengals. So it could happen. It's not impossible. I'm a little concerned.
X3 says raining hard, yet you see that on the screen as Hurts runs out onto the football field in this looping video we have. He says he doubts there'll be a lot of throwing. You think back to the big rainy game that Philadelphia played last season. There was basically only one. It was the Jacksonville Jaguar game all the way back in Week 6. And sure, they ran the football well, but Jalen Hurts still passed it, and they still threw the ball plenty of times. And so I'm not necessarily worried about the throwing game, but hopefully the rain calms down, as we talked about a little bit earlier, towards the second half of this game. And you can kind of see this Eagle offense open things up a little bit more, at least when the rain stops. Zoror Collusion says, I'm not worried about Week 1. All those Patriots starters being injured, their line being injured is going to allow our defensive line to feast. We're winning this easily.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. Some Black Knight, he says, or Ninja, give us your score prediction. I said 27-17, I think, on Saturday. And so obviously, I think it's going to be a, maybe close game early on, but not necessarily a blowout like a lot of Eagle fans are kind of hoping. Let's go to a couple super chats here, getting in on our DeAndre Swift mini helmet giveaway. This is what we're going to do during the third quarter of this game. And you see it there, Ryan Daughtry, 2 entries. Love the content this year. Keep up the good work, guys. We appreciate that. As we are about to kick this one off, let's get one more here. I will do play-by-play the first quarter. Josh, the second. We'll swap back and forth. Let me know when you got Ryan down. And then I'll go ahead and throw up one more, as Paul Brown has also done a $2 entry into this, as Philadelphia has received the football, or will be receiving the football here shortly. The Patriots will kick it off, and we're about to get underway for the first game of the Eagles season. And so off goes that, on goes this screen, and we are about to get underway as the Eagles are going to have this football. Here we go. All right, very exciting.
We're here. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it. We're actually here.
We made it.
Let's make sure you and I are synced up. I just had the kickoff. Literally just kicked it off. And it's going to go out the back of the end zone, and so out will come Philadelphia's offense and Jalen Hurts. Where are you at here? I'm seeing Hurts run onto the field.
Let me see if I can refresh it. Mine is significantly behind that, but
let's make sure you're caught up here. All right, out comes Jalen Hurts, all white uniforms. Here we go. This is going to be fun.
All right, let's see. Okay, I've got Jalen in the huddle.
Yep, still in the huddle, and they just broke the huddle.
Okay, mine are just now breaking the huddle. So I may be like 4-ish seconds behind you.
I pause a little bit here. Hurts will come out in the gun. He's got a running back to his left. It's Gainwell. The receivers are stacked now. First play of the Eagles season. Hurts will take the snap. He's going to throw. Looks left, throws. That's caught. Gainwell out of the backfield across the 30. He gets 5 yards and is double-teamed backwards. He'll still get about 5. Count it 6. Be second down and 4. So you're wondering who your first running back is of the day. It's Kenny Gainwell.
There it is, and it's a pass to the running back on the very first play. I don't know if it's a statement or anything, but obviously first play of the season is very much planned out. So that's like, hey, we're gonna go ahead and give it a look.
Watkins, Smith, and A.J. Brown, your 3 starting receivers, still in the football here. Boy, it looks wet out there. Jalen back in the cut on second down and 4. Gainwell still the running back. Hurts will take the snap. It goes through his feet, and he's going to fall for it on the ground. That's going to be a loss of multiple yardage, but there is a flag.
There's a flag. Okay.
I don't know what this is.
Oh, man.
If it was a false start, they would have blown it dead. Let's see if they were encroaching the neutral zone. It was. Offsides on New England. Good news there for Philadelphia.
Ooh, okay.
Neutral zone infraction, so Philadelphia have an automatic first down. There was Kelsey's first bad snap on snap 2 of the season.
Well, at least it's on a penalty. We'll say that. But there you go. We're talking about the weather and potential concerns. I mean, Kelsey knows what he's doing. It could have been just some technique, but I'm saying there's something there with the slip.
They're showing the replay. I mean, it hits Hurts in the hands. It was just a little bit, a
little
low, but not super low. Thankfully, though, it avoids some serious issues there, as the Patriots were the most penalized team in the league last year from a Patriot standpoint since 2014. Here we go. 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. Hurts will be in the pistol. You got 2 tight ends out there, and Stoll and Goedert. Here's your first run. This is going to be a big Gainwell run up the left side. He's got way more than 10 across the 50.
Go, baby.
There's 15. All right. All right.
Let's go.
All you Kenny Gainwell lovers out there who brought him on your fantasy team, like myself, if you start in today, it's a good start.
You've already surpassed the 2 points of projection there on the reception and then the run.
How about Cam Jurgens pulling there and creating that hole? That was a massive hole for Gainwell on the left side. Another first down for Philadelphia.
That's what you have to do. I mean, I feel like this is the recipe for success, especially on a day like we said with the weather the way it is. Got to run the football.
All right, across the Patriot 50, Hurts is going to throw on a play action, dumps it across the middle. Guess who? Gainwell again, and he falls forward for a gain of about 8. And all 3 first plays for Philadelphia have been Gainwell pass, Gainwell run, and Gainwell pass yet again. We have yet to see DeAndre Swift, and they're going to keep Gainwell out there for a 2nd down and 2.
All right, making a statement. I mean, people wondering who's the RB1. This is not even just like that Gainwell's on the field, but it is let's make sure to get him involved.
Very much involved here. No passes to anyone but Kenny Gainwell so far. Here's a 2nd down and 2, and they're keeping this 3-receiver set. Quez Watkins in the slot as the play clock slowly winds down from the Patriot 41. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Hurts takes the snap. He's going to give it to Gainwell, really delayed, and he's going to break 1 tackle and then fall forward and get maybe a yard. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and have 3rd down and 1. You got a quarterback sneak up your sleeve here, Josh, first of the season?
I mean, you might as well. You might as well show Shane Steichen how to run it. They didn't have too much
figure it out
with
earlier.
Richardson doing it, but yeah, I'd say why not? This is what you're. Even though it doesn't look like they're lining up for it.
They're not. Shotgun with 3 receivers. This will be a give to Gainwell. Here right up the middle. He's got the 1st down. There's a good gain of 5 as Cam Jurgens had an extra push there at the end, and Philadelphia is driving on their opening possession of the 2023 season, and it's starting with that big offensive line up front.
I love it. You got to love it.
All right, looks like they're going to go hurry up here. 1st down and 10 from the New England 35, below 12 minutes to go here. Got some one-on-one opportunities at the bottom there. Hurts is going to play fake, look right, throw. There's your first non-play by Gainwell. It's a cop by Watkins, and he's going to have enough, I think, for a 1st down. Hurts so far, he started 2 for 2.
Looks great, in rhythm, has some time. Besides the fumbled snap that was thankfully called back because of the penalty, I mean, he's looking so far so good.
Really solid. Looks like they are going to go ahead and give him the 1st down. And so now they're going to... No, they're not. Sorry. They only got 8 yards on that one. This is another give to Gainwell. He's up the middle and another 1st down for Philadelphia. They're inching closer to the red zone. They're about 2 yards short from the 22. This is quite the opening drive as Gainwell trots off the field. Here comes DeAndre Swift for the first time.
Here we go. Agent Zero. I mean, this is great. You just spell with the next back. I mean, the depth is crazy.
Let's see what they're going to do here. Looks like you have Swift lined up to the left of Jalen Hurts in the gun. 11 minutes to go on the opening drive. 4 Kenny Gainwell rushes for 26 yards so far. This will be a keeper by Jalen Hurts on the right side. That went nowhere. He fell down. Maybe a loss of a yard.
Golly, yeah, they definitely saw that one coming from a long ways away.
Probably the worst play so far of this opening drive for Philadelphia. Officially a loss of 1, be 2nd down and 11.
I've got a replay on right now, but just to make sure, once it comes back, let me know when where your play clock's at. Yeah, just
Yep. I might still be a little bit ahead of you. They just brought me back 14, 13, 12, 11, 10.
Okay. I'm
9,
about 5
8.
seconds behind, it looks like.
All right, I'm pausing for a second. All right, there you go. 7, 6, Watkins in motion. Here we go. 2nd down and 11. 2 seconds to go in the play clock. Takes the snap. Here comes a 4-man rush. Clean pocket. Hurts now going to step to his left. Still rolling to his left. And now he's going to chuck it out of bounds. That'll be incomplete. So back-to-back negative plays for Philadelphia. Or at least no positive yardage there. It'll be 3rd down and long.
There you go. 3rd and 11.
29 on the play clock.
Not really anywhere to go. It is pouring. I mean, like it's bad. It was raining. It looks like it is miserable right now.
It's really bad right now. All right, 3rd down and 11. 10 minutes to go here. Opening drive of the game as the rain pours down at Gillette Stadium. Tom Brady Day, and he was shown in the stands, or at least a little bit higher in the box, and he's covered in a rain jacket. What can they do on 3rd and 11? Here comes a blitz. Takes a snap. Hurts is going to keep it. This is a design quarterback run. Makes 1-man miss. Down to the 10. Across the 10 and out of bounds. There you go. All right.
That is Jalen right there.
If you're wondering if they weren't going to run him after giving him a massive contract, so far they've run him twice. This one good for 12 on 3rd down and 11. Maybe a little bit more. Another Eagles 1st down. Nice run there.
What a run.
And they're going to go hurry
up
again.
The designed run, too.
And the Patriots aren't lined up. They're going to burn a timeout. Wow. Well, you're running on this opening drive. How does Hurts look? Is there rust? Who are your running backs? What are you going to do with the rain? How does Brian Johnson's play calling look? Well, your first 15 plays are normally scripted, Josh. As we go to commercial break, looks like it's looking pretty good, huh?
Not so bad. Yeah. There's been a couple. I mean, the scare early on, obviously with the snap, that was a little anxiety shot through the veins there. But I mean, other than the penalty that brought it back, so far so good. And Kenny G being involved, I thought that he would be involved for sure, but a little surprised at how often. So to get in there, but then to spell with Swift, the weapons are just, I mean, as we know, it's incredible, but I loved it. It looks very efficient so far. You can't say there's too much negativity about the offensive drive. And we wondered, because of the rust and not really playing a whole lot, especially with the weather, but here we go.
First down and goal. They're going to put it at the 9-yard line. Gainwell back in. He's been the feature back so far on this drive, except for a couple of DeAndre Swift entries. He's not recorded a carry yet. As Hurts will be in the gun, 2 receiver to the far side, Smith at the bottom. All right, here we go. This has been the formation the Eagles have had a lot of success from. Here's a run. Kenny Gainwell right side. He tried to run behind Kelsey and looked like Juergens, and he gets about 1.5 yards. He's second down and goal. All right, shout out to David Tereni, who's up in Connecticut. He said it's going to clear up by the second half. So raining very hard so far early, but it's going to clear up a little bit later. All right, second and goal. Hurts takes the snap. This is going to be another Gainwell run up the middle. He didn't get a lot there either. They're running behind that right side often, trying to, I guess, establish Juergens early here. He got 2 yards there, Josh. Be third down and goal.
It's going to be a long third and goal here, too. You wonder, depending on if you can get a certain amount of yardage, do you go for it? Do you kick it?
Yeah, it looks like it's about 6 yards. I'm waiting for them to take it off of Mac Jones, who's trying to keep his hands dry, warming the football up. Yeah, they're going to put the ball right at the 6-yard line. They're going to go empty here. Boston Scott is your running back, who now motions from the far side of the field to the left of Jalen Hurts. No, now he's going to shut him to the other side. So empty, 5 receivers, third and goal. Hurts keeper potential here. 1 second, takes the snap. Hurts going to get a lot of pressure and fall down for a Matthew Judon sack. That was tough. Yeah.
That was not good.
Horribly blocked on the right side. We got to see what happened here, but Philadelphia's going to have to kick a field goal. That was bad.
It looks like it was either a delayed blitz or it was just no, they just stacked him up and were overwhelmed.
Wow. Unblocked was Matthew Judon. Yeah, that's not going to work. It looked like Johnson and Juergens kind of tried to double team their guy and left Judon. So you get your first look at Aaron Siposs holding today, Josh, and the always reliable Jake Elliott. All right, this one's short.
I wonder about the rainy conditions, but
yeah, let's see how the hold goes. Good hold there. Ball up, and it is good. Philadelphia is on the board, and it is 3-0 Eagles on what was a pretty good opening drive. Come on, we can't really complain about that.
Not too bad. Yeah, we all would obviously love a touchdown, but you can't get them all. It's Patriots defense is tough, but so far, I mean, I think you have to be relatively okay with that drive because it is the first drive. They move the ball pretty well until you get into the red zone there. You didn't turn it over. You hate to see just some guy coming in, especially a guy like Matthew Judon.
Yeah.
But come in unblocked, get the sack, kind of ruin that last play. I don't know if I was a huge fan of run 2 consecutive times Gainwell. I know he's gotten a lot of touches early here, but it's raining, so you can't completely knock it of saying, yeah, maybe let's not throw the ball or put it in the air. But just curious if and when we'll start to see, A.J. Brown or DeVonta Smith, because have they been targeted so far?
No,
I don't know if
none.
They were yet in that
Wes
first
Watkins
drive. So,
was your only receiver who was targeted on that entire drive, looks like. All right, commercial break here as we're below 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. 1 drive, and now we get to see this starting defensive line. The entire starting defense. I'm almost more excited to see the defense play than the offense right now because you feel like if they're going to eat, today's a great day to eat against what is a very, very bad Patriot offensive line, or at least should be a bad Patriot offensive line. So we'll see how that goes. Checking in with people in the comments section. Be sure to hit the thumbs up button. Over 200 people watching. Chef Comfort says we need touchdowns. Blackie Greg says a little iffy about the play calling, but yeah, good drive. Brian Biting checking in. He says, come on, defense, let's turn over incoming. And MK Songbirds hope to see the Eagles D start strong. Yeah, it's going to be, hopefully, the Eagles defense starting strong here as we get going, waiting to come back from commercial.
Yep. I'm looking forward to it. Here we go. I mean, you're going to go up against a team that's without their 3 starting offensive linemen. So if you don't create havoc, it doesn't necessarily have to be immediately, on the first play like we've seen from Jalen Carter in the preseason, but it needs to be frequent. It needs to be often, unless the Patriots just say, hey, we're going to run the football, 60 times this game and just make there's hardly anything there. But either way, I mean, if it's the run defense or the pass defense, you got to create some pressure on Mac Jones.
Boy, you're really seeing the rain on this sideline shot as they're showing the offensive line right now. This is one of those games where you start with one jersey, halftime, you completely change and get into some warm clothes and hope that it goes ahead and slows down a little bit. That way they can start passing the football. And again, the report is the weather should be getting better by maybe halftime. We'll see how long it takes, though.
At least it's not freezing cold. I will say that. It would make it
a good point.
So much worse if it was freezing cold. But yeah, you're going to have no grip. Any guys that are trying to use any extra grip there. It's interesting. DeVonta didn't have any gloves on either.
Sometimes they don't like wearing gloves in the rain. I always find that interesting, but maybe they aren't as sticky as you would think. As Elliott's kicked this one short, it's picked up by the Patriot returner at the 5, and he's going to be tackled by, guess who? It was Nolan Smith across the 23-yard line, along with Keely Ringo, and I think I saw Sidney Brown in there. So all the rookies in on special teams as Mac Jones trots out to the field.
Here we go.
All right, this is going to be a very interesting drive to see who plays where, who plays how much, and what this Eagle defensive front can look like as they're showing us Jim Nantz and Tony Romo right now. So here we go, 7:36 to go. Here's Mac Jones, the Patriots' opening drive. 2 receivers slot to the near side. Reddick in, even with the hurt thumb. Here's a give to Stevenson up the middle, and he's run right into what was Milton Williams, Fletcher Cox, and Jordan Davis all in along that defensive line, Josh.
Great stop. Recognized it almost immediately. Only gain of a yard or so. That's what you're probably going to get a lot of today, quite honestly.
Yeah, that's obviously their run-stopping package, and it was used very well there for only a gain of 2, second down and 8. Same defensive front. Derek Barnett is in as one of the pass rushers. They're going to go empty with Mac Jones. Here comes a pass, Jones. He's going to be flushed out of the pocket, thrown, and then caught. And that is going to be maybe enough by Hunter Henry for a first down. Justin Evans, yes it is, was in coverage there. Hassan Reddick got close on that play, but not close enough.
Yeah, almost. He was just about there, but not in time, and not awful there from the pass from Jones.
Pretty good throw. They're going to go hurry up here, take the snap and turn give. This will be Stevenson off the right side. Although not Stevenson, the other Patriot back. He's tackled by Darius Slay. He gets 7 yards there. And so a nice start to this drive for the New England Patriot offense.
2nd and 3 now. All right, I've got 24. Mine just refreshed for some reason. So 21, 20, 19 on the play clock.
Okay, you're ahead of me then. I'm going to go ahead and try and get mine a little bit further up here. I'm at 18 on the play clock, so you are going to be a little bit ahead of me. Here's a Stevenson. No, they're going to pitch it out left side. That's enough for a first down. Rumbling out of bounds. Yes, that is going to be a first down for the Patriots. And a couple of good, I'd say, play calls there from New England as I'm going to refresh my stream and try and link up with you.
Yeah, pretty big pickup there. First down. Play clock is 18, 17, 16,
yeah, so
15.
I'm at 18, so I'm about a second behind. Mac Jones is going to throw, screen, left side. That's going to be caught, breaks 1 tackle, and then gets wrapped up by Avonte Maddox. That'll be a gain of about 6. And it looks like right now they're going with some quick-hitting plays to try to keep this pass rush at bay. My play clock's at 30, 29, 28, 27 on second down and 4, and the Patriots are going to hurry it up here quickly again. Empty for Mac Jones. Takes the snap. 4-man rush. Pressure coming. Throws. That one's incomplete. Off the hands of their receiver. Looks like Douglas has got some pressure. I couldn't tell who that was, but there was pressure directly in Mac Jones' face from the middle.
Yeah, that was a good play there, kind of forcing him to throw it high.
I wish we get a replay there. They're showing us an Austin Eckler touchdown for the Chargers against the Dolphins, as he has scored immediately, but no replay for who had the pressure there on Mac Jones. Here's a 3rd down and 4. Empty set for Mac Jones. He's been comfortable in that so far in this opening drive inside Eagle territory. 4-man rush. Jones takes a snap. Looks right. Throws right. That's going to be tipped. Intercepted. Darius Slay picked that one off. There he goes to the 40. Across the 50. Across the 40. Missed. He's going to go all the way. All right. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Oh, come
Wow.
on. Heck yeah.
Wow. A pick six for
Pick
Philadelphia.
6, baby.
How about that?
Uh,
Wow, that was a
got
high
too excited.
throw. What'd you do?
Oh my gosh. I got too excited to knock the mic out of the way, but oh my gosh. Heck
Boy.
yeah. And whenever you threw it at first, I was like, oh, that's a little bit high, but then Slay's right there.
Wow.
There he is. Big play Slay. I mean, first game. Are you kidding me?
He had to make 2 people miss. He had a Milton Williams train in front of him. That was just a behind and high throw by Mac Jones there. Zach Cunningham was in coverage in Philadelphia. Boy, what a start to the season defensively. As they are one extra point away, it's up and good. 10-0 Birds. What a start for the Eagles. All right.
Heck yeah. We will take that.
All you Eagle fantasy defense owners like myself feeling pretty good so far today early.
Yep.
All right.
Not too bad.
Wow, what a start by Philadelphia in this one, huh? That was some good stuff.
And you wonder, I mean, he threw it high, but it's slippery, like we said. So, throwing the football like that can happen. Throws it high, the receiver can't catch it, and all of a sudden, there you go, return it for 6. How about that?
All right, so Philadelphia.
Who thought a pick 6 would be the first touchdown score? A pick 6 from Slay.
Let's get some thumbs up for the pick 6 there. We got over 230 people watching. What a very, very good start here, as we got a couple of super chats that we need to go ahead and catch up on. Remember, if any super chat you go ahead and do, you're going to go ahead and get entries into our DeAndre Swift mini helmet we're giving away a little bit earlier. Slashing Santa, give him 2 entries. I missed that one a little bit earlier. He said they're just running the ball down their throat about the Eagles opening drive. We'll make sure we pick that one up and have that one covered. And then I think he threw up another one. So let's go 10 more for Slashing Santa. He says, bench Justin Evans, give us Brown. I've seen enough. A little early there after his one catch in front of Justin Evans that was contested pretty well by the veteran safety. Make sure you got 10 entries more there. So Slashing Santa, the early leader, and a chance to possibly win this mini helmet, as Philadelphia just joining us, a 10-point lead early on. The defense is going to trot right back out there. Now, their defense was giving up a couple of nice plays. The Patriot, obviously, plan of attack was get the ball out quickly, neutralize the pass rush that Bill Belichick said was the best he's seen in a very, very long time at his press conference earlier this year. But to get that opening interception, it's got to feel pretty good for Philadelphia to at least pad the lead a little bit, maybe force the Patriots to throw, and maybe the pass rush can start to kind of eat a little bit earlier.
Yeah. This is the recipe for, I guess, success for us, but disaster for Belichick. Like, you don't want to go down to this team because, as we know, and like you're talking about, the pass rush at some point can say, okay, well, you need to come back. So the time is not on your side. Now, obviously, it's still very early. There's plenty of time. And I'm not going to lie. I mean, to the comment of the Patriots were able to just kind of keep running the football, they were getting chunk plays. So without the turnover, let's come back to reality somewhat. Now, granted, we did just score a defensive touchdown, but as far as just moving the football, they weren't having the most difficult time. I will say that. So there's a little bit of just questions as we continue to go to this game. But so far, hey, not too bad. Like to see it. If we can get a little bit more of a pass rush or force them to be in the throwing situations on a long third down or so, that makes it even better.
That was the first interception in the last 6 home games by Mac Jones, who had an interesting rookie season, let's say that. He had a kind of a weird quarterback battle halfway through the year with Bailey Zappi. That then disappeared. He won the battle. Zappi was cut and then brought back to the Patriots as their backup today, as the Elliott kick will go outside the back of the end zone, and we'll have another defensive possession for Philadelphia. Boy, and it is still raining pretty darn hard there in New England, but you got to like the fact that the Eagle defense was able to capitalize on what was probably a wet, slippery throw by Mac Jones there and jumping out to this early lead. I think the lead is huge here in any NFL game, but especially in the rain where you can't really run the football if you get behind too far. Good look for Philadelphia. Here's Jones' first snap. They're going to fake a screen left, now come back to the right. How Jordan Davis gets it, ball's on the ground, and it looks like the Eagles got it. They did. Zach Cunningham did. Oh, my goodness.
You're kidding me.
Wow.
Let's go.
It was Zeke. Zeke coughed it up.
Zeke coughed it up.
Wow.
And Zach Cunningham. Yes, dude. Zach Cunningham is on it.
How about Jordan Davis running back to the right side of this screen? And it's Zeke with a one-handed catch and then immediately knocked out by big Jordan Davis. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Forced fumble and then Zach Cunningham on it.
Boy, what a start for the Eagle defense. Back-to-back plays, turning it over.
I think Desai saying you're going to feel us. You're going to feel this Philadelphia Eagles defense. We're feeling it right now.
Boy, tough start for Zeke in his very first touch as a Patriot. Not that we care because we all hate Zeke Elliott. 2 takeaways the last 2 snaps for Philadelphia. Big thumbs up for another turnover here as the Eagle offense will have it. 1st down and 10 from the Patriot 26. All right, let's see if they can punch it in the end zone. 3 receivers, A.J. Brown in motion. It's going to be Gainwell in the backfield again. Hurts takes a snap. He's going to give it to Gainwell running up the middle, and he'll fall behind a pulling Lane Johnson for about 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6.
Man, I'm feeling so much better. Obviously, whenever we were opening up, I was like, yeah, there's little concerns, but it doesn't feel too bad at this point. We're feeling in a little bit better at that point. You say it looks like Pork Chop says Zeke dropped his meal. He definitely did that. He had one good carry, and then Jordan Davis said, sorry, this is mine.
2nd down and 5, 4:18 to go, 4:15 all the way down to 14. As we get into a 2nd down and 5. Hurts in the gun. He's been in the gun the entire day. Takes the snap. Here comes some pressure. Looks left, throws left. That's a fall-away catch. And that is going to be A.J. Brown's first catch in front of the rookie Christian Gonzalez. That's good for 12. And if you're wondering when your first receiver, not named Quez Watkins, was going to get a pass thrown his way, there it is. A.J. Brown in the red zone.
There it is. I like Christian Gonzalez as a rookie, but let's be honest. This is A.J. Brown, so he should be able to have a good game against Gonzalez if they try to target that.
Here's a 1st down run to Gainwell up the middle, and it goes kind of the way it's been. Maybe 2, maybe 3 yards. They're really trying to establish that run early. Gainwell has gotten every single rush by a running back so far in this one. He will check out of the game right now. In comes DeAndre Swift, but no carries so far for Agent Zero. All right, let's get a 2nd down and 8 here. As you can imagine, you punch it in, make it 17-0. This game could get blown up really, really quickly. Here we go. 2nd down and 8. 3 minutes to go. From the 10.5-yard line of New England. Hurts takes a snap. 4-man rush. He's going to step up. He's not going to where to go. He's hit and sacked as he walked right into the waiting arms of the Patriot pass rusher. That was wise. He called a coverage sack. There is a flag, but that was holding the ball a little too long by Jalen. Let's see what the flag is. It's in the secondary, so this would kind of be an illegal contact. It's a hold on the defense. All right.
I'll take that.
There you go.
He had nowhere to go, so there's a reason why.
Let's see who was holding. Looks like it was the safety on Goedert with a pull of the jersey, and a pretty obvious one there too. So nowhere to go for Hurts, but for a reason. The sack gets negated, be 1st down and goal as they move the ball closer.
Keep it rolling.
All right, here we go. 2:54, 2:53, 2:52 to go here. 1st and goal from the 6. 2nd trip to the red zone for Philadelphia today. They got 3 points on their opening drive. Hurst takes a snap. Design roll to his right. Looking, throws right. That's going to be caught in the back of the end zone. Is Smith? It is! Touchdown, Philadelphia.
What a throw. What a...
Oh, my goodness.
I thought there's no, it just looked like it was almost uncatchable, but he put it where only DeVonta could come up with it. And hey, there you go. You don't need gloves here in the rain.
Let's see this replay. Make sure he's in. He is for sure. As it is DeVonta Smith, his first receiving touchdown of the year. What a great throw, as Josh just said. And that is for sure a touchdown as we look at the replay. And Philadelphia, not even a quarter in, has blown this game wide open. Wow. How about that? What a start.
Awesome. I mean, yeah, I did not expect this. I mean, I'll be honest. I thought it would be a struggle. I thought there would be kind of some back and forth. We both said we didn't really expect too much scoring, maybe early on with some rust, but wow, okay, Elliott.
Jake Elliott missed
the pass to the right.
The kick after. Okay. 16-0. Nothing can rain on our parade there. How about that? Let's get to another entry into our DeAndre Swift mini helmet giveaway. Again, if you're just joining us, we're going to give away a DeAndre Swift mini helmet at the end or around the end of the 3rd quarter. Slashing Santa, 5 more. Let's eat them up. Hungry dogs run faster. I still want Brown. All right, 5 more entries in there for Slashing Santa, as he is one of many who have entered in for our signed mini helmet giveaway. So What a start here by Philadelphia. Fascinating to see how they've run this offense. It has been the Kenny Gainwell show. And I will pat myself in the back. I drafted Gainwell in one league and Swift in the other. And I feel really good about the Gainwell league right now because he has very clearly been the feature back. He's been subbed out a couple of times for Swift. They have not run DeAndre Swift yet, as they have worked onto A.J. Brown on the left side for a first down, and now DeVonta Smith in Philadelphia with a basically perfect start, all thanks to the Patriots turning the football over, but you capitalize on those turnovers is the big key there, hence why Philadelphia is up so big.
Yep, for sure. They're taking advantage of it, and obviously, again, whenever we talk about early in the game, the way the weather is, turnovers are always the biggest situation. You also mentioned special teams. You're up 16-0. Hopefully it's not anything that costs you come back to regret it. You shouldn't, I think, but still you lose a point there on the point after. But yeah, it usually comes down to a lot of times special teams and turnovers. And the Eagles, thankfully right now, they've been playing great in that area. And obviously the Pats have coughed it up and also either drop pass or overthrow, however you want to call it. But to capitalize and then also get a pick six from Slay to kind of break it open, and then Jordan Davis trailing the play. I mean, in a perfect position, and then just hack at the ball. Zach Cunningham recover. Let's keep going. You're up 16-0. Let the defense pin the ears back even more and say, okay, good luck. You're missing 3 starting offensive linemen.
And the 3 starting offensive linemen, it hasn't been, I would say a hindrance for Mac Jones. He hasn't faced a lot of pressure. It's just the ball was probably slippery, the overthrow that you just mentioned, and then Zeke kind of palms the ball with one hand and then doesn't tuck it in close enough, and it's knocked out. What are you going to do? Over 300 people watching us as we continue to climb here. 116 likes between both shows. If you're watching, go ahead and give the show a thumbs up. We would greatly appreciate that. As also, you should give the show a thumbs up just because the fact that Philadelphia is dominating right now, 16-0, and any sort of worry you might have had of rust early on in this game. The Patriots are rusty. The Philadelphia Eagles, so far, it's not been the case.
No, not at all. I mean, we've had a couple plays where at first it was kind of looking like maybe there's something there, but then penalties on New England has kind of brought that back. So nothing really you could be too upset about, and looking really good even on the defensive side of the ball. We mentioned the question as far as the rushing game, but looking really good.
There's a return by the Patriots, and a really good one. A couple of broken tackles, and then finally run out of bounds by Keely Ringo. That was probably the best Patriot play of the day as they flashed Tom Brady sitting next to Bob Kraft in the Patriot box. So a good return there by New England. Here comes another Mac Jones possession, and this Eagle defense is going to try to get their 3rd turnover and what would be possibly 3rd straight plays. We'll see. It is interesting to see Nolan Smith run down there on kick coverage. He has not played a defensive snap, but the rookies, including Ringo, Nolan Smith is in right now. All right, 1st down and 10.
Let's go.
Mac Jones takes the snap. Turn gives Stevenson. Left side. He's hit by Nakobe Dean for a gain of a yard. Great play there by both Dean and Cunningham. It's amazing how well Cunningham, being slid into this defense in the middle of training camp, has looked not only in preseason games, but so far early today.
Yeah, he's looked really good. I mean, obviously being in there in the position to recover the fumble, but he had some time, but he wasn't there obviously throughout the full training camp, but he's looked really good.
Nolan Smith in coverage there. Here comes Barnett, the left side. Almost intercepted by James Bradbury. Oh, my goodness. Wow. I was busy watching Nolan Smith drop back at outside linebacker, and Derek Barnett almost got a sack on Mac Jones, then Jones almost threw it to James Bradbury.
This defense is flying around.
Wow.
I mean, the playmaking that we wanted to see from Desai, we were definitely getting that early on.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right. It's 3rd down and 9 from the 45-yard line of the Patriots. Let's see what this Eagle front 4 is able to do. Jalen Carter is in a defensive tackle. Jones takes the snap. Here comes some pressure up the middle. Carter's got him. No, he pulled out of it, and now he's in a roll and throw, and that is going to be incomplete. Reed Blankenship on the coverage.
Almost.
Breadman almost had his first sack there. Boy, he blew up that right guard. Holy cow.
He did.
Wow.
I want to see the replay on this.
There's that rookie left guard in.
See the replay.
Oh, my goodness. Just blows right by him.
He was so close. He almost had it.
Unbelievable.
Reed was closer to the interception. The first glance, it didn't look like it, but the second glance there on the replay, he almost had that.
All right, Patriots will punt from the 45-yard line. I'm seeing Sidney Brown and Nolan Smith in there as well on punt coverage here. So they're going to try to go get after this one and maybe get a block. Let's see what happens. 11 seconds to go on the play clock. Now down to 9. Here's the snap. Here comes some pressure. They did get the punt off. It's nice and smooth. It's going to be to the right side. There's Covey, who was activated with the practice squad, running out of bounds at about the 17-yard line. And back out will come Jalen Hurts in this offense on what has been a nearly perfect opening drive or opening quarter by Philadelphia. The pick six by Darius Slay, a really good opening drive by the Eagles anyway, kicking a field goal, and then the touchdown pass from Jalen Hurts to DeVonta Smith. This has been really an A-plus day so far for the Philadelphia Eagles.
No doubt. No doubt. The questions or concerns or, hey, is there going to be a little bit of rust or anything? So far, so good. So, to not jinx it, to make sure, we can close this thing out. There's tons of time. There's still over 3 quarters. But, I mean, if you're going to try to script something as far as what the first quarter is going to look like, so far, you really couldn't come up with much better. You gave up a sack on the opening drive that kind of stalled or almost took away a touchdown in that sense, but it's looked great and playing really great on all sides of the ball. The special teams gave up a return there, so maybe you could say, is there something from the special teams unit? But again, there's a lot of complimentary football right now.
Checking on some of the games happening right now. Raiders up 7-6 to end one on the Denver Broncos. Russell Wilson does have a touchdown pass in that one. Looks like Javonte Williams getting some carries as well. Dolphins Chargers knotted up. Raheem Mostert capped off a Dolphin drive to tie that game at 7-7 as they end the first quarter. And the Rams have jumped out a little bit early here on the Seattle Seahawks. They're up 7-3 as that first quarter has also ended as the Rams are trying to maybe a little spoiler today in what has been a day so far of quite a few upsets. I mean, you talk about the Browns getting a big win over the Bengals. Joe Burrow less than 100 yards passing as they had rainy conditions up there as well. The Vikings losing at home in an opener to a Bucs team that Philadelphia will see week 3, but shouldn't scare that many people. I mean, today was a day of rusty offenses and low-scoring games, but a couple of upsets as well. Thankfully, so far, Philadelphia has not looked rusty and has not been on the wrong side of an upset in what was a 3.5 to 3-point favorite for Philadelphia.
Yeah, so far so good because, again, like you're mentioning there's some teams that didn't take care of business early, and then all of a sudden you're looking at potential for kind of an upset or a situation where you're in a dogfight, but you come out, you look pretty good on your first couple drives. The defense is playing really well. You just got to keep it up.
David O'Brien says, thank you so much from Sarasota, Florida. If it wasn't for you, I would not be able to get this game. You are welcome, David. That's why we are here. Brian Biting says you guys are really good calling the game. Nice job. We appreciate that as well. 1:49 to go here first quarter as you'll get to see Jalen Hurts and the Eagle offense back out there again. They have a field goal on one drive and a touchdown pass, about a 7-yarder to DeVonta Smith. Let's see what they do on their third overall possession to end this first quarter. Hurts in the gun. It is still Kenny Gainwell to the right of him. They go with 4 receivers. Goddard at the top of the screen. Hurts is going to throw. Sorry, it's DeAndre Swift, his first catch as an Eagle, and he's tackled immediately by, I believe, the linebacker for the Patriots, who gained about a yard.
Yeah, they read that pretty well there, but there you go. You got an Agent Swift or Agent Zero
Finally
with the catch. You got the reception, so we'll see a lot more of those. But either way, you mentioned Gainwell being in there, Swift being in there. There's a definite concerted effort to throw to the running back. Let's just be honest. We've seen that a lot more than we usually have in past seasons.
All right, so 2nd down and 10. Looks like they're going to go Swift again to the left of Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. Takes the snap, play fake. Hurts, 4-man rush. Here comes some pressure. He's going to roll to his left. Still rolling. Now he's going to run out of bounds, and he gets about a half a yard maybe, be 3rd down and long. There have been some decent pressure by the Patriots, who were the 3rd best pass rush sack team in the entire National Football League last year. Philadelphia blew everybody out, 75-plus sacks. Right below them were the 49ers, and then just below them were the Patriots, and so you're seeing the fruits of that labor by a pretty darn good pass rush.
Definitely, yeah. And even as good as we know the Eagles' offensive line are, you're seeing it with the way that the weather concerns are. That's probably played into the fact that the Eagles are having a lot of quick kind of check down or shorter passes to make sure to get the ball out. But here you go, 3rd and 10.
4 to go in the play clock, 3 to go in the play clock. Hurts takes the snap from the shotgun. Gainwell in, all out pressure. Hurts stands in the pocket, cross the middle. That's caught by A.J. Brown. Immediately dropped, and the Eagles are going to have to punt. There's your worst drive of the day so far.
Not too great. I don't know. I don't like a play like that. The Patriots were definitely sending an all-out blitz, but Brown just runs across her over the middle for about 3 yards. So you're never going to get that unless you're past the sticks, but they were in very good coverage position there, and Jalen obviously had to force a throw pretty quick.
Good pressure there by the Patriots as they're going to end the first quarter right now. Philly getting ready to punt. We welcome in a lot of our new viewers here. Darnell Washington, Javon Johnson, Bob Connor. South Florida Clean says, Go Birds from Southwest Florida. We appreciate you guys watching right now. Let's go ahead and get to another DeAndre Swift mini helmet entry. You see slashing Santa. He's going to throw another 5 into the pot. 1-800 unfinished business. Still so far. I mean, it's still early, right? I mean, it's 16-0. Anything can happen, but long way to go. A very quick and a very fun first quarter as we're getting away this signed mini helmet during the third quarter. So be sure to get your entries in between now and then. We're going to spin the wheel during the third quarter and pick somebody at random who has done a super chat in order to possibly win.
Got you down.
All right, let's get that off of the field. So, hey.
One quarter down, 16-0.
Crazy.
I wouldn't have expected it.
I would have either, but you could still make the case that Philadelphia, obviously, and even though the offense has been up and out there that much, with the defense getting the pick six and then the short field, they've still looked, I mean, as good as you can expect for a team that hasn't played in any preseason games, at least from a starter's perspective. Not a lot of rust there, not a great drive on that last drive, a 3-and-out, but still, you get this lead and maybe you kind of pound the run a little bit, maybe we'll open up some play action deep a little bit later.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. You're to this point, there's not a whole lot you could be upset at. You're not going to have every single drive, every single possession go all the way the length of the field. So, it's you don't like to see any 3-and-outs, but as far as what they've played like, not making any just boneheaded decisions or just terrible plays so far, and the defense is so far living up to expectations. The first drive was a little question, you give up some yardage there, but taking the ball away, that's something that I think a lot of us expected, hoped we would see from a Desai defense, because he likes playmakers, like he mentioned throughout the offseason training camp. He said, hey, we're going to impact the quarterback. We're going to impact on all three levels of the game. And I think you've seen that. It's whether it's a pass rush situation or putting guys in zone coverage. And I think that's confused Mac Jones, or at least caused him to throw the ball a little bit high on the interception for the pick six from Slay. So far, so good. I can't be too concerned about really anything, except maybe you say the small sample size of the special teams unit, you gave up a big return and you missed a PAT, but I don't know. Is it Sipos? Is that the scapegoat that we always want to go to? But again, overall, there's not really any concerns.
Well, speaking of Sipos, he is going to get to punt here, which a lot of people in the comment section are reminding us. So we get to see an Aaron Sipos punt from about the Eagle, 20, 23-yard line. So while most people aren't even going to care what their punter does for their football team, all Eagle fans will collectively hold their breath and watch with, I'd say, a lot of intrigue here for what will be the first punt of the Eagles season. Here we go, Sipos.
This is big time.
Here's a clean snap.
And
he kicks this one away, and it is going to go back down to about the 30-yard line and then finally get knocked out of bounds at about still running, and then tiptoes out across the 50. Gosh. So a pretty good punt there, but at the same time, not the greatest kick coverage as Jones gets it back across the Eagle 50.
Yeah, you would have loved a little better kick coverage than that. It didn't seem like the worst punt. I mean, the hang time was pretty good there. It seemed like someone should have been in that vicinity, but then, yeah, to your point, the kick coverage lets him run right down the sideline. So now the Pats will be taking the ball in Eagles territory. Looks like at the Philly 47, I believe.
14:48 to go in the second quarter. Josh, it's all you, baby.
I will take over now. Appreciate it. All right. So 16-0. Eagles lead. Mac Jones in the empty set. He's going to have Zeke in motion to his left. Throw now. It's a running back screen with 3 blockers. He's got plenty of space. Makes a juke, cuts upfield, and he's going to gain about 3 or 4 yards before looks like Bradbury and Blankenship bring him down. That was set up to potentially get a bigger gain. I think that was pretty good coverage there from the Eagles.
Zach Cunningham running over from his linebacker spot, and yet again, kind of being one of those unsung heroes of this Eagle defense who, might not be a household name for the casual Eagle fan who has been following training camp, but by the end of the year, maybe kind of how Kaiser White was, in on a lot of plays and somebody that the Eagle fans recognize as a really good linebacker.
Definitely so. He played so far so good, got the fumble recovery as well. So as Mac Jones now 2nd and 6, 2 running backs, one to his right, hands to Stevenson up the middle, and immediately stonewalled by several defenders.
Nice.
Looks like Josh Sweat was there first, but just about the entire D-line met Stevenson for looks like a 1-yard loss.
He had looked like it was Jordan Davis and Fletcher Cox were your D tackles on that one, and they did Reddick and Sweat. So kind of your normal starting 4 there as they get ready for 3rd and 7.
Here we go, 3rd and 7. Mac Jones back in the shotgun. Kind of been the favorite formation for both teams. Jones takes the snap, 4-man rush, throws to the left side, broken up there, and that was, looks like Maddox in coverage intended for Bourne, and it's going to be incomplete. A 4th and 7 now. They're going to have a decision, probably punt. He was there. They were fighting for it.
Do you punt here if you're New England? It's 4th and 7. Boy, Maddox really had a great break on the ball there. Wow. You'd punt this if you're the Patriots, right? 4th and 7 from the Eagle 45. Down 16? They are.
Yeah, that's the only question. Yeah, I think you had to. Yeah, they are going to punt, but it's 16-0 already, and there's plenty of time. Don't get us wrong, but looks like the Eagles are going to take a timeout, though.
Yeah, they had lined up in their normal defense. They didn't even get into punt return formation, and apparently they didn't like what they saw. Maybe they saw a little tick that the Patriots might have wanted to fake that. I'm not sure, but they called timeout, and that's their first of the half.
Joe Murray. Well, that's probably, it was interesting, yeah, because you're saying they were prepared in case, I guess, for a fake. It would be interesting if you lined up and ran a fake instead of just, hey, let's go for it with a standard offensive formation. But we saw crazy things in the Lions-Chiefs game, so it's not out of the realm of possibilities. Covey now is back there. Looks like more of a regular punt formation.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a normal punt here by Barringer.
Barringer takes the snap, gets the punt away, and Covey's going to call fair catch at about the 8-yard line. So it will bring up the Eagles offense with 13:22 left on the clock.
What Covey does best is wave his hand above his head for a fair catch and not drop it. It's kind of his thing. I mean, come on. It's about it.
He's Mr. Reliable, I suppose. I mean, you can at least count on him as far as, hey, he's just going to get the fair catch. But as far as, more of the explosive options or, usually whenever I see it, it's not an immediate like, oh, hey, there could get big play here. It's just, all right, well, where's the punt going to go to? And we'll have it about where he catches it. I know he's had some returns. Don't get me wrong. It's probably knocking him too much. But I don't know. It just seems like consistent. You kind of know what to expect, but it's not like that game breaker, like someone that you're going to expect from that side.
Welcome in a couple of people. Indigenous Nerd says Michael Clay needs to go. Special teams look horrible. MK Songbird said they might have only had 10 players in the field for that 4th down play. Maybe. And Jomer says, this is the feel-out phase. I promise you by the 3rd quarter will be a blowout. Well, I mean, hey, if this is the feel-out phase.
Hope so.
This is a pretty good start, I would say, right? 16-0. A pretty good start. Let's jump to a super chat here really quickly, getting in on a DeAndre Swift DeAndre Swift helmet giveaway signed by him. RJ dropping a 50 burger. He says, go Birds. RJ, we give a big go Birds back. We appreciate that.
Go Birds.
50 entries into our signed helmet giveaway. That's happening during the 3rd quarter of this game today. Rob, hey, give yourself some pretty good chances. $50 is 50 entries in there. So we appreciate it. And a big go Birds. Good start. Good start.
Heck yeah.
Let's see what this offense does. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I was interested to see what the offense does coming out, but I was just taken back or just thinking through, obviously, with the previous defensive possession there, whenever Jalen Carter almost had the sack. I mean, I was super excited for him to, officially record it. Obviously, it's only a matter of time, but again, you see the level of strength and athleticism and kind of the reason that I went with the whole bread man shirt today, because I felt, if he's going to get a sack, probably going to be today if you're missing 3 starting offensive linemen, but plenty of time. And like was mentioned here in the comments, I mean, if this is the fill-out phase and the blowout comes soon-ish, or however you want to say it, then it's really feels like to me only a matter of time. You're going to start racking up the sacks.
All right. They have to go pretty far here. This is probably a, 80-something yard drive? Let's see. Yeah,
they'll be at the 8-yard line, so it'd be a 92-yard drive. We can go all the way down the field. But be in favor of that, though, as Gainwell is still in the game. I guess he's back in the game. Swift had been in previously, but he's gotten most of the action as Hurts takes the snap, a handoff to Gainwell, right side, has a block and tripped up. Looks like Stoll, I believe, was the one blocking, and he'd gotten pushed down, so tripped up for a gain of 1. Brings up 2nd and 9.
Yeah, he's kind of rolled up over him. They had that one good Gainwell run early for about 12, and it's been tough sledding up the middle so far, I'd say.
Yeah, not too many holes besides that one run, like you mentioned. It's been covered pretty well from the Patriots. So now it's 2nd and 9. Hurts is in the shotgun. He's got Gainwell to his it looks like Swift rotated in. Swift to his right. He's going to take the snap, 4-man rush. He's got a little time, now forced out to the right side of the pocket, running in the end zone, a little scary, and he's going to throw it out of bounds. Okay, it's incomplete, 3rd and 9. I never like to see a quarterback running in their own end zone, so I'll just say that. But fortunately, just incomplete, brings up 3rd and 9.
That was Judon, who already has a sack earlier in this game. Back-to-back possessions, though, where the Eagle offense hasn't gotten a first down. A chance to go 3 and out here if you're the Patriot defense. It's still pouring rain, by the way. Those of you guys are wondering, it's still raining pretty hard up there at Gillette.
Oh yeah, as they show Brady in the suite. It's supposed to be less rain after halftime, is what we're hearing and seeing in the comment section. So hopefully that's the case. But 3rd and 9, Jalen takes the snap, little low, gets it to Smith. Wide receiver screen. Oh, it's just eaten up. Judon with the tackle, 1-yard gain, and that'll bring up 4th and 8. Surely punting here, that really had nowhere. I mean, it was thrown over to the right side, and almost immediately it was read completely well. But 3 or 4 Patriots were easily there in the area.
Give a shout out to my fiance. That is her least favorite play in all of football. She thinks it is the dumbest play.
Is it? Okay.
And that it never works. And honestly, she's right most of the time. But now you get an Aaron Sipos punt from his own end zone, which is very exciting.
Yep. Here you go, 4th and 7 in his end zone, and some issues had been of hurrying up as he takes the snap, gets it away, and it's a booming high kick, and it's fielded and tackled immediately. Sidney Brown lays a hit on whoever the New England returner was, but he was there like a missile.
Okay. Well, hey, he's not going to play a lot of safety today, maybe not any, but what a hit there by Sidney Brown as they take us to commercial break. Yeah. Gotta like that, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. What a hit on Jones. He said, hey, you're going to, what did Sidney Brown say over the one of the training camp sound bites was, if you're going to carry the ball or something like that, you're going to feel it. I'm coming for you. So he definitely felt it there. And I will say, I mean, that was a fairly solid punt there. Sipos getting some hang time. That's what you want to see. Give the kick coverage a chance to go over there and get it. So I'm not too upset about that. That was all right.
Quick check-in on our signed DeAndre Swift mini helmet giveaway. Slashing Santa, he didn't like that 50 bomb that was dropped by RJ. He's going to match it with $49.99 and 50 entries. He said, don't try me, buddy. So we got a little battle here going on. And just because you donate the most doesn't mean you're going to win. It's a random thing. You do a $1 super chat, one entry could still win it. We randomly spin a wheel. But still, if you want to up your odds, Slashing Santa's got some pretty good ones there. Appreciate the 50 entries in for our mini helmet giveaway. We're giving that away during the 3rd quarter. So make sure you get your chats in now, and be sure to go ahead and tune in. A couple of comments here. Rob Townsend starting at safety with Reed. It's been Justin Evans so far. I mean, they mixed Edmonds in a little bit, what I've seen, but it's been Justin Evans. Extreme said hard to pass deep with rain or even intermediate. That's true. As BMAX says, he hates these short garbage checkdowns. I mean, we do too, but right? I mean, come on. It's raining pretty heavily so far, so what are you going to do?
Yeah, you see those plays every often. My wife's least favorite play is you get a first down, and then very quickly afterwards they do a hurry up to running back draw for like nothing. 1 yard. You hurried up, you didn't get anything out of it. It's like, wow, now it's 2nd and 9, didn't do anything.
I love when it's a big run by a running back, and then they immediately give it back to him when he's probably already exhausted and he can't run as fast and gets 1 yard. So stupid. Yeah. Quick check here. Raiders Broncos 10-6. Dolphins 10-7 over the Chargers, and the Seahawks have scored off a Geno Smith passing touchdown 10-7 midway through the 2nd quarter. They're checking in on these 4 afternoon games that are taking place.
Here we go.
All right, still 16-0.
Pretty good start so far.
Rob Townsend says they're showing the giant orb in Vegas right now.
I was going to say, showing the orb. That is just a very unusual looking thing.
Crazy.
It's kind of cool, but it's very weird. All right, 11:49 in the 2nd quarter as Mac Jones takes a snap, pitch to the left to Elliott, and that's going to be torn up there by Derek Barnett, the first one in action along with Jordan Davis. So a loss of 2, and that Eagles defense read that immediately.
Hey, Derek Barnett, for as much as everyone hates him, he is getting a lot of playing time. He is very clearly the next rotational guy behind Josh Sweat. He's been on at least half of these snaps so far.
Yeah, definitely getting quite a bit, as you mentioned. As the Patriots are going to hurry up here. So 2nd and 11, Mac Jones takes the snap, the shotgun, throws it over the middle, and it's complete for a gain of about 6 or 7 to Bourne. Reed Blankenship on the tackle. So it'll be about a 3rd and 5, I believe.
Continuing to not let Mac Jones sit back there in the pocket, even though it was a clean pocket that time, but the respect for these Eagle pass rushers is very evident, or at least early so far in this game.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien clearly drawing up the game plan to not let them have too much time on the pass rush. 3rd and 5 now. Mac Jones in the shotgun takes a snap, pressure around the edge for BG, not able to get to him, throws to the right side and dropped by who? Juju Smith-Schuster. A drop.
Guess
it was
who?
a first down, and he drops it.
His knee didn't explode though, so I guess it's somewhat of a win.
Yep. It was a little bit of a low throw. We'll give him that, but it was clearly in both hands. So he should have caught that. There was no doubt that he should have caught that. But it's a drop, and they're gonna have to punt.
Eager to see the TikTok reaction from Juju on that one a little bit later on. Slay was in coverage, by the way. People wondering if that was Bradbury. Slay was in coverage on that one.
That's a good point. Yes, we should definitely point that out. As Behringer now is out to punt. Back at his 45, and he will kick it away. A high kick. Covey will field it and return. Cuts up the left side, jukes a defender, breaks one tackle, still on his feet, and finally brought down a gain of about 5 or so on the return. Made a lot more moves than just getting 5 yards. I'll say that. He made a couple guys miss, but now they will have the ball. Looks like about, 15 or so.
This offense needs to get a drive going. You know, they opened up hot, especially on that opening drive, got into the red zone, kicked a field goal, then had pick 6. They didn't get to even possess the ball that scoring drive. And then they came back with a short field following the Zeke fumble and a nice touchdown pass to DeVonta Smith. Since then, back-to-back 3-and-outs. They've not gotten a first down, and they haven't really established the run that well. They haven't really given DeAndre Swift a chance to run the ball either. Every time Swift has been in there, it's been a pass, right? Have we seen a DeAndre Swift carry so far in this game? I don't think we have.
I don't think that we have either. I was trying to think if he had gotten one or not, but I think it's been all Kenny G.
So far, yeah.
Just looked at the box score. Yeah, just all Kenny G. 9 carries for 37 yards.
Okay. All right. What an interesting game so far, though. What a very, very interesting game on both sides of this, right? Philadelphia, couple of nice drives, but the offense isn't dominating yet, I would say. Defense has gotten, I would say, fortunate. I mean, you could make the argument the defense is playing well, and they are. There's nothing against them, but it was a bad throw by Mac Jones and a nice tip drill by the Eagles for the Slay pick 6, and then Zeke Elliott not holding the ball tightly across his chest to cause that next turnover. If you're Bill Belichick, you got to be feeling insane here. I mean, this game should be, 3-0 at best if you're the Patriots, and yet here we are 16-0, and in a rain-filled game where you can't throw that much, it's like, okay, not a great start.
Yeah, it really should be. Yeah, it should definitely be a close game. I mean, I'd say worst case scenario, if you're Belichick, you're thinking it should be more like 6-0. If the Eagles just kind of barely got into field goal range again and kicked another one, so 6-0. But the pick 6, some miscues. Kind of surprised that Zeke went immediately back in there. Sometimes you see that you're very quickly in the Belichick doghouse and you're done. But, I think Belichick realizes they're without enough starters already. They need him out there.
Appreciate the almost 400 people watching with us on both channels right now. Almost 155 likes. Sure to give the show a thumbs up. We get a bunch of thumbs up right now in the commercial break. We would greatly appreciate that. As, the game's been flying by, too, by the way. I mean, this has been a very, very quick opening half as we're, halfway through the second quarter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is moving pretty quickly. As we got Josh Mendoza making the comment, got to get Goedert involved. He is kind of the only one, if you think about it, in terms of the main offensive weapons that we haven't really gotten anything. So maybe we'll see that here. Maybe that's the recipe to get a first down. It's 1st and 10. Jalen Hurts in the shotgun from the 14. He'll take the snap, feel a little pressure, roll out to the right side, buying some time, and he will now throw it out of bounds. So incomplete, brings up 2nd and 10.
Boy, Keon White had some pressure there. There's been some pressure on the Lane Johnson side. He avoids the sack here, but this is some some consistent pressure by this Eagle front offensive line, and they haven't given Jalen Hurts a lot of time, and he had a couple of open receivers there. Quez across the middle, looks like A.J. Brown on a little stop route on the right side. Offensive line maybe didn't play at all in the first preseason games. Maybe a little bit of rust in this second quarter against New England.
A little bit. He definitely did have him, to your point. Yeah, they showed there on the replay. So it's 2nd and 10, though. Now it looks like he's got Boston Scott on the right, Jalen in shotgun. 1 second on the play clock, hands it out. No, fake handoff. Now take it to the right. Jalen Hurts is going to slide down now at the line of scrimmage. So no gain. The Pats had kind of read that very well, with Judon about to lay a hit if Jalen decided to do anything other than just slide. So he's going to fight another day and breaks up 3rd and 10.
Rookie Jalen Hurts might have lowered his shoulder there to try and get a couple yards. $172 million Jalen Hurts slides, though. Gains nothing. But, again, here comes a 3rd down and long. A 3rd straight 3-and-out potential.
Mm-hmm. As the Eagles are 1 for 3 on 3rd down conversions today of 8 or more yards. So 3rd and 10, Jalen in the shotgun, Scott to his left. It's a handoff, and Scott's brought down almost immediately going up the hole by Bentley, and couldn't see the other New England. But I don't know. I mean, there's a flag on the play. We'll see what that is. I don't understand the play call, to be honest, but otherwise you're going to punt.
Looks like they're motioning that it's going to be on Philadelphia. Yeah, how much of this illegal formation is not going to matter?
Yep.
Okay. See, how much of the play calling is it rain, and how much of the play calling is New England's defense? This was, again, a zero coverage pressure. I mean, they brought everybody on this, at least through both A-gaps. It's man coverage across the board, and Philly simply hands it off and tries to run behind Cam Jurgens again.
I don't understand that. Sipos now is going to punt it away, and a good snap, and gets it up. Looks like plenty of hang time there, and it hit again. Oh my gosh, who's that? Who was that? Job. Josh Job delivers a hit on Jones.
Wow.
And it's still going to be Patriots ball, but he fumbled it out of bounds. So Jones now has taken 2 massive shots, one from Sidney Brown, one from Job. And at this point, he should probably just fair catch everything for the rest of the game. That's a good point. You're calling that there. But yeah, Sipos, that's a good point. Hang time, getting the Gunners down there to make a play. Not too upset, to be honest.
Offense a little slow. Okay, here is the rust. I'm going to say it. You know, it's a perfect start. You get a lot of help. But right now, you can make the argument the offense has been a little bit stagnant so far, and they're lucky that they're ahead so far. That way it's not like a one-score game where it could change on a dime.
Very, yes. Because otherwise you're sitting here like we were talking about earlier, 1-possession game for sure. I mean, maybe up 3, 6 probably, possibly at most. But fortunately, you are up 16-0 thanks to the defense and some turnovers and creating the scoring play from the pick 6 from Slay. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, it's not been terribly inefficient, I suppose, from Jalen. I mean, you could say he's 8 for 10, so it's not a bad completion percentage, but it's just 40 yards. But the offense, yeah, besides the kind of the opening march down the field, get stopped by the sack, and then the quick shortened field from the turnover, they haven't done anything. It's been 3 consecutive 3-and-outs.
I'll try and check back in here on the radar and see what the rain is doing while we're still sitting on a commercial break. Looks like
and here we go. We gotta go to a super chat here. Actually, we've got a Rob J super chat. Let's go Eagles!
Gracious.
Oh my good Rob, I'm your Huckleberry.
What is Rob doing? 200 entries into the signed mini helmet giveaway.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. I'm your Huckleberry. Let's go Eagles. All right, let's go Eagles. Rob, you're crushing it right now, though. Jeez.
Heck yeah.
How does Slashing Santa respond there? Jeez, good call it on that one. I missed that one.
That one just came through. And by the way, too, I got to give a lot of credit to the comment. I'm your Huckleberry. And that Tombstone, that is one of the greats. So, Rob, you were, needless to say, this probably goes without saying, but you are for sure the front runner now for this giveaway.
Front runner, but not a guarantee, as it is randomly drawn. We'll do that in the third quarter for the signed mini helmet. Got to like that, though. All right, well, they're coming back from commercial, Josh. Defense back out again. No sacks by the Eagle defense yet, by the way. Oh, by the way, the team with the most sacks in the league so far, Jonathan Gannon's Cardinals. They lead the league in sacks through, what, a game and a quarter.
Yeah, are we buying that? I don't know. Mac Jones, though, taking the handoff or giving the handoff there. It looks like Stevenson, I believe, up the middle for a 3-yard gain. So 2nd and 7 as the Patriots now have the ball at the 32 of New England.
Farza is saying how to enter. You just got to drop a super chat, and your dollar amount is your entry number. We give you as many entries as the dollars that you do. So 200 was just given there by Rob. But 5 will get you 5 entries. It's that simple. And it's randomly drawn based on the amount of entries you have. So you have a chance no matter what.
So we've got Jalen Carter and Milton Williams there as the interior D lineman on this play. So 2nd and 7. Mac Jones empty set, throws to the right side, a wide receiver screen. It's caught, looks like by Bourne, I believe, and wrapped up almost immediately at the line of scrimmage. And that was Nakobe Dean as well as Justin Evans there. Some really good coverage on that side.
Justin Evans getting a lot of playing time right now. I did see Terrell Edmonds in on punt coverage. I think your most snaps have been from the safety spot alongside Blankenship, Justin Evans. How about that? Who would have thought that at the beginning of the offseason, I would say?
I think he was probably towards the very bottom, if the bottom, but he's in there. He was announced as the starter before the game. So 3rd and 6, though, now. Empty set. Mac Jones in the shotgun formation. Takes the snap. Has a little bit of time. Now some pressure by Jalen Carter. Forced that to the left. Throws to the left side. Complete for a first down. Wrapped up by Dean for a gain of about 8 or 9. I couldn't tell who that was, actually. Yeah, Gesicki.
That's Gesicki. Mike Gesicki. Ex-Dolphin. Yep. Not a lot of pressure there.
There's a little pressure there.
I mean, you had Carter up the middle, but easy to step aside by Mac Jones and Dean in coverage, but not close enough.
Not as much as you would hope for missing 3 starting offensive linemen. We'll just say that. So Mac Jones, they're going to go with a hurry up, takes the snap in the shotgun again, taking a big shot down the right side of the field. Slay in coverage on Bourne and knocks it away. Almost had the pick. He was very close there. Looked like he was almost making a play for a pick, but incomplete. Really good coverage from Slay, who obviously had the pick 6 earlier. And for anybody who wants to say a slower step, he had to make up some range there. He was a little bit beat for a second, but able to easily close the gap. And look at that. He almost picked it.
Boy, you just copied what Romo said in terms of making up a little bit of coverage there. That hit Darius Slay right in that face mask. He should have picked that off and had 2 on the day.
I thought he had it for a second. Mac Jones take the snap. A lot of pressure, but it's a running back screen. Wrapped up immediately. Zach Cunningham recognizes instantly. Incredible coverage there. BG got a lot of pressure, but kind of naturally, as is a running back screen setup. But Zach Cunningham all over it. And it brings up 3rd and 10.
Quickly throw in Farza with a $10 super chat in here saying, "Fly Eagles fly." Farza getting in on our mini helmet giveaway during the 3rd quarter. Slide that in during the third down and 10 coming up.
Down. As they're showing Sean Desai on the sidelines here. Let's see what he has schemed up on 3rd and 10. Mac Jones in the shotgun. Takes the snap. Feeling a little pressure over the middle. Complete. Plenty of room for Juju Smith-Schuster as he's able to pick up about 14 or so. Wow. First down wrapped up by Blankenship. And it looks like Blankenship maybe dinged up a little. He stayed down. I can't tell. They've got us showing the replay now.
Boy, this is a really, really late blitz. I mean, they sent Nakobe Dean on a blitz about 10 yards away, and now it is, Blankenship he's still hurt.
Hopefully it's nothing serious, but yeah, he's got the helmet off. He's going to come off. It looks like he might have.
I think it
might be one of those injuries where, either the wind or potentially where Juju's foot ended up on that tackle. Hopefully it's nothing major, but that's what it looks like.
Let's see what the replay is. We got to remember Sidney Brown is the Eagle backup behind Blankenship. Now, that's him falling on the edge of the cleat and either hurting a rib or he got the wind knocked out of him. Yeah, they're checking rib right now. He's going to be out for at least a play. And Sidney Brown, it's Edmonds checks in.
As it's first down, a big completion. Mac Jones to Douglas over the right side. Maddox in coverage. That was about, it's hard to tell as we're coming back, but 20-ish yards or so. Plenty of time in the pocket. Steps up, delivers a good ball. And they will be close, if not in red zone territory now.
Let's be honest here. The Eagle pass rush has been non-existent. Hassan Reddick dealing with that injured thumb. You haven't seen him. I mean, they have not been getting any sort of pressure.
No, nothing like what we would have hoped or expected, that's for sure. So Jones takes the snap, empty set again. Now there's a little pressure, but has enough time, completes over the middle for another first down.
Jeez.
That time to Montgomery. Zach Cunningham in coverage, but just kind of the same old. It's this empty set look that the Patriots are going to. Plenty of options for Jones, and the O-line, it's crazy, it's shocking, but they're giving him enough time, and he's able to throw it away.
Blankenship just checked back in. So out comes Edmonds, in comes Blankenship. So he's okay on first down and goal.
All right, that's good news. Yeah, first and goal from the 9. Handoff to Stevenson up the middle, immediately hit and dropped by Milton Williams. Good play there from number 93, and it'll be second and goal from about the 9.
Jalen Carter's playing a lot this game. He's been in there almost this entire drive. You're wondering how many snaps he would get in this rotation at defensive tackle. He's getting a lot.
Yeah, definitely making an impact. There's not a whole lot, like we mentioned, pressure from the Eagles D-line, but if you're saying anyone, so far I'd say Jalen Carter's probably created the most pressures out of anybody. He's off the field now, though. It looks like Fletcher Cox and Jordan Davis on the interior. Mac Jones in shotgun formation. Stevenson to his right, takes the snap, pressure from Hassan, gets it away to left side, has a man, touchdown. Hunter Henry over Reed Blankenship for the score. That was a good pass, but man, there was pressure. Reddick had him on the outside. He stepped up into the pocket though and able to deliver pretty good pass for the score.
This was a really good drive by New England, and he's working one-on-one on Blankenship. It's like an out and an up route there. And Mac Jones did get hit as soon as he let it go. This was a perfect throw by Mac Jones, and we're about to have a 6-point ball game here. Or sorry, a 9-point ball game if I could do math. Man, that was a crazy good drive. That did not look good.
That was a very good throw from Mac Jones. There was pressure. He hadn't faced a whole lot of pressure as the pat is up and good. That was hard to say there, but that is good. So 9-point game. That was Mac Jones has not faced a lot of pressure, like we said, but that one he did. He had to take a shot. He stood in there. He delivered what I say it was a perfect ball. We didn't really get a great instant replay of it there, but I mean, Reed wasn't in terrible position. He forced him to throw it over the top. He wasn't looked like turned around to make a play. Now they're finally going to show the replay. So yeah, he turned around just a little late.
Crazy
how that was a good ball.
2 receivers in the same area as Bradbury was chasing. I think it was Juju. It was. And yet neither of them could get to the football. Let's go to a super chat here really quickly while we go to commercial break. Again, DeAndre Swift signed mini helmet being given away in the third quarter. Tony Cadillac, 5 entries here. Thank you, Thomas and Josh, for the play-by-play. Shout out from Hawaii. Unable to watch the game due to the regional games. We hate the regional games. That's why we're here. If you don't get it locally, then definitely this is the place to be. We appreciate almost 350 of you guys watching for us right now. Tony, have fun up there in the Aloha State. And if you want to do any entries anywhere, drop super chats on either one of our shows right now for a chance to get in on this signed helmet giveaway. Okay.
Got you down.
All right. Well, that was a 7-play, 67-yard drive. That took a big chunk of the second quarter away as they're going to get the ball back with about 4:34 to go here. After 3 straight 3-and-outs, they've not gotten a first down in what feels like ages so far for Philadelphia.
No, it has been a long time. It's definitely it has felt like forever. So they're going to get the ball at the 25-yard line since the kickoff was booted out of the end zone. And I mean, you kind of need an answer at this point. Like you mentioned, it's been a little while since you've had a first down, but a score like that from the Patriots, who looked pretty effortless. There was a couple of chances, but pretty effortless drive. You really want to see something.
Look at that. Punt,
first and
punt.
10.
Last 3 drives. Here we go.
3 punts. First and 10 at the 25. Jalen Hurts, a fake handoff to Gainwell to the right side, picks up about 3 before he slides down there. So a 2nd and 7.
Hurdled over a man there. But, yeah, I mean, they had one big run by Hurts in the early first quarter and one big run by Gainwell for about 12. That's been it. They've had nothing going with these interior read options and zone reads.
Mm-hmm. 2nd and 7. Hurts in shotgun. Gainwell to his left. 14 on the play clock. Looks like he might be adjusting something. Goes up to the line. Back in shotgun. Now takes the snap. Fake handoff to Gainwell. Pressure coming. Has some time. Throws over the middle. A strike to A.J. Brown. Complete. And it's a first down. Looks like a gain of about 15 or so.
Nice.
But there is a flag on the field.
It's in the area of holding. It's a hold.
Yep.
I think they got stole. They're looking at a replay right now. We're almost saying cut block.
Oh, it is. Yep, it's a chop block. Chop block on Dickerson.
You can't go low on somebody who's already being blocked by another player, and I think that's what they called it here. It's not on Dickerson, it's on Stoll. They called it wrong, and they're showing Stoll
Okay.
comes to swing around and then tripped
Oh,
and
gosh.
fell
Yeah.
into the knees of the defensive tackle. And of course, you're trying to protect players' knees there, so it makes sense, but it wasn't on purpose. He trips on Kelsey's leg and then slides. Thankfully, misses Landon Dickerson, but hits the Patriot player, and it's a 15-yard penalty and second down and 21. Drive killer.
That's very unfortunate because Tech obviously not trying to do it, but 2nd and 21, hopefully he can make something up. Hurts will take the snap in the shotgun, fire over to the right side, complete for Brown for a gain of about 6 or 7 before he's corralled out of bounds by Christian Gonzalez. So going to bring up a 3rd and 13 or so.
I know it's raining, but it has been a quiet day so far for these receivers. 1 catch for Quez Watkins, 1 for DeVonta Smith. It was for the touchdown following the fumble by Zeke. Couple of passes here and there to A.J. Brown. Wild that Dallas Goedert does not have a target yet. And fantasy is one thing, but just in general, you would think that they'd try to focus in on the tight end, who's one of the best pass catchers in the league. Chance for another 3 and out for New England's defense on 3rd and 14.
Yep. 3rd and 14, empty set for Hurts in the gun. Going to take the snap. 5 rushers forced to get off to Swift, who drops it over the middle. Incomplete.
Jeez.
Hurts again facing some pressure though. I mean, it was 5 rushers, but didn't have a whole lot of time. Throws over to Swift. It's hard to tell if he had some space if he had been able to catch it, but not sure if he would have been able to get the full 14 yards for the first down. But a drop from Swift.
It's a bad
brings
drop
up
too.
Another punt.
Really bad drop. Hit him right in the chest. I don't think he makes that. I think he gets tackled by the Patriot linebacker. But
yeah,
you're right about the pressure. I mean, Hurts
straight 3 and outs.
Hurts got hit at the end there. As Sipos almost
gets it. Oh my gosh!
He
okay, he does get the punt away, and now it's a fair catch from Jones. So
good punt.
The Pats will have the ball at the 26. It was a good punt, really good punt. I want to see that. That was hard to tell from the angle they gave us because they were showing right behind the punter, but it almost looked like the Pats had a guy get through super quick, and Sipos considered just pulling it down and running because he wasn't going to be able to get it off.
Well, there's a flag, and the question is, did he run past the line of scrimmage and then punt it? Yeah, that's what it was. Yep.
There's no way. So they'll replay it. They'll replay 4th down. There's no way that was, designed as far as Sipos going to take it and run or anything. I mean, you're so far on your territory. I think they still haven't shown from what we can see. We may be delayed or behind from some people. They're going to show it now. Okay. It's hard to tell from that angle. Did he slip? Maybe he started to drop it and he had to.
Yeah, it's hard
to go again. I can't tell.
Oh, he's going to punt again. We've had a lot of Aaron Sipos, much to the chagrin of most Eagle fans. Punt from his 1.
All right. Able to get it away pretty well there. And this one is going to be fair caught at the 37.
That's almost a 60-yard punt.
New England. So
it's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah,
what do you do with this offense? Josh, is this rust? Is this rain? What do we think? Because Daniel Lennox just said the offense looks terrible. I mean, what do you think? It's not look good.
No, it hasn't. I think it's a combination. I feel like this is, hey, you've got some weapons, but some different weapons maybe you're trying to utilize, but it's probably, to me, a Brian Johnson. You had the preseason, but this is actually a regular season game now and just filling it out. But you need some sort of change, and Goedert does need to get involved. Now the Patriots, though, have the ball. Mac Jones in the empty set, throws over to the right side, complete to Montgomery, who was run out of bounds at about the line of scrimmage. So no gain there. I actually missed who ran him out of bounds, but 2nd and 10.
Let's keep an eye on Sean Desai play calling here. That was a super delayed safety blitz by Reed Blankenship that was never going to get close. Multiple times that they brought pressure, they're delayed and from way behind the line of scrimmage, and it's not even being effective.
Yeah, because Belichick's not going to give him enough time, especially with the O-line. So 2nd and 12 now. It was a loss of 2 on the last play. And we are at the 2-minute warning.
2-minute warning. Wow. What a weird game. Weird game.
It really is. Especially for it to be, and people are saying this kind of in the comments, I think we'll be all right. It's a little concerning, though, with the offense. I mean, you've had 4 straight 3 and outs, and the defense is the one that's carrying you, which is maybe a little bit more surprising if you had to pick and choose which area of the team is going to be having more success early on. You might have figured it'd be okay. Hey, the offense is going to be able to do well, but there's a little rust. There's time. They should be. I think they'll be fine. But it is interesting as far as what the offense either has been able to do or tried to do. But with the exception of the go down most of the length of the field in the opening drive, it has definitely struggled. There's not been much success at all.
Eagles are going to be kicking it off to start the third quarter, and so you would figure right now is when you really are going to need to kind of get the ball back and try and at least have a shot here, right? I mean, come on, you want to score before halftime. This game can really flip if the Patriots with the ball right now, are able to drive down and score. This could be a 2-point game at halftime, whereas an hour ago, couple of minutes into this game, we were saying, this is 16-0. This is a blowout. I mean, the offense was moving the ball in their opening drive. They then had a short field and scored with DeVonta Smith, and yet now it's not looking good. It's just not. It has not been smooth sailing on what is the first game of the year, a game where you don't panic, you don't freak out. It is what it is, but it's been a little rough.
Yep, it definitely has. And I'm surprised. I mean, you mentioned it earlier too, as far as just like Desai and sending the blitz, and some of them are delayed blitzes, or you're just kind of having a guy that's sent from either the secondary or the linebacker position. But that to me is one of the most surprising, just because we probably, any of us could have expected or anticipated this. When you're losing offensive linemen, you're probably not going to have your quarterback have 5-step drops or just take some time in the pocket. You're going to try to get the ball out quick. So none of those blitzes have been effective. And if anything, it's just freeing up a guy in space because you're sending him right as the receiver's kind of cutting across the middle. And we see several dump offs so far from Mac Jones that's led to, 15, 20-yard gains in those areas.
Checking out some of the other scores here quickly. Broncos have scored again. 2 touchdown passes from Russell Wilson. They're up 13-10. Dolphins, Chargers, Tyreek Hill over 100 yards receiving. They're down 14-10 to the Chargers. And the Seahawks have scored again. They're up 13-7.
All right, here we go. Coming out of the 2-minute warning, Mac Jones throws over the middle, complete for a first down. Hunter Henry again, right over the middle. He had just a little bit of time. He's not taking much more than, a second or two before he's delivering it. So there's not a whole lot of pressure being generated to the point of the Eagles D-line. But, yeah, they're just not taking much time as far as just getting it out. So the game plan so far, outside of the turnovers, the game plan moving the football has worked pretty well for the Patriots.
Mac Jones, 7 for his last 7.
Mac Jones now 1:27 on the clock in the shotgun. Stevens to his left takes the snap. Blitz by Reed Blankenship. Picked up over the middle again. Almost the same play, same result. Hunter Henry over the middle, tackled by Evans. 12-yard gain. It's a first down. That was almost identical. A little bit more time to develop, but kind of the same from the last play.
Who's supposed to be covering him? You would assume that's supposed to be a zone by by Evans and Dean. No one was within 5 yards of the running tight end, and now the Eagles have jumped off sides.
Yep.
Jeez.
Your 5-yard penalty on looks like Sweat, I believe, was the first one. Yeah, it's hard to tell though on that last play. I mean, both straight plays just throw it right over the middle to Henry, but it looked like they were in zone, and either Dean just let him slip behind, or Evans was supposed to come up and he didn't. But I mean, you hate to see gains like that, obviously, in any situation, but when it's almost the exact same play, that's the most concerning to me.
Again, Philadelphia unable to get any sort of pressure, especially in this second quarter.
So now it's 1st and 5, 1:02 left in the half as Mac Jones is out there in shotgun formation. He's got Stevenson to his left. Looks like Jalen Carter and Fletcher Cox are in the interior. We got Josh Sweat and Hassan Reddick on the outside. 4-man rush. Jones takes the snap, little pressure, runs up the middle. Plenty of space. He's going to run. Picks up about 10 yards or so before he slides down. Another first down.
Jeez.
52 seconds on the clock, time ticking. Patriots have 2 timeouts, so should be okay, but they're going to hurry up in shotgun formation again as Mac Jones not in a super big hurry here. 40 seconds left on the clock. He's got Stevenson to his left, finally takes the snap, 4-man rush. Hassan Reddick over the right side, forced a little pressure, throws to the right side, though, and complete to Juju Smith-Schuster, who's able to get out of bounds for a 6-yard gain. So 30 seconds on the clock, a 2nd and 4, and Reddick almost had the sack.
the Eagles are just playing a really soft zone right now, something that we really started to hate Jonathan Gannon for doing the majority of these closer games this past season, and they're getting shredded. I mean, there is no player within 3 to 5 yards of these Eagle receivers, and it's been that way the past 2 Patriot drives, and this drive's been just marching right down the field inside the red zone.
Yeah, for sure. Not looking great so far on this drive, but Mac Jones now in the shotgun takes a snap, 4-man rush again, has plenty of time over the middle, a strike, and it's a touchdown. That is Bourne, who had James Bradbury in coverage. He found the seam. He was right over the middle, looked like a post to Bourne, and that's a devastating score. We were talking about it earlier, but the Patriots will get the ball at the start of the second half, but I mean, just march down the field. It is play after play, and it's almost like they found a weakness now as they're showing Justin Evans, who I don't know if he was supposed to be the man coming over in coverage, but it's three completions on that drive where Evans was the close safety in that position. So I don't know if they found something as a whole, but Hunter Henry had a couple completions, and then Bourne beat Bradbury there for the touchdown.
Bradbury got cooked. That was Bradbury not playing well in coverage.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And the pad is good. So it's a 2-point game just like that. 16-0 to now 16-14.
This is not an offense that should be carving up this defense on paper. This is not something that should be happening as it is currently. Let's just call it what it is. The Eagles have looked bad. Mad Titan says the Eagles look horrible. They have looked bad for 90% of this game. Besides the, of course, free gifts that were given to them, rough. I mean, this should be 14-3. If you take away those turnovers, this is 14-3, and Philly is looking way worse. Mac Jones has hit his last 10 for 10 for 107 yards, 2 touchdowns. Wow.
That should not happen.
Wow.
That should not happen. And I know it's early. I know we've talked about this on, our live shows on Wednesdays and covering over the training camp and what's the defense going to look like and everything else. But we know what the schedule is for the Eagles, right? So the fact that Mac Jones is coming out here going 10 for 10 streak, there's a lot better quarterbacks. Let's be honest. There's a lot better quarterbacks. There's a lot better offenses on this schedule. So that's not the best and most comforting. Again, I realize it's the first game, so we shouldn't overreact. There's things that can happen and tune up some other stuff. But you hate to see it. To your point, I mean, this should be a game that is, not the expectations would have been that the offense plays a little better, but we had 4 straight 3-and-outs. So now you're sitting here 16-14, 25 seconds left. I mean, the Eagles have 2 timeouts, so I'd assume they're not going to just, go out here, run a few plays and get into half. They're going to try to get 3 points if you can, but not in a great position compared to, what we were, just 10 minutes of game clock wise ago.
It's been double the amount of yardage so far for the Patriot offense versus the Eagle offense, and you'd expect to see a couple of runs here and then go to halftime.
Yep, Gainwell handoff up the middle. He's going to gain about 3 or 4 and brought down.
That's it.
With 18 on the clock, and that is probably going to be it. There's not going to be a hurry up. No timeouts on either side. So a 16-14 half. And despite leading right now by 2, I mean, I would say disappointing halftime. I mean, disappointing first half.
Yeah, that's a pretty fair assumption. It doesn't feel like we're leading by 2 points. Wow. Doesn't feel like it at all. The Patriot fans are pumped as they rightfully should be, and they're also going to get to cheer on Tom Brady here for the Tom Brady halftime remembrance or whatever they're going to do. It's oof, man. All right. The rain has died down. Let's give people at least a look currently at where we're at in the weather report. As if you've been watching on YouTube TV, checking it over here, we appreciate that. This is what it looks like as we look at the weather. Obviously, up there in Boston, it is still shifting up and to the right. And so the guess is if it's still raining after halftime, it's going to really start to die down as you get to closer to 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock. But that's not an excuse, right? There are 2 football teams playing in this weather. It's not just the Eagles who are having to deal with the rain coming down. The offense, it's not been good. I mean, it's honestly been pretty darn bad. And as you go to the box score, we'll throw that up on your screen as well, there hasn't been anything. I mean, Philadelphia has not been able to move this ball, albeit for a couple of short yardage or short field situations. But this has been rough. This has been really rough to watch.
Yep, not good. This is. I felt like, again, before the game, I thought this was going to be a situation where it's there's a chance or potential for it to be a close game. But again, the thought was like, okay, weather's going to play a factor, and it probably has to a certain extent. But at the same time, it's not like we're just seeing both teams struggle on offense. There's been some turnovers by the Patriots, but like what you're sharing there, I mean, the Patriots have been able to just march down the field, and I mean, just look at the roster. Like, who is Mac Jones throwing to? Plus, you add on to the fact that he has 3 starting offensive linemen now. That's just very concerning, I'll say. And I mean, if anything, now you know what? It's time for adjustments. And the one big knock that we had on Gannon was the lack of adjustments. The fact that it was going to be, hey, here's the same thing that we're running out there. So possibly, hopefully, the thing that we can take from it is saying, all right, here's the second half. Let's see what Desai does. Are there in-game adjustments that happen? We can hope so, because we didn't really see that previously. But yeah, just because you're leading by 2, this is going to get very dangerous very quickly. If you can't start getting offense to play a little bit better, but then also you got to shut down Mac Jones and this other team, because if you're not able to get stops like we've been talking about, if you can't get stops against this group, again, it's very early in the season. There's plenty of time, but you have to be able to do something. This is not the most high-powered offense that we're going up against. There's lots of guys they're missing, and even when they have their full strength, that's not the strength of their team, is their offense.
Mac Jones, 17 of 24, 142 yards, 2 touchdowns. The costly pick early, that's the difference in this game right now. Eagle rush defense, they've been very, very good, but Hunter Henry and these tight ends for the England Patriots have been carving up the Eagles. Hurts is 9 of 13, 47 yards and a touchdown. A lot of pressure. He hasn't had much of a clean pocket. They've not run the ball well since that opening possession where they went down and kicked a field goal. It's been tough sledding so far for Philadelphia. Let's get to a super chat here quickly, as we are still giving away the DeAndre Swift signed mini helmet in the third quarter. So 5 entries from Josh H. He says, on the bright side, special teams is not looking too bad. True. He had a mixed extra point by Jake Elliott, but Aaron Sipos, he's punted a lot, and he's not looked bad. I mean, the net average will be over 50 yards at least so far, and so if you're worried about Sipos being the only issue for Philadelphia, your worries might have gone to the wrong place. You're more concerned about the offense, the defense right now, Josh. That's the question, because both have looked bad and both are struggling.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Man, I don't know. I feel like the offense can turn it around. I'd say if I had to pick one, I'm probably a little bit more concerned with the defense, because turnovers are great, and that's fantastic. The plays that Slay made, and the forced fumble by Jordan Davis, the recovery by Zach Cunningham early. But outside of that, if we're just talking about stopping the Patriots being able to move the football down the field, we really haven't seen it. I mean, we're not seeing a whole lot of, hey, let's get them into a long third down situation. Let's force them off the field. The only way pretty much has been with turnovers, and that there's plenty of drives, there's plenty of opportunities, but the fact that you can't get enough pressure on Mac Jones, and I understand, hey, the whole game plan appears to be, let's do quick 2-3 step drops and get the ball out of Mac Jones' hands. But okay, you've seen that. Let's make some adjustments now. But I'm a little bit concerned, because we need to see something. The delayed blitzes, like you were mentioning earlier, or like sending a guy from the secondary, there's not enough time for that guy to get there. That's only creating an opening. And it seems like Belichick and the offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien, is saying, hey, you know what? Let's look at it. Once we identify there's going to be a blitz coming, let's throw it right to where that guy's coming from, because they've had several openings over the middle to Hunter Henry and Bourne on the touchdown where he beat James Bradbury.
It's just amazing, the lack of pressure. I mean, the last time we saw the Eagles on a football field, they got no pressure on Patrick Mahomes in the biggest game of the season. And it was like, okay, well, the field position was, or the field condition was, played a factor in that. And Philadelphia is going to have one of the best pass rushes in the National Football League. I don't even know if they have a quarterback hit, a true quarterback hit in this game yet. Like, they've had a couple of touches of Mac Jones, but are they actual quarterback hits is the question here. It's been ugly. It has not been a clean game so far by either side of the Eagles' fronts, where you would think that they would be. I mean, the thought process was that Philadelphia would come out here and they were going to have the best offensive line and the best defensive line, and that was going to be the difference really in this football game. Well, so far, it's still early, and these things can be turned around very quickly. So far, this offensive and defensive line have been pretty darn bad.
Absolutely. They definitely have. I mean, we're seeing it, and the fact that you can't register the pressure, I think maybe there was the one quarterback hit, if you can call it that, perhaps, but it was on the
Maybe.
touchdown throw to Hunter Henry. I mean, so it
Right.
didn't result on anything. But yeah, besides that, there's not been enough pressure, and there's not been enough consistent pressure between like multiple areas. We might see, for example, Jalen Carter has had a few pressures, I would think, or kind of, but there's nowhere else. So it's like, okay, it's easy. Mac Jones can just step up or move to the left, and then he's got plenty of room, whether he decides to run or he's got more time to throw to someone. But yeah, they're not getting enough, and the blitzes aren't working either. So you got to figure something out, because there's not enough time to send those delayed blitzes. You either say, okay, let's just send more right off the front. But the Patriots, I mean, to their credit, and this is not super shocking because we know Belichick and we know what he likes to do, and trying to take game plans out or see what the strength is and say, okay, well, we're not going to give you the opportunity to utilize that strength. But it's a good, healthy balance of screenplays to offset the D linemen. Say, okay, hey, let's maybe get them on their heels a bit because we're going to run a screen action. And yeah, to your point, there's not a whole lot. I mean, that's alarming. This team is great at pass rush, but we're not really able to see it so far.
Can make the argument that starters should have played during the preseason. Somebody just said that. It's actually his name. Somebody said that in the comments section there. We'll talk more about that in a second, though. I want to get to this super chat for the mini helmet giveaway in the third quarter. David Moore, 50 entries. He says, "Fly goes fly. It sends some good vibes to the offense. Turn this second half around. Let's go. I want to see Hurts take control of this team." He needs to. I mean, listen, this has not been a great start by Jalen Hurts. He had one good throw. You can make the argument, one good throw, and that was the touchdown pass to DeVonta Smith. Since then, it's been slow pickings. And sure, you had the chop block, which cut back the A.J. Brown pass, which would have been the longest pass of the game so far. But the Patriots are without Christian Gonzalez. They're missing people all over the offensive line. This should be a game that the Eagles dominate, and they're not doing that so far. Now, the good news is it is still early. I mean, the good news is we still have 2 quarters of football to play. And then we also have, let's just be honest, a lot of football left in the season. So even if Philadelphia continues to struggle today, this might not be the case the entire year. But we have a really, really good chance right now for the Eagle coaching staff to showcase their ability to make big-time adjustments, which, as you mentioned, at least from a defensive perspective, Jonathan Gannon was completely unable to do, right? Completely unable to do most of the time against good quarterbacks. And got to give credit to Bill Belichick, someone we talked about in our live show on Wednesday nights. Hey, if anyone has time to game plan for you that could be a problem, Bill Belichick is definitely one of them.
For sure. Yeah, without question. I mean, that's what his MO is. That's why he's so respected, and you can't count anything out, no matter who's available. And as we're seeing here, you go into a lot of games with other teams or other coaches and say, hey, they're going to be missing a lot of starters or some key starters, and they're not going to be able to make do with it as much. But really, I mean, give the Patriots credit. The turnovers haven't been great for them, but other than that, like, they don't seem to have missed a beat with not having those players available or not having the starters, especially on the O-line. I mean, they've gotten some push. Sure, the rushing attack hasn't been great, but as far as, being able to give Mac Jones enough time and play calls that don't really force him to be in a drop back situation for too long either, he's been able to make do with it. So got to figure out something, whether it's in-game adjustments for both sides. We need Brian Johnson, Sean Desai. I know it's the first regular season action. This is what we're hoping to see as far as making those adjustments at halftime. But they're going to have to do something, because obviously, as the way this has played out in the momentum, 14 unanswered. You go up 16-0, 14 unanswered. The Patriots are going to get the ball, and they clearly have all the momentum. Plus, like we were talking about earlier, it's Tom Brady Day, so they just did a whole celebration. They're showing it now on the TV. The crowd, as if they weren't already all amped up, is going to be through the roof, I'm sure, starting the second half. So maybe the rain dying down helps out a little bit, but you got to figure something out for sure.
Let's go ahead and check on some of the games that have kicked off here into the third quarter. Dolphins just went to the half by kicking a field goal as time expired. Nice play from Tua Tagovailoa to Jalen Waddle to get him into field goal range. Then a pass interference play on what would have been a Hail Mary. Dolphins kicked the field goal. They're up 20-17, a big shootout up there at SoFi Stadium. Rams on the road. They're driving right now on the opening drive of the third quarter, 13-7 though Seattle, as you have no Cooper Kupp in that game. And what I think is a very fascinating game happening right now, if I could find it, is the Raiders-Broncos. Russell Wilson has thrown 2 passing touchdowns. Javonte Williams is starting to get mixed in here on the opening drive of the third quarter. And Denver, a team that was terrible last year with a brand new head coach and a whole new system, they are playing well against the Jimmy Garoppolo-led Raiders as the final of the other 3 games happening right now.
That is a little bit surprising too. Some of the scores, again, and what we're alluding to even in the Eagles game, but you're talking about it there, is looking at the scores across the league. I mean, there's some surprises. We saw it earlier in games, in teams either hang around, they make an impact. You have some rust, injury, whatever. There's all sorts of crazy things that happen in week one, and really any week. I mean, it's the NFL, so let's be honest. It's hard to win. Teams can show up certain days and play well, and not to say that the Patriots aren't a good team and they have good coaches, because they definitely do. But this is just, I think, so far, bringing it back to the Eagles game. I think right now it's just speaking to the coordinators. I mean, put the players in the right positions. The play calling as far as Brian Johnson goes, and then even Sean Desai from the defense. I think we need to see a little bit more, but it's early, so hopefully we can kind of see those adjustments. But yeah, there's kind of some interesting notes across the league too. I'm not sure we would have expected. I mean, definitely with the shootout there, it looks like no issues so far from Herbert, and not having some, I guess, past history or experience with a Fangio defense. But it's early. We could see things from those side, especially even the Eagles here. Hopefully we get that in the second half.
Sure to get the show a thumbs up right now, approaching 200 likes. People watching on both of our channels. Green Wingman says this game had me worried. Belichick knowing, hang on, I lost it. Knowing that he can toy with a rookie offensive coordinator. Hopefully he can make adjustments to get their playmakers involved. El Kabong says timid offense. Brian, get it together. Don, he says $2 super chat baller. That happened earlier. We appreciate that. Can someone tell the Eagle coordinators the rain stopped, can call different plays now? I like John's comment here. Why is Swift not running? At least give him a handoff. It feels like you can at least give him a carry. I know that they like Gainwell, but this was part of the problem with the Eagles this past season. They would get to one running back and they would not share the load. And it wasn't necessarily a hot hand thing either. It was like, okay, we know that Sanders is really great. Why don't you give Gainwell a couple carries? And then they'd give Gainwell a ton of carries. It's like, okay, we'll give the ball back to Sanders. You'd like to see a little bit more balanced passing attack here from an Eagle offense that, again, should be able to run the football a lot better than what they have so far. I know Gainwell's your leading rusher, and I know that he's had one or two of the nicer carries of the day, but he only got 40 yards on 10 carries. It's not like he's breaking it out and going crazy right now. It feels like Philadelphia needs to kind of give up maybe a couple other backs, mainly DeAndre Swift, a couple of carries here as we're getting close to halftime ending.
Yeah, we need to see something else. They got to change up something. So I expect to see it. I expect to see some changes to shake it up, because it wasn't working in the first half, and hopefully we see it. Honestly, from my side, I mean, I'm hopeful that we need it on both, but I'm hopeful that we see some adjustments on the defensive side, because I mentioned earlier, if there's a little bit of a more concern, if I had to pick one side of the ball, to me it's defense. You do need to get the offense in motion, but I think they will. I think there was some rust, some potential expectations we were thinking that might happen. Just took a little bit after the first couple drives, but I think the offense will get that in check. To me, it's the defense. If Desai comes out again in kind of that soft zone we were seeing towards the end of the half, and these delayed blitzes, that just, it spells doom to me, because we've seen what Mac Jones did early on, and it's really not opening up for success on the defensive side. You got to create pressure, and they have to make some adjustments. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but we definitely want to and need to see that.
A couple people saying, where's the tight end, Canik Shep? Where's Goddard? Great question. Where is Dallas Goedert? 0
I'd love to know.
0 catches. He has done nothing, and they haven't thrown his way. It feels like the play design. I mean, I'll be honest. Philadelphia had some of the best play design in the National Football League last year, and while it's early and it's raining and you have all these different excuses, the play calling, I think, is something you need to highlight right now and make a little bit better and find these one-on-one opportunities. There's a lot of pressure coming from this front seven. They're sending a lot of blitzes by New England's defense. That means you have one-on-one opportunities against rookie Christian Gonzalez and second-string cornerback on the other side. Where's DeVonta Smith? He's got 1 or 2 targets this entire game. Where's A.J. Brown? I mean, these guys need to start feasting. The rain has stopped. He's throwing Tom Brady on the sideline in a Patriots uniform right now, which is kind of weird to see, but he is no longer has wet hair. His hair looks nice and dry. And so the rain is over, and as Philadelphia gets ready to kick this one off in the third quarter, now's the time to get a stop, get the ball back, and get back to work.
They're gonna have to. Yep. There's TB12, but you can see the sun shining there. Yeah. Yep. So
it's back.
Weather should not be, hopefully, no issue at this point. So I agree. Let's open it up. Let's get the offense in action. Let's start out with a 3-and-out stop from the defense, hopefully. Maybe get something going there, and then pick up where you left off. You really need to.
Here we come with the kick from Jake Elliott as we are underway in the third quarter. And this one is going to be out the back of the end zone. And so Mac Jones, who hit his last 10 throws for 2 passing touchdowns to end that second quarter, he trots back out there now with a dry field, or at least a no longer raining field, maybe even a better passing opportunity for this Patriot offense. He's hit completions of 15, 23, 11, 9, 13, 13, 7, and 19 for that final touchdown to Bourne against James Bradberry. Let's see what the defense can do here. Maybe they can get some pressure. They need a 3-and-out quick. Here we go. All right, Jones starts off in the gun. Was going to give to Rondre Stevenson. Nice hit in the middle there by Nakobe Dean, and then finished up by Jordan Davis. That's a gain of about 2. That was more like what Philadelphia did those first couple of bad Patriot drives. They got to stop early on the first drive, or the first down, force it into second down, and hopefully third down and long.
That's what you want to see there. Yep. Keeping the defense honest, I think.
Play fake. Here comes some pressure. Mac Jones dumps it across the middle to Stevenson. He's tackled by a combination of, looks like Cunningham and James Bradberry. He didn't get much, maybe 4. So here's your first third down of the third quarter where the Eagles have a chance to get off the field immediately.
The 4-man pressure there, still not a whole lot. I mean, I know it was a very quick drop, and it seems to be what they're going to continue to do, but hopefully you can get a little bit more of something. At least you got a third down here.
19 total second quarter yards for the Eagles, opposed to 137 from the Patriots. Here's a 3rd and 4 from New England 31. Jones in the gun, 4-man pressure, takes the snap, back he goes, looks left. It's going to be a jump ball to the left side, caught. Beautiful pass. He was working on James Bradberry again. Bradberry's had a rough past couple of snaps thrown his way. It's a big first down on 3rd down and long.
Gosh, yep. He was kind of there. I mean, he threw.
Wow.
Mac Jones has played well. I mean, give him some credit. He's putting the ball where he needs to for his receivers to make plays. Bradberry, to your point, I mean, not the best day from him, but
he might not have caught this. He might have had a second foot out of bounds. Oh, they flipped it. They called it incomplete. Okay. All right. So the Eagles, they're bailed out a little bit there. Here comes a punt by New England.
We'll take it.
Wow.
3 now.
They got lucky because that was a very good throw and a wide open receiver. Okay. Philadelphia's only done well by luck so far with turnovers and now that. Here comes a punt. Covey all the way back to his 5-yard line, takes it. He's got room to run, though. Covey to the 10. Covey makes a move across the 20. Makes 2-man miss, spins across the 25. And now is tackled down by the 29-yard line. That might be the best punt return by Britton Covey in his entire Eagle career. He didn't immediately get walloped.
We like to see that. All right. You can, it's a good start. Good start from the defense. They've made some good plays as far as the turnovers, but you like to see that. Maybe build out perhaps if you have a foot out of bounds, but still 3 and out. Good return from Covey, and the offense gets to come back out here.
Boy, you do wonder what was said at halftime by the Eagle offensive both coordinators or by the Eagle, coaching staff, whatever it is. What do you have for this drive? Is there a script? Is there an idea? Do you mix things up? Or do you try to impose your will? I'm fascinated to see if Philadelphia is going to try to say, hey, we are good, and we can do what we have wanted to do from the beginning, and that is pound the football, hit some short receivers, and move the ball in bad weather. But the bad weather being gone, you like to see a shot. They've not completed a deep ball yet. Their longest pass was called back due to a illegal chop block by Jack Stoll, but the pass would have gone for about 15 yards. Now's the chance for Philadelphia to maybe put a drive together and help people out in the comment section and Eagles Nation as a whole to chill out a little bit and build this lead back up to double digits.
That's what I'm wanting to see. I think that's what we're all wanting to see. You need to get something going. You had 4 straight 3 and outs like you were talking about. But, yeah, why not take a shot? I mean, you've got too many good playmakers. Let's get Goedert involved because for some reason, I don't know why he hasn't had anything thrown his way. There wasn't a whole lot of shots or even directions toward any of the receivers. But get Goedert involved. Let's get this offense, a little bit more dynamic because it was too stagnant. There was not enough, obviously, with the 3 and outs not helping anything. But, yeah, let's get some more of the playmakers involved.
Let's see what running back they're going to trot out here for the start of the third quarter. Gainwell has been your feature back. He has 40 yards rushing on 10 carries. You would expect him to be RB1, so we'll see. As my mom has chimed in saying, Covey heard you guys dog him earlier. It's true. Hey, listen, we love when Covey does something, but normally it's just to get walloped for a gain of about 2. So nice to get out of his own 5-yard line for at least a first down from the 27.
I mean, heck, if that's what it takes, I'll start dogging everybody. They want to just show us up. I'm perfectly fine. We need just to light a fire under somebody.
Keep an eye on some of these games that have a little bit earlier into the third quarter. Rams have scored. They're up 14-13. And Denver still up 13-10 over the Raiders. So Philadelphia with the football, their first drive of the second half. Remember, they took that opening drive all the way into the Patriot red zone, kicked a field goal. They looked great on that one. Let's see what they do. Gainwell is your number one running back in right now to the left of Hurts. 5 straight drives, not a first down. They've never done that with Jalen Hurts. They did it in the first half. Here we go. 4 receivers. Goedert in the slot to the right side next to A.J. Brown. Hurts calls for the football. Here's a 4-man rush. Clean pocket. Steps up, fires across the middle. Caught by A.J. Brown across the middle. Spins out of one tackle. He's up to the 45-yard line. There you go. Right on cue. A great start by the Eagle offense. That's the A.J. Brown connection that we come to know and love.
That is what you want to see right there. Yes, finally, push the ball upfield. Let's get a little bit more aggressive. And, hey, maybe it was just wait and see until the rain died down. Patriots were still willing to do it, but here you go. A little hurry up.
Josh called it hurry up, play action. Here comes some pressure. Hurts rolls out of it, smooth to the right, still running. He's going to jump out of bounds. He got about 4, we'll call it 5. And that, again, is what you come to expect from the Eagle offense. A nice 16-yard gain to A.J. Brown across the middle. Then you get another pass play. This time Hurts runs for it, gets a positive gain. It'll be second down and probably a short 6.
There you go. Taking a look. Interested. You still haven't seen any Goedert there, but he faced some pressure, and he's faced it most of the game here. I mean, if we're being honest, he's had a decent amount of pressure, probably more than what we would have considered for the O-line to give up, but able to get 5 yards out of it.
Second down and 5. 12:40 to go, opening drive for Philadelphia, following a 3-and-out by the Patriots. At the Eagle 49, 4 receivers. Goedert to the top of the screen. Hurts takes the snap. 4-man rush, looks right, throws. That's going to be caught by Smitty. He moved backwards. I don't think he's going to get forward progress across the line to gain. He does not. We'll call it maybe a 2.5 to 3 yard gain. It'll be third down and short.
Gosh.
That's Smitty's first touch.
He couldn't keep it, but
since the touchdown, which feels like a millennia ago. All right, what do you do here? Gainwell's in. This is when you would think to bring in a bigger back like a Swift. They decide not to. Third down and 3. Eagles are 2 for 7 on third down so far today.
This is where I would love to have Penny, quite honestly, but obviously he's inactive.
From the 49-yard line of the Patriots. Here comes some pressure. This is going to be a give to Gainwell up the middle. He's hit, but turns forward. He's got the first down. There's the best run of the past quarter and a half by Kenny Gainwell. What a run there.
That was a playoff Kenny on that side right there. And right behind Dickerson, he'd gotten I thought he was going to go down. Like to your point, he had gotten hit and it was going to be almost a loss. Definitely no gain there, but just pushes right on past and then able to follow kind of the blocks and get some other pushes.
That was a gain of 7. Here's a snap by Hurts on the hurry up. Looks right, throws. That's Gainwell out of the backfield. Got to make 2 people miss. He doesn't. Gained up after a gain of, they're going to give him 2. Good play there by the Patriot linebackers, but at least you have a drive here. Philadelphia not going 3 and out for the 6th time in a row. Be second down and 8 as the clock dips below 11:05 to go.
All right, I may be like 3 or 4 seconds behind you, I think.
I'm going to pause and then come back. Make sure we're locked
11, up here. 10:59, 10:58, 10:57,
yeah, you're a little
10:56.
bit further behind than I am. Let me get it back. Second down and 8 for Philadelphia. Hurts in the gun. Play clock at 10. From the New England 40. Takes the snap. Play fake. Swift in. They're going to throw. Hurts across the middle. That's going to be behind Quez, but caught. And Quez will dive out of bounds for a first down. Good block there by A.J. Brown. And again, you see a nice cross-the-middle play. Quez 2 for 2 on both of his targets. Another first down for the Eagles. Another DeAndre Swift non-run there, but still, he checks into the game right now. He'll stay next to Hurts as they go hurry up.
And that was probably the best blocking down from the O-line. Let's just say that. Jalen actually had some time there to throw.
4-man rush. Jalen has plenty of time. He's going to roll to his left. Here comes a late flag. Hurts is going to slide down at about the 34-yard line, but there's a flag in the back of the Eagles backfield. This is going to be a hold on Jordan Mailata.
Yeah.
And that,
again, I was wondering too,
can be a drive killer. 10-yard penalty on first down, and they're going to back this Eagle offense up.
Right after they had a really good block down there. It's Mailata, I was seeing him there, and he had his man stood up, but then you saw kind of the jersey. I mean, it's terrible. At the very end when Jalen starts to run there, and I mean, I guess you're going to call that. To me, I didn't think it was worth it, but
a little weak. Still, Jalen is very much clear of you. You don't have to hook your guy. Let him go.
Yeah.
So a first down and 10 from the 35 becomes a first down and 20 back across the 43 of the Patriots. Here's 4 receivers. Swift to back. Hurts takes a snap. 4-man rush. Clean pocket. Steps up, throws. Deep ball. Left side. This is going for Smitty, and it's broken up. There were 3 Patriots in the area. Not the best decision there by Jalen Hurts. Be second down and long.
Well, there's your shot, at least, I guess. I mean, he had a lot of Patriots in the area, like you were talking about. It's interesting, the routes there, too. I mean, Zacchaeus was right in the area, so his man was able to easily go over. I don't know if it was, hey, just let's have both guys kind of go on streak routes or kind of one run up the seam, but to me, it's like they're both way too close. I don't know if Zacchaeus maybe got something wrong there or that was the play call, but it seems like not because there were way too many paths in the area.
8th play of this opening drive for the Eagles in the third quarter. It's turned over 4 minutes of the clock. Second down and 20 from the Patriot 41. Takes the snap. Hurts in the gun. Looks right. Now he's going to throw back, and that is way out of bounds. That one didn't even have a chance. And now you're going to have third down and 20. And again, what's the route tree here? This looks just like 2 outs on the right side. And you're trying to wonder, maybe Hurts' arm got hit here as he was releasing, and that's exactly what happened.
Yep.
Dangerous play there. Good thing Hurts is going to be okay. Got to avoid those fingers.
I was going to say, seeing something like that immediately makes me think of Brock Purdy in the NFC Championship game. So it looks like he's okay. Nothing injury-wise. Seems like he's fine. He's out there. Didn't look like he's shaking off a shoulder or arm or anything, but 3rd and 20.
3rd and 20. The idea just to get in a field goal range. Here's a turn give to Gainwell. He's going to bounce off one tackle, but he's not going very far. He got maybe 2 yards, and now you have a decision to make here. You're at the 38-yard line. It'll be a 56-yard field goal for Jake Elliott, who's good from there, but I mean, and they're gonna run him out there. This is important. This is important.
Yeah, when you got Jake, though, I mean, we've talked about it. The 50-yard plus are not guarantees, but you know, I think in this instance, yes, you're potentially putting the defense in a bind if he does miss it, but as they're pulling up the stat, he's 19 for 29, 50 plus. I mean, kind of speaks for itself.
Play clock winding down to 4, 3, 2, 1. Do they get the snap off? They do not. Let's see if they burned a timeout, and they did. So very bad special teams by Philadelphia there, as they're going to waste a timeout in a close football game early in the third quarter because they couldn't get the special teams guy in the field fast enough. Terrible.
You just can't do that. I mean, we know that, but good gosh. I mean, you really hope that that's not going to come back to cost you, but it's like you hate to burn it because it's 4th and 17. You're not doing anything besides literally just trying to kick the field goal, but you can't get a team, your group out there to kick it fast enough. I don't know. You'd add insult to injury if he can't make this kick. At least hopefully he's able to make it.
Looks like they had an offensive lineman who was late to run onto the field. That's exactly what was the problem there. So it looks like it was one player that caused the issue. So now they're going to line up for the field goal again. 56 yards from the right hash. Wind is below 5 miles an hour, and there's no rain, so it shouldn't be a factor. Sip-offs to hold. Here's the snap. Clean hold. Elliott gets it up, and it's dead straight. That is going to be good, and that would have been good from 60 plus. Jake Elliott, a huge kick by Philadelphia, and that'll at least extend the lead past a field goal. 19-14 Philadelphia. They go to commercial. Okay, well, it's something, Josh. It's something.
It's something. Even the 3 points kind of feels like a loss there, though, with the timeout. You know, I mean, how many times have we seen that you lose one timeout early in the second half and it comes back to bite you? Hopefully, we're not playing that game and it doesn't really matter, but you don't like to see that.
Yeah.
But at least you got points. You make a good point there. At least you got something out of it.
If you guys are watching on Eli Red channels, make sure you guys go hit that subscribe button. Appreciate all the subscribers who are watching with us tonight. Sure to give the show a thumbs up. Remember, in just a little bit, we're going to be giving away and drawing the winner of the DeAndre Swift signed mini helmet. If you've not dropped the super chat yet, you're not entered. Any super chat you do gets you an entry into a giveaway for a signed DeAndre Swift authentic mini helmet. Going to be doing that a little bit later on during this quarter, so make sure you get your entries in just about right now. Okay, a couple of other updates here. Raiders-Broncos remains very close. 5 to go in the third quarter. 13-10 Denver, as it has been the Russell Wilson, maybe not revival game, but he at least has 2 touchdown passes and hasn't thrown an interception yet. Dolphins-Chargers is going to be the highest scoring one of the game. Hope you took the over. Chargers 24-20 as they just scored. Field goal up, extra point up and good. They're up 4 with 3 to go, or 9 to go in the third quarter. Rams, they're leading the Seahawks, who were heavy favorites in this one, as they have the football and are driving inside the Seattle red zone. 4:55 to go there in the third quarter.
Like I said before, even though the Rams do not have Cooper Kupp, don't sleep on him. McVay and try to surprise some people. Yeah, I don't think that one's going to be an easy game whenever we have to go to LA. And as is the Seahawks, but as we know, divisional rival games too, that always adds a little extra element to it. So not super surprising. They're still hanging in there and actually may be able to go up even more than a score.
At least Jake Elliott is playing well there, but a poor way to end a drive. That would have been a good chance to turn this game around with a touchdown. Truman Burbank says his team should easily put up 35-plus points this game here. They're going to scrape off the rust. Maybe, rust is going to be a question I'm sure somebody's going to go ahead and ask Philadelphia, at least the coaching staff, about. Quick update on the Bears game, too. That's 24-6 as Green Bay is really pulling away at
That's
Soldier
surprising.
Field. Surprise for sure.
I'm not sure that I was ready to just necessarily say, I'm buying all of the Bears hype and Justin Fields being the next Jalen Hurts quite yet. But at the same time, I also wasn't like, hey, the Packers are just going to roll the Bears. I mean, there's still, plenty of time in the game, but didn't expect to see a 24-6.
All right, there's the kick out the back of the end zone. And so back out will come Mac Jones and this Patriot offense that were moving until they had kind of a slight miscue there on the third down and about 4, which was a incomplete pass, resulting in the punt. So Eagle defense has a chance to kind of turn things around right now. It's starting to be time, right? You've been beaten up on this young offensive line, haven't gotten a lot of pressure or a lot of movement. These guys are supposed to be very, very good. Looking at you, Jalen Carter and Nolan and Smith getting a little bit in there, and Fletcher Cox and Jordan Davis. Let's see what they do here on a first down and 10 for New England. Ball at the 25-yard line, 8:48 to go third quarter. Here's a give to Stevenson, trying to bounce off the right side. Sorry, Zeke Elliott. He's going to be tackled by Reed Blankenship, but not before he got about 7 there. As Zeke had the fumble early on, resulted in an Eagle touchdown. Couple of touches since then, but a solid run there on first down.
Yeah, they were able to get the seal on the outside there. There's looks like Cunningham kind of got blocked on the inside, and Zeke had plenty of room to cut outside. Cunningham's had a pretty good game, but he definitely let himself get taken up on that run.
Second down and 3. Play clock at 15. Under center is Mac Jones. He'll take and he'll give to Zeke Elliott running left side. He's hit by Cox, but not before he falls across the first down. And that'll be another first down for this Patriot offense, who so far the past 4 or 5 drives have moved the football very, very well.
Yeah, they have. They continue to do it. I mean, the rushing attack, the passing game, I think it's probably been more surprising, the passing game, and the fact that they're showing the stats here. I mean, Mac Jones has thrown 26 times. It's for 147 yards, but it's that quick drop. Don't allow the D-line to get a lot of pressure. It's worked for him so far.
First down and 10 from the Patriot 36-yard line. Here's a play fake. Here comes some pressure on Mac Jones. He steps up, throws. That's going to be complete in front of 2 Eagle defenders. That's a tag team by Slay and Dean. That's Juju Smith-Schuster for a gain of about 6. It'll be second down and short.
Again, you generate a little bit of pressure, but it's not enough. It's not from another direction. And it allows Mac Jones to step up into the pocket and deliver a strike to Smith-Schuster, which it appears kind of a still soft zone. I mean, these receivers are kind of getting into a spot where Jones is able to find him, and that's second and 4.
Empty set for Mac Jones, who's going to throw across the middle. That's incomplete. He wanted Juju Smith-Schuster, Zach Cunningham in coverage. You're talking about a soft zone. Both cornerbacks, and Slay and Bradbury, on a second down and 4, were about 10 yards off the ball.
And BG just laid a massive hit on Jones there, so that he felt the pressure coming. I think Jones wanted a flag for the hit, but I mean, it's you can't do anything about that. That's full speed. There's not a flag there. That's a good hit, but he felt that. You talk about QB hits, that might have been the first actual legit. I don't know what the stats say, but he felt it.
Big third and 4 from the 43-yard line of the Patriots. Eagles going to bring 4. Back goes Jones. Here comes Reddick. Pressure up the middle. Caught. That's good for a first down. And a whole lot more. Boy, Bourne broke a couple of tackles. Runs away with it. Gets across the Eagle 40. Kendrick Bourne, if you would believe it, has been a problem for the Eagle secondary.
He really has. He's run away from a couple guys, and it's just a kind of a shorter route. It's taken a couple steps. There's a lot of pressure. Jalen Carter again creating some
Right
pressure, getting
there.
to Jones, but he's able to make the catch and then immediately make Maddox miss.
Stevenson on the run on first down. He gets 6. This defense is on their heels and has just been struggling. Struggling against this Patriot offense. You got to get something here. They need to register a sack.
Yeah, you definitely do. They're just kind of not letting them. I mean, from the play calls, they're not putting them in a position where Mac Jones even has to take a deep drop and just wait to throw the ball. It's these quick checkdowns or quick passes.
Quick screen outside to Zeke Elliott. He missed a couple tackles and is tackled a yard short of the first down to the 31 of Philadelphia. Here comes another third down and short. They have not had a third down and long in a very long time.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm curious. I would be curious to know what the distance, the down and distance on third down has been for them, because it feels like just about every single one has been these 3rd and 1, 2, 3. It's nothing of a 3rd and 10 plus.
3rd and 1, offset eyes. It's going to be a fullback dive, and it's really, really easy. That's a gain of 4 as Zeke runs over Christian Ellis, who was in their 4-3 base defensive package, and that is going to be another Patriot first down. Wow, that was easy. That was easy. Christian Ellis is in for Zach Cunningham right now. Unsure why, but he's the linebacker next to Kobe Dean. Here's a Stevenson run. He makes one man miss, and then the Eagles do a good job of bottling him up there. And that was Nakobe Dean and Derek Barnett for a gain of 1. So their best defensive play this entire drive that's churned up over 3 minutes of clock as we dip below 4:50 to go.
Yep, not exactly expected. It is interesting though. You pointed out Christian Ellis in there. I wonder if it's an injury or trying something new. I mean, Cunningham's played fairly well.
Ellis still in there on 2nd down and 9. 4:30 to go here, third quarter. Eagles 5 up, 19-14 on the Patriots. Jones under center, takes the snap. He's going to give Stevenson. He's trying to bounce it up the middle, makes 2 men miss, and almost breaks away from Justin Evans, but another 9-yard gain there. There's a flag, though, and that's in the area of offensive holding, and the Eagles might have caught a break.
Hopefully. Yeah, he did look like he was about to break that one even from Evans. Thankfully, I mean, Evans at least brought him down, but it does look like it'll come back with a hold.
Still waiting on the call here. Patriots are moving backwards, though. The hope is if they take this long, they're not going to pick it up. Yeah, this is taking a long time. Nope, they called the hold. Good. They get Hunter Henry on a hold there. That would have been a first down. Not so, though. Backs him up. It'll be a spot foul, make it 2nd down and long. That's the first penalty of the Patriots all game long. It looked like Hunter Henry grabbed Christian Ellis, and then... Yeah, that's a bad call. I didn't see a hold there.
I mean, I guess you could call it a makeup call from the last drive or 2 drives ago, whenever Mailata had the hold, because that didn't look like much. But yeah, you could be thankful that was called, but I wouldn't have called it.
2nd down and 17. Patriots all the way back to the Eagle 35. Maybe you can get him out of field goal range. You finally get some pressure. Zeke to the right of Mac Jones in the gun. Jones takes the snap. 4-man rush. Not a lot of pressure. Clean pocket. All day. Finally throws. This is going to be a home run ball to the end zone, and it's going to be incomplete. Reed Blankenship in coverage there, and Blankenship wanted a flag. Booty, I believe is how you say his name, was the receiver out there. Good play by the Ghost. 3rd down and long.
Yeah, Blankenship almost had the pick here. I mean, he was probably in better position than the receiver was, actually, but I could see where we might have wanted a little contact, but definitely in really good position. Again, to your point, though, I mean, not much pressure. Barnett finally got through at the very end, which may have caused a little bit of an errant throw, but once again, I mean, that was a little bit of a longer drop, and Mac Jones having plenty of time.
3rd down and 17. Patriots are in field goal range right now. Let's see what they do to kind of help this out. Play clock down to 3, down to 2. Here's the snap. 4-man pressure. Here comes a screen right to Zeke. Makes 1 man miss. He's got a little bit of an entourage in front, but is brought down by Blankenship. Flag at the end. He's about 8 yards short, and this is going to be a hold on New England. Good play by Reed Blankenship.
Yeah, Reed's he's played pretty well, and a good tackle there, especially in space. But he got the hold. You assume they would probably decline it because it's going to be like a 4th and 8, or do you accept it? Do you accept it and push them back? Because it does make a little bit of a longer field goal, but then you run the risk of them actually converting.
They will accept it. So it'll be 3rd down and 27 now because you bump them out of field goal range. Let's hope that doesn't come back to bite Philadelphia. Makes sense, though. And yeah, a pretty obvious hold there by that one of those rookie guards. Blankenship got grabbed and still made the tackle.
He just about got tackled. Almost tackled Blankenship, and then he still made the tackle.
Wow, good play by Reed Blankenship. He's been a bright spot on what's been a pretty lackluster Eagle defense tonight. Okay, 3rd and 21. It'd be a 57-yard field goal if they kicked it right now from the Eagle 39. Let's see what Jones does. Takes the snap. Here comes a screen, little tunnel screen left side. Eagles bottle it up very well. And finally a tackle, and Avonte Maddox broke that one up, and you might be out of field goal range.
I think you might. Yeah, the fact that they didn't get any yardage and then they lost some, that was a really good play recognition. And then also, how about Jordan Davis? I mean, running from the inside all the way to the outside to help clean up with Avonte Maddox. I mean, Maddox was the one who ultimately made the play, but Davis showing the hustle, getting out there.
They will punt, and that is a huge, huge penalty on the rookie guard for New England. That's going to cost them 3 points in what is a 5-point game. Wow, Eagles got lucky. They've gotten very fortunate the past 2 possessions to not give up any points. Here's your punt on 4th and 26. Eagles try to come after it. They don't get close. Covey sending back at his 5-yard line. This one is going to go into the end zone. Will be a touchback. And so, again, pretty fortunate for Philadelphia not to have to give up points there, despite another good offensive possession by Mac Jones.
We will take that one. That was somewhat fortunate, yes, to your point, but you know what? You'll take it in these instances, especially the way the guys have been playing and what we've been dealing with so far. So sometimes with the penalties, we had one of those, but at least no points. It did look like it was going to be an automatic field goal, and then you push them back because of the penalty and then the stop there.
All right, they go to commercial break. Jalen Hurts not over 100 yards passing right now, as it's going to be very interesting to see what this drive is going to look like for Philadelphia, who have struggled. I mean, they have struggled mightily over the course of this game, albeit a couple of decent drives, but it's been slow sledding. We remind you, at the end of the 3rd quarter, we're going to go ahead and spin the wheel for the signed DeAndre Swift mini helmet. If you have not dropped the super chat and want to enter, now is your final chance. I would say any super chat gets you an entry. And the more super chat you drop, then obviously the more entries that you're going to go ahead and get. So make sure, if you want to end on this giveaway, you drop your super chats between now and the end of the 3rd quarter. We're going to draw it as soon as this 3rd quarter wraps up.
Very exciting. Hopefully we can get DeAndre Swift a little more action too. Speaking of the helmet giveaway.
Yeah, talking about 0 carries. I expected
a few more touches and some carries here. Anything?
Yeah, this has been rough.
I'm trying to look and see. I'm not finding anything as far as Zach Cunningham either, because I know he had gone out for Christian Ellis. But I'm not seeing anything in terms of like an official update.
Maybe just trying to mix things around. I didn't think he was terrible in this game, but, maybe, he wasn't bad. Interesting. Very interesting. Shout out to YouTube TV for not stinking today. You always wonder when they switch over the server to YouTube TV if they were going to handle it on the opening Sunday ticket day, and they've been fine so far. Nakobe Dean has headed to the locker room for Philadelphia. That is definitely going to be very interesting. Dean is out.
Uh-oh.
So no Nakobe Dean. We'll keep an eye on that, but it's the Eagles football on 1st down and 10 from their 25-yard line. Hurts, 75 passing yards on the day. He's not broken 100. Empty set, takes a snap, 4-man pressure, clean pocket, looks right, throws right, there's a catch, and that is going to be DeVonta Smith. He gained about, let's see where they give him. They gave him 3. A little rough of a spot there, but it will be a completion to Smitty. He gets his 3rd ball of the day, be 2nd down and 7. Nothing vertical today. Maybe that was the Patriot game plan. There has been absolutely nothing vertical, nothing to the tight end in Dallas Goedert, and that's it's been rough.
It definitely has. And speaking of Jalen Hurts not really doing a whole lot, being surprising, you still haven't seen Goddard, and that is shocking.
Goddard is in there tight to the right side of the formation. Two receivers, that's Smitty and Brown stack. Gainwell out of the backfield in motion. Hurts is going to throw to Gainwell now. Long throw to the right side. Gainwell makes one man miss, spins into a tackle, but not after a gain of about 3. Here comes a very, very pivotal 3rd down and short for Philadelphia to try to extend this drive as we dip below 2 minutes in the 3rd quarter. Be 3rd down and 3. Okay, here we go. 138, 137, 136 to go. 19-14, Philadelphia's led the entire way. It was as high as 16-0 at one point. Hurts surveys the defense from the gun. 3 receivers stacked to the far side, 1 to the near side. Gainwell motions out of the backfield. It's empty now. Hurts takes a snap. 4-man rush. Nowhere to go. Hurts is going to get hit. Now steps out of one. He's rolling to his right. He's got room to run. Can he get to the 1st down?
Oh.
Lowers his shoulder and gets across for the line to gain. That's the Jalen Hurts magic right there as he got out of a sack and extends the drive. That was big.
That was never really loved to see, a lowering the shoulder, especially in those instances. But I mean, you needed the 1st down, and he's not afraid to do it.
Matthew Judon has been all over this backfield. He had 15 sacks last year. He almost had another one there of Hurts, but the craftiness too good by the starting quarterback for Philadelphia. Here we go. 1st down and 10 from the Eagle 32. 4 receivers on the field, including Goddard slot to the far side. Play fake. Hurts with a stepping and throwing. It's going to be caught, and that's going to be a 1st down. A good out route there from DeVonta Smith. They're going to mark him a yard short.
Wow.
Maybe this much short. It's like 3 inches. Be 2nd down and short, but Smitty active on this drive, his 2nd catch. And he did catch that with the toe tapping drag. That's a 1st down with forward progress. If you're seeing that pylon cam, that's a bad spot.
I was going to say, I thought it was for sure. I mean, I don't think it will matter, but still, I'd rather just have the 1st down here.
Gainwell and DeAndre Swift in the game. Hurts is going to keep it. He rolls to his right, throws. That's going to be caught. It's DeVonta Smith across the 50, and there's another chunk play, and that's the offensive play calling we came to expect under Shane Steichen. Brian Johnson starting to figure it out there. Another good throw by Jalen Hurts.
There you go. Good way to end the 3rd quarter. Rolling out to the right. I was curious. I mean, it was a tight window. That was not the easiest of throws, but you confuse them thinking Jalen's going to run and then throw it right behind the linebacker there. 1st down.
All right, we're going to spin this wheel in about a minute. Let's get Jacob Heritage's 1 entry into our DeAndre Swift signed mini helmet. We're going to give that away here in a couple of minutes. Literally, like within a minute, we're going to spin this wheel. So if you get your wheel ready to go, Josh, if you want to get a Super Chat entry in, we got almost 450 people watching. Now's your chance. Final chance. Bunch of entries in this one. Make sure that you get these in. Let me know whenever you have Jacob Heritage down for his entry.
Got it down.
And then let me know when you're ready to spin this sucker. Hyper Lethal Vector says, I have my stream muted. You guys are so much better than Romo and the other commentator. We appreciate that. My mom also hates Tony Romo.
Thank you.
So she has muted the CBS broadcast and listening to us. We hope that's what you guys are doing as well.
We definitely appreciate the support, though, very much. All right, I've got the wheel, so if we're ready, we can spin this thing.
All right, let's
share my screen and
go and share it. Let's see. Josh's stream is being Matt Titan's asking. Josh's stream is also the stream, so it's both. All right, the wheel. I have the wheel on the screen right now, and I have you on it. So we'll give people 1 more second in case there's a last-minute entry. This is based on how many entries you did. Obviously, our job with the 200 has a big one, slashing Santa as well, but anybody can win over the course of the past 2 weeks we've been gathering these entries. So, Josh, you ready? Let's spin it. Spin the wheel. 1 time.
Let's do it. All right, here we go.
Who's winning the DeVonta Smith mini helmet? Or DeAndre
With
Swift?
the sound effects. Who's it going to be? It is
David Moore.
Congrats, Dave.
All right, there it is. David Moore. David, DM me on Twitter at RealThomasMach. Send me an email at thomasmach or thomasmacho@gmail.com, and we will get you going. Congrats to David Moore on winning. Big time. All right.
Congrats.
We do love doing the giveaways. Joel says he muted him as well. James said you guys are almost as good as watching. Well, almost as good. We appreciate that. Almost as good. Congrats to Dave on winning that signed helmet. Once you get in contact with us, send us your information. We'll get that shipped out to you. All right, fourth quarter. David Moore, he's in the chat. Congratulations. All right, we focus away from the giveaway and back to this Eagle offense. They're into Patriot territory for the first time since the dinosaur era. Jalen Hurts steps up. Deep ball. He's going for it all. Double coverage. Incomplete. You try to get A.J. Brown, and that was one of those Hail Mary balls that was only for one man, and that was A.J. Brown. Second down and 10. Good time for a shot, though. I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm not upset about it. You might as well. You take a shot. We've seen what AJ can do, so why not? Go for it.
Jeez, he had Dallas Goedert wide open across the field. And he went for A.J. Brown instead. Your chance to get Goedert involved didn't happen. Okay, second down and 10. Swift is in the backfield. Will he get his first carry of the day? Still no catches for Goedert. This is going to be another pass. Swift out of the backfield. Now a throw right side. That's Smith. Makes a man miss across the 40. And he'll get 12 yards on what was about a 6-yard pass. DeVonta Smith gets his 7th catch of the day. He has been Hurts' number 1 target so far.
That was great there. I mean, again, you're taking some shots, but it's a one-on-one. Devontae's going to win that 9 times out of 10. Obviously, he's route running too, but want to see this to keep up.
4:22 to go, fourth quarter. Hurts and the Eagles driving. Takes a snap. Play fake to Swift. All day to throw. Now he's going to roll to his right. Still rolling. Stops. Throws. That is going to be incomplete and a very dangerous throw. He had DeVonta Smith, but missed him. Falls safely to the ground. No harm, no foul. Be second down and 10. A little scary there.
That was definitely scary. That's one. I know you're trying to keep the play alive, and we've seen some crazy plays from Jalen there, but in that instance, you almost want to see him throw the ball away. They're showing the instant replay from previous. I mean, Goddard's open there, but he's kind of drifting. Oh, he had him towards the end.
He had him for a second.
It would be a little bit of a tough. The timing on that was right as Jalen's going to the sideline, but he did have him.
Swift still the running back to the right of Hurts in the gun. Second down and 10. Here's a give to DeAndre Swift. You thought it'd never happen. And he gets about 3 yards, falls forward across the 30. DeAndre Swift is alive and well. He does exist, and Agent Zero now has more than 0 carries his first of the day. Boy, it took till the fourth quarter, Josh.
Thankfully, finally, you got something there. If I had told you it'd be the fourth quarter before he gets a carry, you wouldn't believe me. You would have been like, what?
Nakobe Dean officially questionable to return, as the Eagles not worried about that right now. They're worried about a 3rd down and 7. Their average 3rd down to go is 8.7 yards. They're 4 for 10 on 3rd down. Really bad. Let's see what they do here as the crowd rises to their feet. 3rd and 7. 4 receivers, including Goedert, slot to the near side. Takes the snap. Here comes an all-out blitz by the Patriots. Clean pocket. Hurts, steps up, throws left. Way overthrows Dallas Goedert. Incomplete.
Oh, my gosh.
Jeez. Couple of rough plays there by your superstar quarterback.
Yeah, definitely. And even I want to look at the replay to make sure, but it's like on that one, he missed Goddard on a couple different ones, but he had DeVonta Smith, I think, wide open, or at least plenty of room to get it to him. But I don't know. He seemed like he forced that one trying to go to Goddard, where he was actually guarded really well by Jalen Mills.
So it will be a 48-yard field goal by Jake Elliott. He's good from 32 and 56. This would make it an 8-point game. Left hash, ball spotted, kick up, and it is drifting. It digs up the crossbar, but goes in. Woo! Hey! Oh my goodness!
Oh, I thought that was not going in. Oh man,
wow.
It was drifting there.
Woo!
Okay, 8 points. I love that. Man, look at how close that was. Oh, by an inch. All right, we'll take it.
All right.
Up 8. I don't quite understand. We're seeing this in the comments from several people. I know. I don't understand the whole, that was the first target finally to Goddard, but of all times for him to target him, it's on one of the most guarded situations that he had there, and a huge overthrow, which maybe at that point he knew the blitz was there. He just needed to throw it out of bounds pretty much and just have a receiver in the area. But out of all the ones, he's going to throw it on that situation. At least you get 3 points. We're up 8. So, Worst case scenario, I always usually think this way. It was like, all right, the only way is that Patriots can tie. That's the best they could do with a score and a 2-point conversion. But still, it just feels like you took some shots. There was a little bit of aggressiveness. And then I don't know, maybe this is just me, but it felt like once you started to get in field goal range, the play calling possibly a little more conservative. I know you handed the ball off to Swift on that one play, but I would have liked to see them try to keep pushing the ball down the field. I know the 3 definitely helps you to make it an 8-point game, but I don't know. There's still just something you're trying to figure out. It feels like there's just that rust and kind of get the timing and everything with the offensive coordinator and Brian Johnson. So I don't know. At least you're up 8, though. That's just positive to look at it from that way.
Nakobe Dean questionable to return with a foot issue. Those are never good. But still, Philadelphia able to at least extend this to a 8-point lead. And so you figure if you have a scenario where they go down and score, they got to get a 2-point conversion to just tie. So a very important drive there by Jalen Hurts. Listen, Philadelphia did have a couple of games like this past year where the offense did struggle. You think back to the big one, which was the Colts game. And that was a game where we all were freaking out. They couldn't move the football. That was a couple weeks into the season. And then finally, Hurts delivers on a final touchdown run, seals the game, and then they came back the next couple of weeks and just, dropped a ton of points on people. So it's early. I think not playing the preseason could be a factor. We'll hear what they have to say in the postgame. We will do a postgame here as well. But right now, that drive right there was good enough to make this game a little bit more in reach for Philadelphia.
Yep. Thankfully, I mean, we'll take that. The kind of alarming part, and hopefully it's not a major injury to Nakobe Dean with him and the foot injury. But we've talked about this previously, is the fact that the Eagles, you've got some guys on the practice squad, sure, but the fact that they're only going with the active roster of linebackers in 3, so now you literally only have Christian Ellis and Zach Cunningham, and it's never, to me, a good sign anyway to have a limited options. But now you got to roll with those guys in the fourth quarter here.
All right, you got this drive, Josh. Here we go. Let's see what we can do in terms of slowing down the Mac Jones offense.
Here we go. As they're showing Christian Ellis on the field with Zach Cunningham as Nakobe Dean being questionable. So can the Eagles defense hold up? They got a new signal caller. I'm assuming Christian Ellis is wearing the green dot. I can't say officially, but he had been previously. Zach Cunningham is in there, but Mac Jones now in shotgun. Going to take the snap, throwing off to the left side. He has Gesicki the caught, and it's going to be a first down for a gain of 10. He was wide open. Hardly no one went over there for coverage, but good start for the Patriots on the opening drive here.
Mac Jones has been good today. Listen, if you're a Patriot fan watching the stream, I know a couple people are. I've seen the comment section. You're wondering about Mac Jones last year, the confidence with Bailey Zappi coming in. He's looked good. The Eagle defense hasn't looked good, but Mac Jones has looked pretty darn good.
He has, especially, to all the extent there, but with the fact that he does not have the starting offensive lineman, like you said, I don't think anybody would have assumed he would play the way that he has. But again, takes the snap, feels a little pressure from Milton Williams, gets it away quick to Stevenson, and it's caught for another first down. Very open, kind of a just lackluster zone, it looks like, but Stevenson able to pick up about 11 or 12 yards up the middle, and now close to midfield for the Patriots. There's a flag. There's a flag, though.
Ugh, it's roughing the passer. Milton Williams. Wow.
Oh, my gosh. Insult to injury there.
Going back to what you said about the soft zone, the Patriots aren't beating you deep. They're beating you underneath. When are you going to realize that you can...
oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it's a soft call there as Milton Williams kind of fell. But if you're Sean Desai, when are you going to realize that the underneath passes are beating you, play some press man, and get up on these receivers and try and make them beat you one-on-one? They have not been able to.
No, I agree at that point too, especially because, you know what, if they beat you running press, I could live with that. But here's the pass here. Mac Jones going deep to the right side, and no one really in the area, as Justin Evans was the closest player there. It's incomplete. Just trying to air it out. I don't know if that was a miscommunication from his receiver or what, but it'll bring up a 2nd and 10.
Meanwhile, Green Bay is destroying Chicago 31-14, and the Tua Herbert show has gone back and forth. It's been a fun afternoon of games. Keep an eye here.
All right, so 2nd and 10. Nolan Smith was back in the last play. I don't know if he's still in there. We do see Jalen Carter. He's
He's
in
out
there.
now,
Looks like
but he
Josh
was.
Sweat, Hassan Reddick, and Fletcher Cox. So, yep, there's the D-line. A fake handoff. Mac Jones feeling some pressure. Oh, and almost picked by Josh Sweat. Incomplete, but he had
Ooh.
almost a very, very reminiscent of the Dak Prescott interception, and he
Ooh.
probably would have returned that for a touchdown. He saw it at the last moment. He recognized it. I mean, look at that. That is perfect recognition. Oh, he just dropped it.
Let me know where your play clock is at right now. We'll get synced up there. I think I was a little early.
Okay, yep, we're 18,
We're
17,
synced.
16. Okay.
Boy, you called
Man.
it. That was the Dak pick for 6 that would have sealed this
Yeah.
game. He read it the entire way. Jeez.
He would have had it. All right, Mac Jones in the shotgun, both running backs to his side. Quick snap, throw to the left side to Stevenson, who's tackled
Good
immediately.
tackle.
Blankenship, a
All
great
right.
tackle. Great tackle. 4th down now.
Reed looks good as advertised. You want to talk about someone who doesn't look rusty? He gave up a touchdown in coverage early in this game. Reed Blankenship has played very good football in the second half.
He really has, as it looks like the Patriots may be going for it here. It's 4th and 8, but Mac Jones is still on the field.
They're in no man's land right now.
They're going to go for it.
Yeah, this is a 50-plus yard field goal.
I understand it, I guess. You either try to punt, but you don't get much of the flip the fields. They're going to go for it. Mac Jones in shotgun has Stevenson to his right. Henry in motion to his left. 4th and 8. Birds have 4 men pressing and plenty of time. Throws over the middle. It's a one-handed grab by Henry for a really good catch of 1st down over the left side. About a gain of 14. That was so close to a drop, but I mean, you got to give credit there to Henry because that was not the best pass, but one-handed grab.
Hunter Henry is carving this defensive up, and he just absolutely abused Zach Cunningham in coverage there, and this Eagles soft zone continues to get shredded.
Yep. On 1st down, little wide receiver screen to the right to Juju Smith-Schuster, makes a man miss before finally being brought down by Slay, a gain of 6. And it's 2nd and 4. And again, it is just 1 second, 1.5 seconds or so, and Mac Jones getting rid of it. There's hardly any time that he's allowing the D-line to get pressure, but they're finding the recipe for success and moving down the field.
40 passes from Mac Jones in what was a rainy first half of this game.
Yeah. 2nd and 5, handoff to Stevenson up the middle. Not really going to get a whole lot. He's brought down by several Eagles, Jalen Carter among those, as well as Milton Williams. So it's a 3rd and 3.
There's 10 minutes to go in this football game. There's a long, long time. I mean,
quite a bit.
You're going to see the football for both teams are going to touch it at least 2 more times. There are 4 more possessions minimum in this game.
Yep, you would definitely think so. And again, the question there is Dean out. He's questionable so far, but you got Christian Ellis and Zach Cunningham as the linebackers. So 3rd and 3, Mac Jones, handoff to Zeke Elliott up the middle. He's stonewalled by Fletcher Cox. And we've seen that plenty of times, as has Zeke. It says hello again.
Beautiful.
So it's 4th and 3.
Ooh, it's an 8-point game. A field goal doesn't do you anything here, Josh. I think he might have lost a yard. It feels like this is 4-down territory for the Patriots.
Yeah, I agree. I think you got to go for it. It looks like they are. Yep. 4th and 3. Mac Jones again in the shotgun formation. Zeke Elliott to his right. Yeah, Juju in motion to the left. He drops back. He's got a little time pressure from Cox. Forces him right. He's got more pressure, and Hassan wraps him up before he can throw it away. It's incomplete, but it will be turnover on downs.
Let's go!
There you go. You finally have a stop, some pressure, generating something. And, I mean, it was a bend but don't break, I suppose, on that drive because they slowly kept marching down the field, but you finally get a little something, and Reddick was able to get enough pressure. I thought he was going to get the sack, but Jones was able to get it away.
Wow. Yeah, literally the first big pressure of the entire day by Philadelphia's front 4 at a really, really good time. Okay, a really good time.
And credit to someone who may go unnoticed on that play, I think, it's Jalen Carter, because Fletch got the initial pressure, and then Hassan was the one to ultimately force Jones to throw it. But Carter, if I'm not mistaken there, he had at least 2 blockers on him. So, you're freeing up some space. And like what we talked about, I mean, if you try to go one-on-one with Jalen Carter, he's gonna eat your lunch. So to have that ability, and then you get Fletch to get free, I think that Jalen definitely deserves a little credit there. But here we go. It's going to be Birds taking the ball. What was that? Was that at the...
It's going to be about like the
30-yard
something like that. Yep.
The 20, yeah.
Yep. Wow.
Or a little bit shorter. I think it's the 17, actually, I'm looking at here. But yeah, you'll get the ball. 17-yard line, up 8 with 9 minutes left. So there's still plenty of time. But I mean, that's huge. That's prohibit them from getting any points. And I mean, if you could go down and score here, the game's, it's not over completely, but for all intents and purposes, you would really think that at that point it's sealed. If you go down and get a touchdown, you go up, 15 points. That would be huge. That would be a huge statement, especially for, like we've mentioned. I mean, Jalen Hurts has had 117 yards and 1 touchdown. That only 117 yards. That's wild.
Checking in on the surprises of the afternoon. How about Green Bay going to Soldier Field and absolutely obliterating the media's favorite offseason quarterback in Justin Fields? He's been atrocious today. 3 touchdown passes from Jordan Love. Raiders-Broncos. Raiders back up on top there following the touchdown. The Broncos are going to get the football back, though, with 6:34 to go in a 1-score game. Let's go over here to Dolphins-Chargers. 31-27 in what's been a big back-and-forth affair. That one's just starting the fourth quarter. And how about this? Seattle at home, losing to the Rams and losing pretty soundly. Matt Stafford over 300 yards passing, 24-13. That's a big game. 2 teams the Eagles will play. They'll play the Rams in a couple of weeks. They'll play the Seahawks towards the end of the season.
That's a little bit of surprise at how good the Rams are doing. I thought it would be a close game, but I didn't necessarily think that it would be, up 11 now. But Matt Stafford, 307, 22 for 34, and Geno struggling, only 104 yards today.
All right.
As they're showing Fletch on the sideline, he's got a little excitement after, obviously, the turnover on downs for New England to give the ball back to the Birds at the 17-yard line, their own 17. So Jalen and company will hopefully try to march down the field here. 9:32 on the clock. Empty set, takes the snap, plenty of time. It almost looked like the play was blown dead, but still plenty of time. And he's throwing it all the way downfield to A.J. Brown. It's caught. Oh, my gosh.
Did he get it?
A 60-yard completion. He did. He caught it. That was wild. I'm honestly, they ruled it a catch initially. It did look like there might have been a bobble. And he kind of has it in the left hand.
That's called a catch.
I think if you're going with it, and
field.
Belichick's going to challenge it for sure. He's immediately throwing it.
Did he get that off in time?
Well, he must have.
I don't know if he got that off in time. Jeez, why'd they blow that dead?
I don't know that he did either, but it's too late, right? I mean, they can't blow it dead and say, sorry, you didn't get it in time. But going back to the play, they're giving it to him. So regardless of what we think, they're gonna let them challenge it. I thought for a second that play was blown dead. It was weird the way the offensive linemen were blocking, and Jalen even just kind of, he had plenty of time, but it was almost like a lackadaisical. He's sitting back there in the pocket. So for a second, I was like, wait, is this play actually happening? And then all of a sudden he airs it out deep to AJ. So, but that's going to be close. I don't know. There's a little bit of a ball movement there. They did rule it a catch on the field. So you at least like that. You're hoping it has to be like inconclusive evidence to overturn it. I don't know. That's going to be a really tough call.
It moves, but does it move enough, right? It's not like a catch and then it goes away and then he brings it back in. It's a catch and then it turns, and you have to have obviously completion of the catch through it, but it can move a little bit, right? It can move a little bit.
Yeah.
It feels like if they would have called it incomplete, it would have stayed incomplete. If they call it complete on the field as they did, it feels like this is going to stay. And if it stays, as you mentioned, this is a massive play for Philadelphia and a huge, huge turn for what's been a very disappointing third quarter. The Eagle offense figuring out in the fourth quarter, and they finally had a drive, last one to get the field goal to go up 8, the stop, and now maybe back into New England territory.
Yeah, that would be a huge. I mean, you flip the field for one, but you're getting a massive play that you haven't had all game, and all of a sudden you get something like that. So, yeah, it'll be tough. I don't know. It does move, to your point, but it looked like AJ had his left hand on it, and so in that sense, it's almost like you could argue he was just repositioning it. I don't know. It'll be close.
That was their first deep completion of the entire game. They've only taken 3 deep shots all game long, 2 to Smith and 1 to A.J. Brown. That was number 4. It's going to be very interesting to see what they're going to call it. The Eagles' longest play was 16 yards the entire day. If this is a completion, it's good for 48.
finally taking a big shot. I mean, they've taken a couple, I guess, but yeah, just getting something out of the offense because it looks so just, I don't know, not very creative or not aggressive for that matter, pushing the ball down the field. But even if this is the crazy thing, even if you count that deep shot, so if they come back and say that it is a completion, Jalen Hurts still only has 165 passing yards today.
Wow. Still waiting. Here's the call.
All right, coming back. What are they going to go with? Oh,
Incomplete.
they're going to incomplete. Yep. Trying to read the body language initially with Siriani, and then confirmed. So yep, it's incomplete. Yeah, I guess that both hands maybe coming off of it towards the end. That's so close though.
It's
I mean, because
really
he
close.
is readjusting it. It's not like he's bobbling it out of control. He's letting go to like grab it to make sure he's able to hold it going down. So I don't know if you're gonna say that's inconclusive. That's really
I would
tough.
love to see a replay of if Belichick got that challenge off. I would love to have seen a camera work there, but clearly CBS doesn't have it.
It didn't look like he did. But they blew it dead, so you can't do anything, obviously. But all right, well, 2nd and 10, 9:24 in the fourth quarter. Eagles up 22-14, and the ball on the 17. So Jalen in shotgun. He's got Gainwell to his right. He's going to readjust some things at the line and set back up. Plenty of time on the play clock at 27. And he's going to take the snap, drop him back. A little bit of time, some pressure before he rolls to the left and finds A.J. Brown open again, who's just able to almost break the tackle, but Christian Gonzalez throws him out of bounds. Gain of about 20 or 25.
Another nice job by the offensive line and protection. For what had been a really, really bad day for an offensive line, that is exactly what you want, as A.J. Brown just juked Christian Gonzalez out of his shoes.
Mm-hmm. I think you have to keep going back to it. I mean, we've mentioned you've got a rookie there. And Gonzalez is not bad. We're not saying that at all, but it's A.J. Brown. I think you have to keep testing him. Now the ball's at the 40-yard line, 1st and 10. Jalen in the empty set. Patriots showing pressure. And they'll blitz 5. Jalen dropping back, fires over the middle, finds A.J. again, complete over the middle, and runs to the right side before brought down. Another 15-yard completion. And let's keep hitting that. That's what we haven't seen. But back-to-back completions to A.J.
That is the Eagle offense we came to know and love. A.J. Brown, one-on-one, across the middle for 15. They're going to go hurry up again right now to try to kind of keep this base defense of the Patriots guessing a little bit.
Yep. As Mark says, good morning, offensive line. I'm glad you could be with us. Yeah, they're starting to give Jalen a little more time than they had previously. That's for sure. So 8:05 on the game clock. Jalen throws a quick wide receiver screen to A.J. Brown, who's brought down after a gain of 2 or 3, but there's a flag on the play. And Lane Johnson, it looked like he was happy about that.
He thinks it's on New England.
Yeah.
What would it be? A hold again on the defense?
I'm kind of wondering. I don't know. He immediately looked towards the sideline and seemed to be happy. So it seems like he knew something's up there.
Lane is standing there listening. Yeah, I think it's a hold on whoever was on Lane Johnson. Unless they pick it up, this should be on the Patriots. Taking forever, though. Goodness gracious. There it is.
It is, yep. Holding on the defense on Wise. Let's see if they're going to show the replay here now. So, oh, yeah, definitely. Lane just completely grabbed out of the play. So he was going to, and he was going to try to get the guy who ultimately brought down AJ. So that's why he was no doubt upset.
Good call. All right, 1st down.
As the time continues to tick now. So 7:55 left in the fourth. Birds up 8 in Patriot territory at the 40-yard line. Jalen with Gainwell behind him. He's going to take the snap and fake handoff to Gainwell, dropping back, a little pressure from Gonzalez. He almost breaks the tackle, and then he's sacked. Sacked back at the 49 of New England. It's going to be a loss of about 9.
Wow, corner blitz from Christian Gonzalez, huh? This play took forever to develop. Forever. I mean, Jalen did his final hitch, and there was already a cornerback in Gonzalez just sitting there. Yeah, he wanted a deep shot, and he had two of them. His choice of Watkins or DeVonta Smith, and the play had just no time. 8-yard loss.
No. And Stoll was open because he was kind of trying to block Gonzalez there, but either you quickly throw it to him or that was kind of dead from the beginning. So as the play clock runs down, and did they get it off? I don't know if they did. They had to burn another timeout.
They did burn a timeout. Unbelievable.
Yeah, one timeout remaining.
Unbelievable.
That's I mean, you're up 8, but the clock management, I know it's week 1 and sometimes you have some issues on that side, but I don't like being down to 1. As they're showing Jeffrey Lurie here, happy belated birthday. I think it was Friday was his birthday.
Also born and raised in Boston too, so coming back home a little bit here. He's nervous. You can tell. He is definitely nervous.
Yeah, I would be, little nerves at this point, I guess. I'm thinking if the Eagles can come away with even 3, make it a 2-possession game on this drive, you're going to be feeling a lot better. Still not 100% because anything can happen, but you at least want to get points. But to back up now, it's 2nd and 18 at the 48 of New England. You got to make something happen. This Hurts directing traffic. Empty set. 5 on the play clock. And he takes the snap, and he's going to have a little bit of time before he throws to the left side. It's caught by Boston Scott. Goes and brought down eventually at the 41-yard line. So a gain of about 6 or 7. I'll bring up 3rd and 11.
There's your first Boston Scott touch of the entire day. Remember, field goal here makes it a 2-score game. It's 8 right now, so you could get it up to 11, but you're going to need about 15 more yards to get comfortable, right? Obviously, 56 yards was good earlier from Jake Elliott. It would have been good from 60, but you're looking at 65 right now, and so you're going to need a nice chunk here.
Yep, you're not going to go for it unless you can. So third and 11, Scott to Jalen's right. He takes the snap, fires over the middle, complete to AJ, over, and he's brought down by Gonzalez, short of the line to gain by about 3 yards.
It might be enough,
so it'll be a 4th and 3, as Jalen was wanting to go for it. He was kind of signaling to the sideline. Yep. But it looks like
That's interesting.
They'll kick it here.
That's interesting. So this is going to be 53? 54? Where are they?
Yeah, this will be 50. I think it'll be 50, 51.
51.
Yep. Elliott's 3 for 3. He does have the missed pat. So 51, the snap's good, the hold's good, the kick is perfect. Right down the middle. I mean, can't get better than that.
There you go.
Jake is a stud.
That's huge.
25-14, up 11. That is, big time. 2-possession game.
Philadelphia has settled down. The defense has settled down in the second half. The offense has started to figure things out in the second half. If rust wants to be your excuse, it's a fair one right now for what it was like early on in this game. It was 14 unanswered by New England, and then Philly scored 9 unanswered after that.
Yep, you love to see it. You definitely want to come back in that instance because there was some concern, no lie. But being able to do that, you get some calls to go your way, no doubt. But you also could argue the A.J. Brown was very close to being a catch, questionable there, but to combat that, I mean, I think that shows definitely we know the mental toughness and fortitude that Jalen has and really the entire team. But you have a big play that you are thinking is going to count. Belichick throws the challenge flag. Was it late? I don't know. We'll probably never know because we didn't get the angle unless you're at the game. You could probably tell us. But either way, you come back, you're able to put some points on the board, and now it's a 2-possession game.
All right, Eagles going to kick it back off, and it feels like your defense to be rested now, Josh. You might be able to, maybe get a sack. Wouldn't that be something? How about a sack? I forgot what that is. I'm not exactly sure, but it'd be cool to see. Remind me.
We would have expected one at some point, but yeah, could we get one? Could we go? I guess surely we can't go 120 minutes of football. The last two games from the Super Bowl and now, but. If there is a time, now is the time, and the Patriots are going to have to throw because time's starting to run out. There's 5:33 left in the fourth, but a 2-possession game, you can't necessarily be running a bunch of running plays or even screen passes if they're only going to get 5 yards or so. So you would expect maybe a little bit deeper drops from Mac Jones. Maybe the D can get a few sacks here, but Mac Jones in shotgun. drops back, a little pressure from Jordan Davis, throws it deep over the middle of the field, and it's incomplete. Reed Blankenship actually the closest there, but Jordan Davis, how about the big man,
There's
the
some
dancing
pressure.
bear, actually
There's some
creating some
pressure.
pressure.
Yeah, and that seemed like a miscommunication for whoever he was throwing the football to. I think that Jones wanted a kind of a corner route, and then the receiver ran more of a go, and that one wasn't close. And so now, 2nd down and 10.
Yep, 2nd and 10 here, 5:27 to play. And New England has all 3 timeouts. The Eagles have not really managed it as well. They only have 1, but leading by 11. Ball on the 25, and Mac Jones takes the snap in the shotgun. Running back screen to left, has plenty of space. A block, cuts up the field,
Oh my
misses
gosh.
Christian Ellis, and Stevenson is on the move as he's all the way past the
Jeez.
45 of Philadelphia before finally brought down by Zach Cunningham. And that was a well-drawn-up play, but
35?
also, yeah, I was just
Wow.
say lots of chunk yardage and a missed tackle there from Christian Ellis. I mean, it was tough in space, and no lie, Stevenson is a tough man to bring down. But now it's 1st and 10 in Eagles territory. The handoff to Stevenson, he'll gain about 4 or 5. Brought down, it'll be probably about 2nd and 6.
Problem for New England is the time, right? 4:42 to go, and they're down double digits. So it's like they got to hurry, and they will hurry to the line.
Yep. As Mac Jones takes the snap again in shotgun, fires over the middle. A man he's got and is complete. Forrest Cunningham touches him down, but it's couldn't tell who that was, but it's a completion of about 15 or 17. So another 1st down, and that middle part of the field, I mean, it just continues to be open. That 15-ish yards, it's been all day.
Yeah, it's been open. It's been a soft zone. They played too high, and it's not changed.
As Jones again fires to Stevenson, it's a dump off. He makes Cunningham miss and Christian Ellis miss before picking up the 1st down and being brought down at the 11-yard line. Again, Nakobe Dean is questionable, I think. I don't know if he's officially been ruled out, but with so little time left, he probably wouldn't come back in with a foot injury, but he's probably missed in that instance. You wouldn't expect that Nakobe Dean would miss those tackles, but Stevenson able to make a miss. So 1st and 10 at the 11. Mac Jones fires over to the right side, has a man, and it's Bourne again. A
Wide
touchdown
open
with Slay in coverage, but barely even there. So quickly, very quickly, less than 2 minutes, able to go all the way down the field using no timeouts. Kendrick Bourne, his 2nd touchdown of the day, looks like a Pro Bowler, and now making it back to a 1-possession game. And after a point after attempt here, as they're showing the replay, clearly 2 feet in.
Wow. I mean, a lot happens, right? First off, the linebackers are getting obliterated. You wonder about, Nakobe Dean not being out there. The linebacker core has been very bad today. Darius Slay's been bad today. He's not been good. James Bradbury's not been good. Both have been beat for touchdowns. Secondary's been suspect, and they're going to go for 2 now to try to make this a 3-point game.
Yep. And you have to at this point. You might as well, because it doesn't make a difference, really. So Mac Jones in shotgun. Elliott to his right, drops back, looking to his right side, doesn't find anyone. He has plenty of room. There's a flag, but he does run it in for a score, but it might be coming back. You would expect, probably a hold.
They're
He's
going to
still
back
not
him up
aware
and
at
do
this
it again.
point. He's giving some high fives.
Yeah, Mac has no idea. I can't tell who was the defender that caused that hold, but thank goodness. There it is. You hear Mac Jones say terrible on the mic there. That was funny.
On Calvin Anderson. So playing for the Riley Rife, who's out, but he was holding Brandon Graham on the play. So yeah, they're gonna redo it.
Tackling Brandon Graham.
Literally,
tackling.
Yeah.
Okay, still another shot at it. I mean, this is either way. You're gonna get the ball with about 3.5 to go for the Eagle offense, and you got to have your best 3-minute offense out there. You got to just run this clock out and not give it back to Jones because the defense can't stop him right now.
Yep. So at the 12-yard line, that is where they're gonna have to convert this from, as it looks like Mac Jones is going to go into just about the favorite position today. The empty set. He's got 5 receivers wide, and the Eagles are going to rush 4. He fires over the middle. It's picked off. Oh, it's dropped, but it is incomplete. Zach Cunningham had a pick.
Jeez.
Wouldn't have really done much probably, but I mean, that was literally right in his hands.
Jeez, right in his hands.
All right. Well, I mean, that's regardless if if he picks it, if he doesn't pick it, he's not probably returning it from there for an extra 2 points. You still would have liked to see him pick that off because it hits him right in the hands, but it's a good result because you're going to keep it to 5, but it's still, it's a 1-possession game, so at least it's not just a field goal. There would have to be a touchdown that they're getting, but it's still a 1-possession game. There's 3:37 and New England has all 3 timeouts. So, you can't be lackadaisical here. You can't be conservative. You got to go out there and I think you have to attack. You got to push the ball down the field still. This is not just, hey, let's run the football every single down. But this could be the statement. The offense, a little bit, first drive, okay, and then a lull through the rest of the first half for the Eagles. If you could come out here this drive and just run out the clock, you pick up a couple first downs, force them to use some timeouts, don't give them the ball back, kind of make a statement to end the game. I think that would be a very positive note to end on.
Eagles are in onside kick recovery mode, but it looks like this is going to be, this is a normal kickoff by the Patriots.
Yep, fielded by Quez as he will run out of bounds. Looked like, I believe, the 25 or the 30. I think.
All right, listen, you paid your quarterback $172 million in guaranteed money. He needs a couple of first downs, right? Patriots have 2 tight ends, or two timeouts, 3.5 to go. This is your chance to, seal the game. You need to seal the game. You can't go 3 and out here because it's a 5-point game. And even though the Patriots need a touchdown to win this football game, the Eagle defense has looked really bad at times trying to slow down what has been a hurry-up offense by the New England Patriots.
Yep, no doubt. That you do not want them to get the ball back. Even to your point, even with who they have and everything, this is the time where you make your case. So Jalen Hurts back on the field in the empty set, takes the snap, and it's a design quarterback run. Plenty of room up the left side, and he's hit before he fumbled the football. He fumbled the football. And they didn't show, and the Patriots have it. Wow. That was a big hit by Peppers, and they didn't show who recovered it because I think they got stuck with Jalen. But the Patriots have it, and they will have it in Eagles territory off of the first play. Oh, my gosh. Oh, that just he great hit by Peppers. The juke did not even get him at all, and Jalen coughs up the football. Jones with the recovery.
Peppers put his helmet right in the ball. Oh. Wow.
That was a good gain. That was going to be about 8-yard gain, bring up a 2nd and 2, but ball security there. So the Patriots back on the field, 3:28, 3 timeouts. This is plenty of time, nothing to worry about for them now. So Zeke Elliott gets the handoff, pushes up the middle before he gains about 3 or 4. We'll bring up a 2nd and 6.
This is where you gotta show some pride of the defenders. You need to stop. You can win the game with a stop. They have an injured Eagle, and I think it's Jalen. It's Fletcher Cox. Okay. Jeez, this is unbelievable. Yeah, so it looks like Fletcher Cox is just laying there. Jeez.
And hopefully he's all right too. But yeah, this is it's concerning to say the least. There have been some moments, sure, but that fumble, and you see Jalen there before they go to commercial break. He's obviously upset about it. He knows, but yeah, it's just a question of seeing the comments. Having no running back or no other running back, the runners haven't had great success, but I get the point of the play call. It's not the play call that I necessarily hate because you can confuse or trick, and it worked in terms of the yardage. But yeah, it's just ball security, and that's what Siriani, he says for everybody. That's what they stress so much. But it was a great play by Peppers. The juke didn't get him at all. So now you're sitting here, and to your point that you made earlier, this is about, the pride of the defense. Like, you need to make a stop. Your offense had made some plays earlier, and it's been both sides have struggled at times, but this is the point where you stand up and say, okay, you know what? We're going to limit this because there's no way where the Patriots have the ball that they're going to kick a field goal. It's pointless. They're surely going to go to try to score touchdowns. So you know already, it's like, hey, every single set of downs, they're going to go all 4 downs. They got 4 downs to try to do something. So as Fletch is up on his feet and walking off the field. So that's at least a good sign. Hopefully nothing too serious, but looks like Milton Williams is coming in for him now. So you got Jordan Davis and Milton Williams inside, and you got Hassan and Josh Sweat on the outside. So 2nd and 10, shotgun formation, Zeke Elliott to Mac Jones's left, 2 receivers right, and he will take the snap. A little pressure by Sweat, and he's got him. There you go. There's a sack. He finally got one. Oh, my
goodness.
Josh Sweat and Jordan Davis combined for the sack there. So it is
goodness gracious,
it took,
finally.
3 3/4 quarters to finally get one, but Sweat beat his man Brown, and then Jordan Davis also kind of comes in to help clean up at the end. But you finally have one.
And you credit Jordan Davis. He got in the throwing lane there and made Mac Jones pump that, hold it, and now 3rd down and 12.
Yep. Mac Jones taking a snap in shotgun as Patriots still trying to hurry, forces more pressure over the middle, and it's incomplete.
Oh, my goodness.
Slay and Blankenship were in coverage, and Jones took a hit. I couldn't tell. It looks like Milton Williams was the one who he drilled him at the end.
How about some pressure? Like you said, it took about, 3 7/8 quarters to get pressure, and we finally have pressure. And that was Slay. I mean, the board dropped that ball.
Bourne definitely had a chance, yeah. As, Milton Williams laid a hit.
All right. I mean, here's the game.
We'll take it.
4th and 12.
Yep. This is it. I mean, they've still got 3 timeouts, but you feel like this is quite possibly the ball game. If you can get a stop here, the ball would be close to midfield. So at the Eagles 43, Mac Jones taking the snap.
They didn't get that ball off.
Play, yep, I was going to say blown dead or a timeout. Are they giving him a timeout or are they doing delay of game? All right, delay.
Wow, they didn't call timeout.
17.
Wow.
That's interesting. You wouldn't call timeout. I mean, you've got the 2-minute warning still, So
wow.
I know you want to try to keep all 3 timeouts, but a 4th and 17. Yeah, there was no way they were going to get that one off. Okay, 4th and 17. Ball at the 48 of Philly. So Mac Jones taking a snap in the shotgun and another play blown dead. What is this time? Oh, a timeout from the Eagles. Okay, so the Eagles have no timeouts. I don't know that I'm just in love with that play call.
Why?
Or that decision.
Why?
Timeout. But
he must have hated something. You only do that if you hate whatever you had on the field.
Yeah. Because it's still just a 1-possession game. I mean, now you're literally out of timeouts. I hated the fact that we only had 1, but you have 0 timeouts. As Mark says, ugly game. Yeah. There's been a lot of that. There's been some good moments, but overall, this has been a week 1, really. I mean, you expect some of these things. You hope to not see it, but we talked about the rust. So 4th and 17, Mac Jones drops back to pass, plenty of time, and wide open to the right side, but it's dropped.
Oh, my goodness.
It's dropped from Hunter Henry, and he was probably not going to get the first down. Probably not, but he was very close to it. So thankfully, he just dropped it regardless, but that was still a very wide open receiver. I'm assuming we didn't get to see the broader look of that. I'm assuming Desai had most guys just drop back and get pretty close to the first down marker. But a drop from Hunter Henry, and the Birds will take over with now the ball at their own 48, almost midfield.
Patriots can stop the clock 4 times, right? You have a 2-minute warning here in about 20 seconds. You have, then you have, of course, 3 timeouts. So, you got to get some first downs here if you're Jalen Hurts.
Yep. I think if you can get probably 2 first downs, that's about what you need. But Jalen's going to get under center, hand it off to Gainwell, going up the left side, able to push through for about 3 before he's brought down, and it'll be a 2nd and 7, as New England, you would assume, as they do. Yep, they take a timeout. So they have 2 left, plus the 2-minute warning, like you said, 2:15 on the game clock.
All right, so they'll burn a timeout here. They can stop it 3 more times with a 2-minute warning. So, as you mentioned, you're going to need a couple first downs here. Welcome, everybody watching us. We're going to do a post-game show after as well for a couple of minutes, so make sure you guys stay tuned for that. Here's your 2nd down and 6.
Jalen under center. He's going to take the snap, hand off to Gainwell, going over the right side, trying to push through, and he's going to gain maybe a yard before he's brought down So 3rd down and 7, another timeout from New England, 2:09 left on the
You
clock.
might have to throw it here. I think you throw it here because they're going to stop the clock regardless. You need a first down. You can't if you give the ball back after this play, they're going to have a full 2 minutes to go down the field and score to win the game. You got to throw
I
here.
agree.
You have to throw here. Absolutely have
See,
to
that's
throw
why,
here.
and I know you can turn it over anyway, but that's why, like in those situations, I'd prefer if on 1st and 10 you come out and throw, because the defense is kind of expecting you to do something to get the clock running. But yeah, I agree with you. You got to be aggressive. Looks like that's probably what they're going to do. They're lining up in a Jalen Hurts
This could be a
shotgun,
Jalen Hurts run.
empty set, 3rd and 6. Yeah, it could be a designed run. 3rd and 6, 2:09 on the clock, with the Patriots still having 1 timeout as well. Jalen's going to take the snap, and it's a designed run up the middle, jukes out to the left side. He's got a little bit of a hole. He's going to take a hit, and he's brought down short of the line to gain by a couple yards. So it'll be a 4th down and 3, and it is at the 2-minute warning now. So 4th and 3, 2-minute warning.
It's too obvious. It's too obvious. You go empty, you know he's going to run the football. You know he's going to run the football.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't like it. I mean, there have been a couple, good plays and good looks, but I'm with you. Like, there's, to me, too much of the telegraphing it. You're just saying like, okay, well, the only run is going to be Jalen here, so they can kind of prep for it or plan. If you put a running back there, I feel like you could have more options, because you've got the ability for the RPO, or at least the fake for the RPO, even if you don't plan to throw it. But I don't know. And this is also where we talked about it a lot earlier, but Rashad Penny being inactive, I'm sure the Eagles have their reasonings, or maybe it was a surprise to them. Maybe it was a player, personal situation that Penny had. But I mean, this is where I would have preferred to have him. Have him in the 4th quarter with the defense a little tired, get him in there, a little bit more of a bruiser. But yeah, now it's 4th and 3.
They're going to go for it.
The Patriots have 1 timeout.
They are going to go for it. It'll be 4th down and 2.5 to 3, and a first down wins the game. So they are going to go for it.
Which is terrifying, because if you don't get it, then it's a shortened field for the Patriots, who had they'll have 1 timeout in about 2 minutes, which should be more than enough time, you'd think, if they were going to go down the field and try to do something. But here we go. We're gonna.
This is the
see
play
what they
call
can do out of this
that
commercial break.
You should run the zone read, or the read option, with the Goedert out route. That's the perfect 4th down and 3 call, because it's basically a triple option. You can either give the ball to Gainwell, even though I'd put Swift in there because he's a little bit bigger. You can keep it if you're Jalen Hurts, or you can throw it off to the right. That's what I would do if we're sitting here in this situation. But it's gonna be very interesting, as we're still on commercial here.
Yeah, I'd like to see something just to throw them off a little bit. I mean, it seems very. I mean, for the most part, if we're being honest, it feels very vanilla, and it's interesting too, because we'd heard from Siriani, and Brian Johnson, like, oh, we just do this because of the preseason, and we know that you're not going to show all your cards. But I mean, if I'm being honest, there's, with the exception of maybe a drive and a half or so, the play calling has not been very dynamic.
I would go for it here, and they are. I would for sure go for it.
Yep.
Win the game. Win the game. Win it.
Okay, here you go. 2 minutes on the clock. 4th and 2 officially. It's a long 4th and 2, a very long 2. And Jalen is in shotgun. He's got. It looks like, is that Boston Scott to his left? Okay, he's got Boston Scott to his left. 3 receivers to the right, and he's got Smith to his left. There's 11 on the play clock. He takes the snap, plenty of pressure, fires over to the left, and it's incomplete, broken up by Gonzalez, who almost had a pick. And that was not a great. I mean, there was never a point where it looked like Smitty had a step on him, and Jalen may have even taken a shot on the side. The right side looked completely open, but turnover on downs.
Just a slant, huh? That's what you're going to do. You're going to go one-on-one and a slant. Boy, the play calling has been suspect. It's been really suspect. And now you have 1 timeout, 157, and a defense that's been reeling multiple times when the Patriots go hurry up. And a half a field.
Yep.
Who wants to make a play?
Oh, Yep, here we go. Defense needs to make one. 1:57 on the clock. Patriots have one timeout. Mac Jones in the shotgun, drops back, four-man rush, fires to the left side. Bourne complete, a gain of 8, but he's in bounds. But maybe an injured
Bradbury took a
Eagles
shot to the
player may
head
stop
there.
the clock.
Yeah,
Yep.
Bradbury just got concussed. So you're going to be down. He gets up, but he's going to have to at least hop out for a possession. He took a shot in the face. Yeah, he has
like
a
he's bleeding,
bloody
too.
lip. Yeah, it's a bloody lip. So does Ringo come in here? This is going to be a Keely Ringo time, right? He's your third cornerback. Because they did not elevate Ricks.
You put Job in, I would think.
Let's see who it is. It is Job. You're right.
I go with Job, yeah.
Boy.
Oh, man. And it stops the clock, too. I mean, I assume Bradbury will be okay. It was just a busted lip. Hopefully nothing more like a concussion. I mean, he did kind of grab his head, but it stops the clock for him.
Your defensive line, Carter in for Fletcher Cox. It's Carter, Milton Williams, Reddick, and Sweat. Reddick has been completely irrelevant this game. Now is the time to do something.
Yep. Time to make a play. Besides the one single pass rush pressure that he put on, he has been pretty much nothing. So Mac Jones in shotgun formation. He's got Stevenson to his left, a 2nd and 1. He drops back. Plenty of time, fires over to the right, and it's incomplete, broken up by Avonte Maddox. Very good coverage. If he was any taller,
a little taller, he might have had a pick.
He was in great position. Oh man,
yeah, Maddox
terrific
is
position.
3 inches too small. Now remember, New England's got to get a first down here, right? Because it's 3rd and 1.
Yeah.
You almost wonder if you run it here and just do a draw. You got another timeout. You have a lot of time.
Make sure, yeah. And that's what they'll do. Hand off to Stevenson, picks up about 4 for a first down and brought down inside the Eagles territory as it's at the 43, I believe, of Philly. So time is ticking. 1:21 left on the game clock. One timeout for New England. They're in Philly territory, down 25-20. Mac Jones takes the snap, rolls out to the left side, a little pressure. He picks up a block and able to step out of bounds before picking up about a gain of 8. So it'll be 2nd and 2, 1:10 on the game clock as it stops there. They still have one timeout, and it's getting into concerning territory. If it wasn't already, it's definitely getting into concerning territory because there's enough time.
What is Reddick doing there? He's trying to draw a hold and is acting like he's running towards the ref and doesn't even get to Mac Jones.
I couldn't tell. Jones now taking a snap and shotgun, wide open to the right side is Gesicki, who has plenty of space and running all the way up to the 18 of Philly, completely unguarded, wide open. I mean, it doesn't get any easier than that. And there's 1:02 left on the clock. So there is way more than enough time.
They're going to lose this game.
1:02. New England has one time. I mean, the fact that there's no one guarding Gesicki there and he's able to pick it up. Mac Jones with over 300 yards, 314 yards, and 3 touchdowns against the Philly defense with 3 starting O-linemen out. 1st and 10 now at the 19 of Philly. Mac Jones drops back, throws to the left side, going for his man, and he overthrows him out of bounds, so incomplete. He had, was that Booty or?
Yeah, I think it was. They were working on Job. There's so much time. They have a timeout. They can go wherever they want. I get playing prevent defense. I do. But you are conceding yards and bringing them into the red zone where they can then do whatever they want. You can only prevent so much. You got to mix things up a little bit. But here we go with another prevent defense.
Yeah. You got to get a stop. Blitz coming. Mac Jones feeling pressure. And he's brought down. Who's it? Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter with the sack. He felt the pressure. Jalen Carter able to grab Mac Jones, and that'll force a timeout.
Wow.
So no timeouts for New England. 3rd and 13, 51 seconds on the game clock. There's still plenty of time, but Jalen Carter being blocked by Andrews with one hand, with one arm, is able to wrap up Mac Jones. Christian Ellis was on the blitz, which made Mac Jones feel the pressure. But as we know, you cannot block the bread man one-on-one. Reddick
was a big help on that one. He got pressure from the other side and kind of forced Jones to step up, and he stepped right into the waiting arm of Jalen Carter. This is if you can just survive this game. This is crucial to survive this game.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. The nerves and adrenaline are pumping for sure right now. 3rd and 13, 51 seconds at Philly's 22. Mac Jones in shotgun. Stevenson to his left, takes the snap, 4-man rush, finds Stevenson, dumps it off, breaks 2 tackles, and finally brought down at the 21. A gain of 1 yard. The time's going to keep ticking because there's no timeouts for New England, and they can't spike the ball. It's 4th down.
All right.
It's 4th and 11, and the play clock is going down. This is the game. I mean, for sure, because there's no time and they can't stop it. It's 4th and 11. They do hurry up to the line, though, and they take the snap. Mac Jones fires to the left side. He has a man, and it's caught.
Did he get it?
I think he did. It's a first down for, I believe it's Booty, how you pronounce that, but you've got to be kidding me. Did he really just complete that pass? They're going to show a slow-mo here.
No, he did. Incomplete.
He did not. Did not
catch it. Nope, that's incomplete. That's ball game.
Yep.
Incomplete.
You're
nope,
right.
didn't
I
get
was
it.
seeing that
Ball
second
game.
step, but yeah, there's
Ball
no
game.
way.
Ball game.
Woo!
That's not in.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I mean, I'm literally like shaking here because of the nerves on that last one, because he had plenty of time, and as soon as he threw it, I'm like, yeah, he's gonna have somebody. But Job in coverage and not able to get the foot down.
Wow.
So they'll review it, obviously.
Wow.
As under 2 minutes is gonna go to the booth, but
no, he didn't catch that.
Incomplete. Oh my gosh. I mean, and you almost wonder too, you know, again, we'll take whatever we can get there, but you know, another receiver, like if that's AJ or DeVonta, they had the toe, like he had the toe drag. He did have Job beat by just a step, and it was a good pass by Mac Jones, but that'll be incomplete. But man, the nerves and the extra stress and everything else that you're going through in this last final situations here.
Incomplete.
Man, what a
incomplete.
Officially incomplete.
Wow. They survive, baby. They survive.
Yep. 25-20. Woo, that was wild. Jalen in the offense will come out now and look to.
That's a big win. That is a big win. Wow.
Yeah, it's a moral victory, I think. But man, that was a lot more pressure situation, I feel like, than it needed to be.
Wow.
But it's a win's a win. You get it.
A win is a win. Wow. That was okay. All right.
Yeah, we got comments. Jalen Carter needs to be the starter. I mean, for real, like, you know, if you want to, his sack, you know, you needed to make some plays after that, but without that sack, that changed the entire part of that last final drive. That was wild.
How about that? Boy, you want to talk about really making it close and really having a lot of film to look at for Philadelphia. This is going to be quite the week, I think, for the Eagles, who, listen, they played well at times, but it was few and far between. It was few and fleeting times, I would say. There were definitely way too many mistakes, way too many issues where you just sit back and go, what are we doing? Like what's actually going on right now? And in the end, thankfully, the defense was able to hold up, but the defense was the real issue here. Offense is one thing, right? I think you can make an argument, okay, offense, you get a little bit of rust in there. They didn't actually run the football that well, especially when they should have early. There were some issues, and maybe a little bit of timing with the offensive line, sure. Defense is the problem, and it's not because the players didn't play necessarily well. I didn't like the scheme. I mean, straight up, the scheme did not look good. If you want to play soft prevent defense the entire game and not make any adjustments, then you better be getting sacks. The whole Eagle defense is predicated, and this included Jonathan Gannon last season, of playing very, very good with the front four, generating pressure and playing soft coverage. And when you generate pressure with the front four, think back to the Carson Wentz Redskins game or Commanders game in week 3, you're going to get 11 sacks and you're going to win the game big time. But if you have a game like today where you don't touch the quarterback till late in the fourth quarter, you can't keep only bringing 4. And you saw finally on that last possession, they brought Christian Ellis, a 5th man, and it caused a sack for Jalen Carter. They have got to have more adjustments, and that's on Desai. If Desai's seeing that they're not getting pressure early in this game, minimum by halftime, you have to go, okay, we need to generate pressure some way, somehow. And you can say they want to hide their secondary. It's ridiculous. This secondary should be good enough. You have 2 all-pro cornerbacks on the side, 2 Pro Bowl cornerbacks on the side. I don't think either of them played well today, but this should be a scenario where you should be able to trust them and bring a couple of extra players. It's an ugly win. It's a win nonetheless. And what did we talk about? For months going into this season, you've got to win these games early because it gets a lot harder after the bye week. And losing this one today would have been atrocious, absolutely atrocious for Philadelphia. So we can be upset, and rightfully so, but that is a nice win in the end by the Eagles to at least get to 1-0 on the season, which is going to go a long way towards their aspirations of hopefully, going further and further in the postseason this year.
Yes, I totally agree. There's to your point, I mean, on both sides, you can take some positives from it. There's definitely some growing in some areas that we need to see improvement, but I agree. I mean, the scheme and the lack of, I don't know what it was, the dynamic part or the dynamic plays that you're calling, or just not being aggressive. It might not have been just flat out the aggressive part of it, but you have to see some changes. Thankfully, you get the win. That's never to discredit that. It's hard to win in the NFL, and we will take it. We will take the win for sure, but you play on a shortened week, this next upcoming week, and hopefully you can figure some things out. Hopefully you can be a little bit more aggressive, maybe with that play calling or some of the issues that you might have seen. I don't know. I don't know whether it was something that Brian Johnson didn't like, or he just wasn't comfortable calling, or if it was just the game in general of saying, okay, hey, you know what? This is something that a Bill Belichick is giving you a look. Now, again, we can't discredit the fact that it's a Belichick defense. It's having months for him to game plan and prep to how to stop Jalen, how to stop the offense of the Eagles or put them in difficult positions. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some holes or some weaknesses or just some doubts in my mind. And I think a lot of people's mind coming away from this game. The silver lining is for sure you got the win. Hopefully there's no major injuries. We know Nakobe Dean went out with the foot injury, was questionable, obviously didn't end up returning. Hopefully that's nothing serious. And you need some more depth. I mean, we've talked about it in the linebacker position, but you have some guys on the practice squad. Nicholas Morrow will probably be elevated if Dean misses any time. But, I mean, from the linebacker play, let's be honest. I mean, it wasn't that solid. And you mentioned it with several of the different positions. There were some weaknesses or some areas, but a lot of missed tackles. Definitely once Dean went out, but Dean missed a couple as well. And, the dump off pass to the running back, the over the middle, and that's kind of predicated a lot of times on the linebackers. That was the area that the Patriots, you could tell from the very beginning of the game, said, hey, we're going to try to exploit that. And they did. And that was very successful to the tight ends, to the receivers. So again, you could take away, I think the main takeaway is you got the win. There's a positivity there, but there's a lot of areas that you need to shore up, especially going into, next week and with it being a shortened week.
Give us your thoughts down below in the comments section. We're going to get a little bit of post-game here. We're going to wait and see who comes to the podium for the Eagles. We'll have that for you guys here. I'm hoping we hear a little bit of Nick Siriani, but if you're just joining us, Eagles 25, Patriots 20. They do go ahead and get the win, which is, crucial. It means it goes a long, long, long way towards Philadelphia wanting to do what they plan on doing this season. And we will talk about Russ. We'll talk about Russ all week. If you haven't subbed to our shows, make sure you guys subscribe to both of our shows. Why didn't Rashad Penny play? Why is DeAndre Swift getting no touches? There are plenty of question marks to go ahead and ask, and the first of which I would think would go to Sean Desai and ask about this defense. Here are your stats from the game. Jalen Hurts, 22 of 33, 170. He had a quarterback rating of 89. He was running for his life early, settled into it a little bit later on, and threw the touchdown pass to DeVonta Smith, which was eventually the difference in this football game. Mac Jones threw the football 54 times, 316 yards, 3 touchdowns. He was absolutely incredible after that first interception. After the first interception, he settled down and played some really good football. Here's where the worry comes. This, right here to the left side of the screen. The rushing attack, 14 for 54 for Kenny Gainwell, 1 for 3 for DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift must think it's Groundhog Day and he woke up back in Detroit in 2022 where they just didn't give him the football. And it doesn't make any sense. It's not like they gave him
Yeah.
the football and then they didn't, and he didn't perform well, and so it's like, oh, well, you didn't play well, so we'll keep handing Kenny Gainwell the ball. Kenny wasn't hot. They gave it to him one time in the fourth quarter to DeAndre Swift. That was it. That's a serious issue. And then the other one was Dallas Goedert. Non-existent. 0 targets. You cannot not target, one target. You cannot not target one of your best players in the entire league at his position more than once. You just can't do it. Credit to Bill Belichick. Credit to the Patriots. They played very, very well. In the end, though, there are a lot of question marks and a lot of things that have to be figured out by a Philadelphia Eagles team that, listen, they have work to do. The Vikings are going to come into Philadelphia on Thursday night really upset because they looked even worse than Philadelphia did today, but they got a loss. Philadelphia at least got a win. You got to turn around real quick and make sure you let the National Football League know that you're still a good football team. Because if I was to put this film on and I was in one of the opposing 31 teams in the National Football League, this film says Philadelphia looks mediocre, at least for today. It's week 1. We're not going to overreact. We can only react to what we've seen so far, though, and what we've seen so far is mediocre football. And the hope now is that Philadelphia can turn this around quickly, learn from their mistakes, and make adjustments. We ripped Jonathan Gannon for not making adjustments. We ripped Nick Sirianni the first half of his rookie season for not making adjustments. Remember when they didn't run the football at all? And it was Hurts throwing, where he clearly was not a good thrower of the football. They handed off to Shane Steichen. He starts to make adjustments, and the Eagles are more balanced. We have to see those kind of adjustments from both sides of the football field as soon as possible, or you're going to have a mediocre season. They're not good enough simply off of talent. No team in the NFL is. The Chiefs aren't, right? The Chiefs have all the talent in the world, and they had a couple of drops, couldn't overcome it. They lose their first game, right? You can have all the talent in the world. If you are unable to make adjustments in a National Football League game, it's going to be a lot longer of a season than people might want.
For sure. Yeah. You definitely have to have the play calling. And, to your point, you could argue however you need to as far as, even a guy like a Patrick Mahomes, like you mentioned. I think if he had a little more talent around him, that would have been a different story, but he was without Travis Kelce. But yes, I mean, to your point, it doesn't matter. We've seen all the weapons that the Eagles have, but with the exception of, again, 1.5 drives, maybe 2 possibly, the play calling was very suspect. And I would argue, if Penny was a healthy scratch for the Eagles deciding to say, yeah, we're not going to use you today, then, it's easier to, I guess, say it looking back. Hindsight's 2020. But I was against it from the very beginning. I was saying we should have had Penny today before that. And so the way the rushing attack was, I would have liked to see Swift take a little more carries, but I also would have liked to see Penny if he was available to go into that situation, because they all run in different styles and they bring a different dynamic. And this was a game where I think Penny could have really helped you. He could have taken a little bit of a load off of Jalen Hurts, create a little bit more of a rushing attack and some physicality to the defense, which I don't think we really saw from the running game. And so that kind of makes it to where, like most of the Patriots defenders, were not on their heels by any means, because it was just a constant attack and pressure from Jalen to Jalen Hurts. And then it really set up things negatively in the passing game. So I'm with you. There's a lot of adjustments that you want to see. There's other elements from the players. Hopefully some of the injuries are okay. I know we saw it didn't seem like a seriousness. I know we mentioned Nakobe Dean, but a Fletcher Cox, hopefully he's all right. And then James Bradbury, I think maybe it was just the lip. Hopefully nothing like a concussion. But still, it's a game that there's some positive, there's some negatives. And like you mentioned, on a shortened week, how much can you change the dynamic of that? How much can the play calling change? Does it get drastically different overnight? You don't have too much time to prep and plan for that, but you're going to need to be. You're going to need to be ready, because the Vikings did lose, and they're going to be even extra motivated because they played last season and didn't turn out the way that they obviously wanted, but they need to get a win, especially coming off of a loss. So there's lots of question marks coming from it. It's just week 1, like you mentioned too, so let's not overreact to go crazy. But at the same time, there's I don't know, I would argue maybe more question marks coming away from this game than there were coming into it, as far as, what is this team going to look like in the play calling, with the coordinators, with the adjustments that they made. All credit and power, to the defense to ultimately getting the stop and winning the game for you. And so I would say a lot of us may have thought if you had to pick one side of the ball that's going to win it for you today, you would pick the offense. I wouldn't have expected as much to say, hey, defense, the game's on the line and they're going to get that final stop. But Jalen Carter, to me, looked great. There were not a whole lot of pressures overall on the defense, but I think that when Jalen Carter had his moments of the one-on-one, if anyone was getting pressures, it was him. So I think that's a positive we could for sure take away from it.
See if we can hear in on the press conference here. This is Darius Slay at the podium. Josh, let me know if you can hear this. I think we can.
Yep, I can hear it.
All right. So this is Darius Slay at the podium right now. Let's see what he has to say.
I can hear you now, Lane.
All right. Not quite ready for him to be asked questions. Here we go. Oh.
All right. There's no.
Still kind of waiting to get some of the post-game feed there, but let's be a little bit glass half full here, okay? The glass half full side of this is Eagles team is in the past, I think a couple years ago during, the Carson Wentz era, right? They lose games like this. They lose close games. This felt like 4 years ago, the Patriots are going to go down and they're going to score. 1,000,000%. They didn't lose this game, though. And they shouldn't have lost this game. When they jumped out that 16-0 lead, this should have been a blowout. It was not in the end, but they were able to go ahead and, hang in there and get the W. In the end, when all the games are over and someone raises the Lombardi Trophy, no one remembers that you almost lost to the New England Patriots week 1. They remember that you beat the Patriots in week 1, and that's all that matters. The question now is going to be improvement. The question now is going to be how much better are you going to go ahead and get, and it's going to be very interesting to see exactly how that's going to work out. Let's go live to the podium right now and listen to Eagles cornerback Darius Slay.
Getting in that end zone for sure. For sure. Got the speed of Speedy Gonzalez.
Were you surprised that Mac Jones didn't really seem to give too much of an effort to bring you down on that play? Were you surprised at all by that?
Well, he did. He tried to cut me off. I just cut back on him, so, quarterbacks don't really do much practice in tackling. So, he tried to make a tackle. I made a play, cut back, and scored. But he always give effort. I've been seeing that on film every time he throw a pick. Got to run down and give effort. So he's a, hell of a player. He had a great game today, man. Besides that one play, he missed some throws, but he was on the point today.
It looks like you almost had a second one,
yeah.
too.
Yeah.
That one probably one back, I guess.
Yeah, man. I should have made that play, man. Honestly, I was like, okay. I tapped the ball. I just try to cuff it, what I'm saying? So, but, I got to make that play, man. I'm used to making those, so that could have got us off the field. That could have stopped some points and some shift in momentum, so I got to make that play.
Slay, how would you grade the defense today?
We got the dub, of course. That's what it always matters. But as a defense, no, it's definitely me being the captain of this defense. We got to go out there and put out better tape. What I'm saying. But we got to just go in there and create our mistakes and shit like that. So overall, man, we know we got the dub. That's what it's all about. But as a defense, I know me as being a leader. I know these leaders that's on this defense. They feel the same way. That we got to go out there and execute better because we better than that. But got to give props to that team, man, that came out with great adjustments, too, making plays. Them guys are making plays up there as well. So, but we better than that, and we got to go put out better tape than that.
Flip side of that, you have 5 new starters, I guess, on defense, new D coordinator. I mean, is it going to be a process until you get this defense where you want it to be?
Oh, no, it's no process. That's why we got great leaders, what I'm saying. Of course, we go take it week by week, day by day, but we got great leaders on the defense, man. We know how to go out there and work, definitely during practice. We just got to go out there and and look ourselves in the mirror and just try to get the shit right.
I know there was a lot, made coming into the game about Matt Patricia's knowledge of what the Patriots like to do.
Yeah.
How much did that actually kind of play out on the field and maybe be beneficial to you in some ways today?
It's been great, him being around this building for so long, man. He understands. He understands about this team, so he already knew the team would never back down, up or down. However it was. So he was sending that message inside, and he came with some game plan, gave us good knowledge on Mac Jones, just let me know what he don't like and what he's uncomfortable with. So we used him to our advantages, and, a lot of times we got him off his spot. He still made plays with his legs, but, Coach Matt Patricia did a great job of letting us know what his spot is, and he'd get him off his spot.
You were saying they weren't going to back down inside. Was that at halftime?
Yeah, halftime. Like, what I'm saying? He was saying, because he's not on the sideline, so when he came in, he was like, hey, y'all, got to keep playing because this team, go always keep going. So, I know when he was in Detroit, we felt the same way. He always made sure that, so he kept letting us know the message.
You're at the battle on the outside. Did you have any view with Carter? Jalen Carter had a big sack late. Jordan Davis.
Yeah. The run. What I'm saying? Secondary, we got to be better. What I'm saying? We got a lot of great guys in that secondary, man. Guys that can make all kind of plays. But them boys up front was really, stopping the run, sticking their nose and doing all that. So I know me and the leadership in the back end, we got to be better, though, because them guys are playing, getting a rush. We was getting screened because of them guys. So we got to be better.
Slay, as a defensive leader, what was your message to the team at halftime?
Just go out here and compete, man. It's never over with. Always going there at halftime. Definitely when we up, if they don't score, they don't win. So we was up 16-0, And so I always send that message out to, hey, man, if they don't score, they don't win. So let's go out here and just keep dominating and keep playing ball and always stay laser focused, man, because this game can humble you quick, So it could have got ugly out there quick, up 16-0, come back in the half, them boys 14, it can get out of hand. So we got to always stay laser focused, stay locked in, and continue to keep making adjustments.
That, of course, was Darius Slay for the Philadelphia Eagles. We're going to wait and see who's next at the podium there. Veteran answer. Slay's interesting with the fan base. A lot of the fan base gets a little, annoyed with him at times. He gave up a touchdown pass today, but he also makes the interception off the bad throw, almost had a second one. He's a leader. I mean, he's still a very, very good player. Is he the Darius Slay from 3 years ago when he was maybe the best cornerback in the National Football League? Probably not, but the hate for Darius Slay is a little bit, annoying in my opinion. I get it. But this was overall not the best performance by an Eagles defense, and the hope is now they can go ahead and kind of look at the film, turn it around quick, and try and figure things out.
Yeah, and like you said there too, you're going to hear that from Slay, you're going to hear it from all the captains on the defense. They realize that the expectations what they were coming into the game and also what we saw were not up to par, and they're going to go look at some film, they're going to try to correct some things. But to your point, he had some mistakes, everyone had some mistakes. It's the first week of the regular season, but to me, it was like, Slay played pretty good. He was fair enough in my estimation for the week one. Overall, it's just the defense in general, and that's what he's saying is, go look at the film. But whenever you have a Mac Jones who goes out there and throws for 300 and I didn't actually have the stats right in front of me, but 330 yards or more,
54 passes,
and looked, I was gonna say, and looked just really, really good considering that he doesn't have any starting or 3 starting O linemen out. That's not a good sign, and you're going to go up against a team in the Minnesota Vikings who, yes, it's a primetime game, and Cousins doesn't play well in those usually, but still, it's a better offense. They're going to have better players than what the Patriots do. So, to what you could say about the offense or the defense on that side versus the Patriots, it's going to be a challenge. And so hopefully they can get some things figured out. They're going to go back and look at it and review. And like what Slay said, they're not satisfied with it. Thankfully, you get the win. But this is very much, I think, as a lot of people were saying in the comment section, and we'll probably continue talking about, this was a very much week one win. It looked like a week one game. It looked like a team that, a lot of NFL teams have their starters play at least one, a part of game in a preseason, but the Eagles didn't. And it looked like a team that was a little rusty, hadn't gotten to fully test out some stuff. I know you have joint practices, but those are not games and they don't feel the same way. So to get the play call in, have some adjustments. You had some game management issues. You run out of timeouts towards the very end there. Hopefully, or thankfully, that didn't cost you. But there's a lot to clean up. And so, again, like we were talking about and what Slay was alluding to, the silver lining, I think, is to say at least you won. And there's a lot of area for improvement. It's not like you played an A+ game. I'd say you played like a C+ maybe type of a game. So at least you got the dub there, though.
That was, an interesting day. They showed Jake Elliott at the podium. We're going to wait and see if we get a coach. We're going to see if we get a coach before we log off here, and Siriani or Desai. Super chat from Chris, 10 entry. Struggle to warn of wanting the Eagles to win, but not have the Hurts destroy at the same time. At fantasy, started Dallas at tight end. I'm an emotional wreck. Chris, I'm the exact same way. I was playing against Hurts in fantasy football, and so there's part of me that is very excited that he struggled, but that's only 1% because he did struggle today. And listen, Jalen Hurts is a superstar. Don't let this one game convince you that he's not. You saw the entire season last year. You saw the Super Bowl performance. He's a great player. And there's nobody harder on himself than Jalen Hurts, who's going to literally probably start watching film on the flight home from Boston, a very short one back to Philadelphia, and they're going to be back in the building tomorrow for a short week and get it figured out. I expect Jalen Hurts to be very good on Thursday night against the Minnesota Vikings, a team he's historically played very, very well against. But listen, when you don't play in preseason, there's rust. And there was rust up and down the National Football League. You can look. Joe Burrow didn't play in the preseason. My fiance has him on her fantasy football team, and trust me, I knew how bad Joe Burrow played today because she let me hear. He was awful today. Does that mean Joe Burrow, who just got $200+ million in guaranteed money, stinks? No. It just means he's rusty. And now, hey, would you have liked to see Jalen Hurts play in the preseason? I would have. I was one of the ones calling for it. A lot of people said, no, he's fine. You need to get the rust off. Well, guess what? The rust is now off. You can't have back-to-back rust games. The rust is officially over, and Philadelphia should be way, way better than they were. But hey, guess what? They won. They won the game. They're 1-0. And that's all that matters in the NFL right now. There are going to be 16 teams after tomorrow night that are 1-0 and 16 teams that are 0-1. And if you're 1-0, your chances of making the playoffs are astronomically higher than being 0-1. And if you're 1-1 versus 0-2 or 2-0 versus 0-2, you're basically guaranteed to make it. Although it's not necessarily true, but statistics do show. So I think
Right.
in the end, this was fine. The main issues are very clear. Linebacker concerns. We'll see what happens with Nakobe Dean. Play calling on both sides. Rookie coordinators, never done it before, trying to figure things out, at least from the Eagle perspective. And then I think not throwing to Dallas Goedert has me very much concerned, because that's not... You just can't do that. You just cannot do that. It'd be like the Chiefs not throwing to Travis Kelce. Goddard is a game wrecker. He destroys linebackers and safeties because you can't cover him. And to only really test the linebackers and safeties one time on one throw, it's a recipe to lose games against better football teams.
It definitely is. Yeah. That was one of the most shocking things to me too. I mean, as we were looking at it, and it's in the fourth quarter or late third quarter, before there's a single target, let alone, trying to do anything beyond that. But yeah, that's one of your major weapons, especially as we heard during training camp and even before that at OTAs. Goddard's practicing with the receivers or working with them on route running, and he's this next level. He's doing really well in the joint practices and everything else. And to not even attempt to try to get him in the game, I mean, yeah, it's shocking. I can't understand it. I don't understand it. I'm sure, again, the Eagles will look at the tape and say, oh my gosh, we need to get something figured out. Now, if you remember last season, it was the opener, right, where DeVonta Smith did basically nothing. And then the Eagles come back and say, okay, we need to change things and we got to get him more involved. So I'm sure next week, not to necessarily say, it's a guarantee fantasy-wise, but I would expect Goddard to do a lot better next week. That's not saying much, too, considering he didn't do anything. But I feel like the group will say, you know what, we need to do something, whether it's a scheme, run him open, or have some different routes assigned and actually look his way more often. But, yeah, that's a big surprise because he is a top 3 probably tight end in the league. And to say you're only going to attempt to throw to him once is not a recipe for success, but we saw a lot of that from the play calling, and hopefully they can get things figured out before the next game.
We're going to go for a couple more minutes, see if they give us Siriani. If they don't give us Siriani in about 5 minutes, then we're going to go ahead and log off for the day. If you guys haven't subbed to both channels, make sure you do. We got daily content. We're going to break everything down tomorrow. Live show every Wednesday night, 7 p.m. We'll be live Thursday night. We'll be back and ready to go for the game. We're trying to give you guys the best play-by-play experience you could possibly have if you're out of market. I know a lot of people are, or don't even have Amazon Prime for Thursday night. So if you guys appreciate the channels, appreciate the shows, go ahead and hit that thumbs up button. And, of course, go ahead and subscribe. We do plenty more giveaways. We gave away the signed DeAndre Swift mini helmet. I was fantastic to David Moore for winning that one. I'm going to get that shipped out. I got the email from him. So now it's going to be very interesting to see exactly how this team can rebound on what is a very short week. Josh, it kind of feels like a short week is a good thing for this team, right? You get this taste out real quick. You got to go play again. All right, you get no time off. They'll be back at the building tomorrow, recover in the morning. They're watching film. They'll have a practice walkthrough on Tuesday. They'll have one more walkthrough on Wednesday. You're at home, which is much better than, say, the Vikings, who have to travel now following their loss. But it's probably a good thing you're going to go on a short week and then get a nice extended bye before you go and take on Baker Mayfield and the 1-0 Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, which again, that's kind of surprising to say because we expected them to probably lose today. But yeah, it's a good sign to probably, as crazy as it sounds, you got the win, but to kind of, get it out of your head to say, okay, we can change things up. We can play a little better. We can be more efficient because you got the ultimate end result, but the way that you got there, I'm sure that a lot of players, lots of different positions and coaches as well are going to say that was sloppy. That was not good. Siriani is going to say even more emphasis on ball security and game management and making sure that we're not having, stupid penalties in certain situations and, a holding call that pushes you back 10 yards and out of field goal. Like there's so many things that happened today that can definitely get cleaned up. And so I would say, you're looking at that. Thankfully, it is a shortened week. Most of the time, players don't really, admittedly, they've shared for the most part, they don't really love a Thursday game. But if there's any one to be had, I feel like it would be coming off of this one where you have a little bit of a bitter taste, even though it is a win, to say, yeah, that was not really our brand of football. Like we can be much better. So at least we'll thankfully get to see that here in a couple days. And then, maybe they can look a little bit more clean and efficient because I think you're going to need to be, even though it's a home game and I think the crowd's going to be rocking. I think you will need to be because there's an extra emphasis and motivation coming from the Vikings for sure.
Let's go to Nick Sirianni live at the podium.
There was a couple that I've seen Smitty, little throws on the sideline where I've seen Smitty get out of those and spin out of those, and they made really good tackles. That team, Bill Belichick coach team, it's going to be well coached, and I thought that's exactly what it was. Now, was it our cleanest performance offensively? No. We have a lot of mistakes to clean up, and we got a short time to do so. But I thought that we just did some drives. We got in a rut a little bit in the first or second quarter, pardon me, and then didn't finish some drives late in the game. But and Jake did a really good job of, we had a lot of confidence in Jake to kick the field goals to put us up a couple scores. But I just ton of respect. There's a lot of good players on that Patriot defense also. Starting with Judon and they all play really solid football. I got a lot of respect for that team.
You mentioned the rut there in the second quarter. It seemed pretty run heavy at that time. Was that part of the rut? What was the thing
that we ran?
Just that was.
It was hard. It was hard to get. It was just hard. We weren't winning on first down, and we were getting ourselves into second down, and that's on everybody, right? That's on the us putting in the play. First and foremost, us putting the players in position to succeed, and then us being able to execute. And so the rut was just that we weren't winning on first and second down. And getting ourselves in the third down and not manageable. And so, again, some of it was, the run game and some of it was the pass game. And it was I think it was equally, I got to look at the game, obviously, to have a better answer for you. But I thought it was a little bit of both, that we struggled in both parts of that game right there. And again, like I said, it starts with us, myself and Brian, putting them in the right positions to succeed.
What was behind the decision to sit down and make Rashad Penny inactive today?
There was just a number count. I mean, you saw that. I don't ever want to come out of a game where DeAndre Swift has only 2 touches either. And so, we were where we were with numbers and some of the things. Our first 3 guys through camp are those 3 guys that dressed. And so, like I said, with Boston, to have 4 backs up when Boston and Rashad, and DeAndre both only had 1 carry, we got to play that number game.
You mentioned Swift. Goddard only had 1 target. Were they doing something to take him away, or was he just not part of things?
Sometimes it's going to. This reminds me a lot of last year against the Lions. Smitty had no catches against the Lions last year. This year it was Dallas. We can't go a game without getting him the football. He's too good of a playmaker. But there were some things that the Patriots did that made it difficult for us to be able to get him some quick, easy touches. So that happens. And so some of the plays that you think that you can get easy touches for your guys, quick, don't necessarily happen for your backs and tight ends when you play a Patriot-style defense. And so, again, hats off to them. They made it hard for us to get the ball to our playmakers, and that's what a defense like that usually does, is try to take away your good playmakers. So we had to get it to the other guys.
Brian, how did he do as the first time he played call?
I thought he was awesome. I thought he adjusted. We're always taught. Communication was great. Problems on the offensive side. We had some operation problems elsewhere, which I'm sure you all will ask me about. But I thought Brian was completely. Brian's cool and calm, and just got a great demeanor about himself. I thought he called a great game. I thought he, made some adjustments in the second half to throw it a little bit more, knowing that we were struggling in the run game, and that was, we're gonna, if we throw it 20 times in a row, it's because that's what we think the right thing to do. If we run it 20 times in a row, that's what we think the right things to do. And Brian, and that's conviction. And I thought Brian had conviction today, and I was really happy with the way he performed. Brian performed as the offense coordinator today.
Nick,
I'm coming to you today.
Jalen has not played in a real game since February 12th. Do you think that had anything to do? We know he's better than that, what he was today. Do you think that had anything to do with it kind of shaking off?
I'll definitely reevaluate some of the preseason stuff next year.
Wow.
I know they played the first 2 years that we were here. They only played 1 series against the Jets in 2022. Maybe I should have played them, a series or 2 this preseason, and I already wrote that in my notes. And I'm constantly self-evaluating myself, and and I'm not promising anything. And I know y'all will remember this conversation and play it, and that's okay. But I have to. I'll reevaluate that, and second thought, if I had to do it over again right now, I would say, I would have played the starters 1 or 2 drives in the preseason. But next year will be a new thing, with new situations and new everything. So I'm not worrying about that right now. I just got it in my notes to think about right now, though.
On the 4th and 2 at the 2-minute mark, what made you want to keep your offense on the field, and why was that the play call?
Yeah, again, we just try to give them options in situations like that. I guess really the the word again, I'm going to say is conviction. Conviction that our offense is going to succeed. Conviction that we'll call the right play to put them in position to make a play, and conviction if we don't that our defense will get a stop. You know, it was a little bit. I know I'm going to hear it from my dad when I get on the phone with him when we land in Philadelphia and I'm driving back to my home. I'm going to call my dad. I'm going to wake him up, and I know exactly what he's going to say. That would exact question you just asked me right there. So I better have an answer for him too. Yeah, it is. It is. I was convicted there. You know, it didn't work. It didn't work. Sometimes that's.
Nick Siriani at the podium there for the Philadelphia Eagles as we get ready to wrap up here on this show as Siriani's about done talking. There's your answer. He preseason rust, and Nick Siriani would chart up the first game's lack of offensive, prowess by not playing the players in the preseason. That was fun to hear. That was exciting to hear. He admitted it. So there you go. The
That's
rust
kind of surprising.
The rust should be gone.
I agree, but it's just surprising by the fact that he actually admits it that early on to say, yeah, you know what, we probably should have played them a drive or two, and if I could do it differently, I would now. Like, you would have expected just to kind of hear different things, and just kind of his answer honestly for Brian Johnson. I know you want to cover for your coordinators and everything else, but for him to say, I think that he was called a great game and everything else there. I don't know. There's some rust. You could chalk it up to a lot of different things, but it's surprising for him to just straight out admit that and say, yeah, I'd do it differently if I could. So maybe it is just rust. That's what I want to believe. That's what I want to go with. We'll get to see in a few short days because it's a shortened week. But yeah, very interesting for him to admit that so quickly.
All right, he's done talking to the media as we are going to wrap things up here on what's been a long day. I have not had dinner, neither has Josh. We're going to go hopefully enjoy the time with family and watch the Cowboys lose tonight. That's the hope. We appreciate everyone watching.
That is the goal. That's the plan.
We'll be back, obviously, with shows tomorrow, obviously live show Wednesday and back live Thursday. If you appreciate this, be sure to subscribe. Listen, this has been the first live game we've done together. The regular season was a bunch of fun. So, Josh, have a great rest of your evening. Congrats. You're 1-0. I'm 1-0. And the 4 people watching are 1-0 right now. Enjoy it tomorrow.
Heck yeah. Good to see you.
See you guys.